Hello everyone and welcome along to the brand new season of the newly H-Series Esports Championship powered by it's a 6-round championship that takes in some of the very best races and circuits in the world, and what's more, 6-hour endurance races to enjoy because of it. Previously known as the NEO Endurance Series, they have now partnered with their real-world counterparts in the 24H Series to form this 24H Series Esports Championship for 2020-2021, because it does roll in and finishes in April of 2021. My name is Ben Kostenjuris. Alongside me from Race Spot, we have Sumil Arora and David Haynes in the pits, and we are going to be keeping you up to date with everything that is going to be happening on track here at Imola, the very first round of our championship over the next 6 hours. Qualifying is kicking off for our GT3 cars, and we will be able to catch up to find out who will be the ultimate pole position. But for the rest of the classes, they've already had qualifying. Here is the calendar. 6 hours at Imola kicks the season off. And then in November, we head to Sebring for the miles. 6 hours of Sebring. A December off to enjoy Christmas. And then in 2021, it's Silverstone, Monza, Barcelona. And we will end the season with a 12-hour race at Spa-Francorchamps on April the 17th. No 24-hour races this year. Here is the classes, 4 different classes for you. GT3 class with the Audi, Ferrari and Mercedes. Audi with a slight ballast change to fix them and balance the performance against the rest of the field. The 991 Porsche GT3 Cup cars. Then we have the GT4s with BMW and Porsche. BMW with a 2% power reduction, 3% fuel tank capacity reduction, and 5 kilos of ballast. So plenty to talk about there. And then the TCR class with the Audi RS3 LMS. So 4 different classes racing around this Imola circuit. 4.9 kilometers in length, and last year it was Williams Esports that took the GT3 class and MSI Esports that took the 991 class, with Craig set up shop in the TCR class. Of course, we've now added GT4 to that, so we have 4 different races within this 6-hour race period around one of the legendary circuits that in fact Formula 1 will visit next weekend in a 2-day event after many years not racing around the Autodromo Enzo Edine Ferrari Grand Prix track. So firstly, let's head down to the pits with David Haynes, who joins us. Very good to have an Antipodean with us for the commentary. David, what's been going on in the lead up to this race?
Well, g'day Ben, g'day everyone watching, and of course, qualifying underway right now, but it was a 75-minute session. Each class was sent out with their own 15-minute qualifying window. We started with TCR, then ramped up the speed with GT4. The 991 class has finished their qualifying, and now it's just a couple minutes left for the GT3 class, our overall class, to do their qualifying, and as you said, work out who will take the green flag for the start of a new season.
Thank you very much, David. Also interesting to note that 2 separate teams, David, got penalties even before the session began.
Yes, indeed. That's for infringements in registering for the session. They took the incorrect car number. And of course, our very active, very vigilant stewards are going to keep on top of all of that throughout the race and even before the race. So that was the E-Team Racing Cayman GT4 and also the Team Mad Audi RS3 LMS. Both of those teams are going to get hit with a 60-second time penalty when the green flag drops. They're going to have 90 minutes to serve that penalty, so they'll probably serve it with their first pit stop within the first hour or so, but it will delay their first pit stop by a full minute. Very painful penalty early in a race like this.
The 24H Series run by NEO Endurance, for me, one of the most professional championships out there in esports right now, run incredibly professionally by Niels and his team. Real world stewards, plenty of rules, and here is a look at the team. So as I said, myself and Sumil Arora and David Haynes in the pits. Hugo is on cameras today. Sumil, In terms of getting a penalty before we even go racing, it's a reflection of just how professional this championship is, that there are many rules and you have to stick by them.
100%. The regulation book is quite big, and teams need to make sure that they stick by every single one of them, even if it is as minute as joining with the right number in the session. And that's a big penalty for them straight away. So they're already starting on the back foot. They've got 6 hours to recover, which is a decent enough time, but it never really helps you on, does it?
No, absolutely not. Not a particularly clever thing to be doing, but as I say, there's real-world stewards alongside the automatic penalties that you might get inside iRacing, which is the platform we're using. There is plenty of stewards looking at various other things, including contact between cars. I've actually had the pleasure of competing in one of these races where I managed to pick up 3 penalties across a 12-hour period. So I'm not bragging about that. It was not a clever thing to do. But there are, the point being, so many of these championships don't have real-world stewards looking at racing infringements, but this very much does, and it brings that level up.
It does indeed, and the stewards are, of course, watching everything live as things progress. So any incident that happens on the track, the stewards will be having their keen eye on that. So if you think you made a mistake, you probably won't be getting away with it.
No, absolutely not. The qualification is just finishing. The session is getting to a close. We've got about 5 minutes still remaining in the session, and there you can see actually very few cars, according to our timing screen on the left hand side, have been able to set lap times so far. That will probably be down to the fact that they've perhaps stepped off the circuit a little bit. As you can see, one of the Audis. Interesting entry list, 17 GT3 cars, but just 3 Mercedes and 14 Audis. Not a single Ferrari on the entry list for the whole season, Smith.
And what makes it even more fun is that we're here at the home of Ferrari, Imola, the circuit which was essentially the foundation stone was laid down by Enzo Ferrari himself back in the day. So it's rather fun to see something quite like this one, but the preferences are pretty clear. People are liking the Audi a lot more, and the BOP favours it. It can be a bit of a twitchy car to drive, of course, but if you can manage it, the pace certainly is there.
And now the timing screens have slightly updated, so at the moment, with 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Sunil, I think we just lost him a second there, so we'll get him back with our various
Now, of course, we see the NEO Racing team on the track right now for the qualifying session. 3 minutes to go until we end with this, and after that we've got a 6-hour race on cards for us. Remember, only 1 split in this championship, so the best of the best are right here on screen. The NEO Racing team is the team that we are focusing on right now, heading towards the final sector of this circuit. It can be a pretty challenging one, in fact, Imola, with multiple chicanes, and whenever you feel like you're getting a bit of a flow, you are interrupted by one of these chicanes, and making sure that you're on the right track is something pretty tricky. And now, Ben, I guess we've had you back here.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was thinking it was you, and actually it turned out to be me. Classic. Yeah, weird, really. We're in very different parts of the world bringing you this broadcast today. Literally across the whole globe. Plenty of drivers from Europe, but there are a couple of drivers also connecting from outside of Europe. So a truly international field of cars and drivers across the 4 different classes. 4 different classes, 13 drivers in 13 cars, in the 991 class, 13 in TCR, 13 in GT4, and then a slightly larger field of 17 in GT3. Now, a reminder that the car choices that all the teams have made for this first round of the championship will be the car choices that we'll have to be stuck to throughout the rest of the season. So whilst iRacing and the balance of performance does shift and change around on every different build, these teams are now fixed to the Audi, and then we have the 3 Mercedes, Glacier Racing in a Mercedes, Ronin Simsport also, and Inertia Sim Racing Mega Auto. So look out for the 78, the 79 and the 42. They're the only Mercedes. The rest is a one-make GT3 Audi race. That used to happen in China, I think.
Yep, we did have those series in Asia, the Audi R8 LMS Cup, and they are quite popular cars in iRacing, by the way. And even the recent Petit Le Mans that we had, I think a month or something ago, the Audi was the predominant choice for so many teams, and that's just because of the nature of the car. The BOP favors it, and if you can manage to keep it on track, which is quite tough, but with this kind of high rating, you probably can do the same. It does help you out quite a bit, but then again, the Mercedes, it does have quite a high top speed. It can be slightly bulky at times, but it does pay off in certain cases, and Ron and Simsport have seemed to be pretty sure about the capabilities of this car.
And you never know how it might vary across the season. Such a long season in terms of time zones. Of course, we're starting here 25th of October, end of the season 17th of April. We're going to see at least one or two iRacing builds in that time, and the balance of power between the different models of car is going to slightly change, perhaps in the favour of Mercedes, perhaps in the favour of Audi. And we know that Mercedes is a great choice for certain types of track, Audi's better for others, and the Mile Racing guys chucking the car over the chicane there at Variante Alta, the top of the circuit, and then plunging down the hill towards the Ravazza double left-hander. A slightly different layout of Imola over the last couple of years. The last time Formula 1 went there, it was very, very different. Even the bikes use a slightly different version of this circuit when they visit. But this is the one that, as I said before, the F1 guys will be heading to next weekend, and our first venue for the 6 hours, the 24-hour series with no 24-hour races this season, just simply a choice made cumulatively by all the entrants of this championship. You have to have an I rating of above 2,000 to compete. Every single driver is well above that, to be fair, and obviously a D license as well. But the field and quality of drivers is absolutely incredible in this field to me.
It is indeed. We've got the best of the best racing here, and when you think of that, one team just comes to mind, the Williams Esports Shield Blast team that won the championship last year, but they're not the only ones doing an extremely good job right here. We've got the Maniti Racing team, we've got Racecraft Esports, MSI Esports as well. All the top names right here competing against each other. And you must be thinking, hey, what about the VRS Commanders and the Team Redlines? Well, they mostly compete in the sprint races and the special events. In the big season perspective, these guys are the top names, and the kind of I ratings that they've got on offer, it's pretty incredible.
Right then, let's have a look at the grid for this first race of the season. MSI Esports have got the pole position by just over a tenth over Leo Racing, the Italians. Red Camel Esports in third position, very closely linked to the real world 24H series. Racecraft Esports, Williams Esports only down in fifth position with Arthur Leoc taking that about half a second back on the pole. MSI Esports Red in sixth, then Ronan, the first of our Mercedes, in seventh. Leo Racing 21 in eighth position. Mile Racing team ninth, and Manti Racing in 10th spot. Then it's Glacier, the second of our Mercedes. Inertia in 13th. Bila Racing only 14th. They'll be disappointed with a 14th and a 16th, separated by Riley Sim Racing. And then EFP Car Collection down at the tail of the field. 1.2 seconds separating the whole of our GT3 field. Williams on pole, though, for the 991 with Lassie back. Then Burst Esports in second. Inertia third and fourth on row 2. Go Team, and then GTL VRT Red. iZone Performance down in 7th. VMCA in 8th. HM Engineering and WOIP.com Volante. Then we have Aurus, XVR and Atlantis rounding out the 991 field. 1.1 separating that field of 13 cars. GT4 is a split between Porsche and BMW. BMW on the pole with Squadra Corsa, then Pure Sim Esports in the Porsche. Squadra Corsa in third position. BS Competition in fourth spot, then Torque Freak Racing fifth, and Leopard Esports Black in sixth position. So 4 BMWs in the top 6, looking good choice. But how do they do across the whole stint? Hell Races, then Butler Pout, Real World Team in 8th spot. SRN 9th, and Team Viking in 10th position. DRE Endurance in 11th, Ad Hoc, and then E-Game Racing. Not only do they have a penalty before they start, they're also at the tail of the field, 1.3 back. And in TCR, the 13 cars, SRC Squadra Corsa on the pole position there, with Pure Sim Esports beside them. Sim RC in third, HM Engineering fourth. Huskabel in fifth position, MSI Esports TCR sixth. And then Frozen Speed 7th, Impulse 8th, Kinetic 9th, and Simsa Esports down in 10th position. T3 in 11th, Texan Fisk Motorsports in 12th. And Team Mad at the tail of the field, nearly 2 seconds back, and with a 60-second penalty to take at the first part of the race. So there are full field of cars, as I said, 4 different categories racing, plenty to follow throughout the race. And get yourself onto live.neoendurance.com for the live timing that you can partner along with this particular race. It is basically an Audi Fest in GT3 with a couple of Mercedes to play with. It is an Audi Fest in TCR, only one type of TCR model in iRacing. We've got 8 Porsches and 5 BMWs, at my last count anyway, in the GT4 category, and of course the Cup cars in the 991 category are a one-make series as well. So plenty to keep across. And we'll have David Haynes in the pits, grabbing interviews with drivers, finding out exactly what happens between maybe off-screen and on-screen, and then myself, Ben Kosenjuris, and Sunil Arora in the commentary box for the next 6 hours. Safety car pulls in, and we avoid the chicane heading towards the start line. Very, very neat from our GT3 cars. And waiting for the lights to go green. And it's only a short blast to the line, and now they go green. So we are racing. It was a very, very nice and neat start, but the first braking zone into Tamburello will be tricky. It'll be very cold tyres, very cold brakes. They haven't really had no opportunity to do any kind of warming up, and they need to be very careful going through Tamburello for the first time. The field gets through the left part and now flicks to the right-hand side, and there's a little bit of rubbing going on further back. But ultimately, they've all got through safely. The 991 cars come next towards Tamburello, all equally spaced. A very nice group of Porsches, and a good start from Williams there. Ooh. Making a bit of a break, but we do have a car on the grass. And that was Burst Esports from second down to 9th, 10th position now. Hopefully they were avoiding contact, because that's really what you want to do rather than have contact. Here are the GT4 cars. BMW at the head of that field. And so that's been a good start from the 446 team cars. And then the TCRs come next, side by side, and a breakaway leader as well at the head of the TCR field. And it's actually looking quite kind of stacked up behind, isn't it, Simon?
It is indeed. All the cars still nice and clean in the TCR category, as you would expect them to be. I often call them the totally chaotic racing cars, but in endurance races they do just get a little more sane. Now then, the Pure Sims Esports car looking for something on the very first lap, and that's something that's more animalistic by nature as racing drivers. We want to get the positions early on, but not sure if it's the best of ideas at this stage.
Hearing from the pits that no jump starts from any of the class leaders. It's very easy to do that. Very easy to try and get yourself a little advantage going over the start finishing line. Now, track limits is going to be a thing, especially when you flick your car over these chicanes and you find yourself kind of bouncing to the outside and really don't have the ability to control yourself as you bounce towards the edge of track. And NEO Endurance Series in the regulations, so very strong with incident points and track limits.
Indeed, so you can only have 20 track offs basically, and that's according to the iRacing server. That when they give you 20 track incident points, that's when you get your first flag, and for every 20 points after that, you just keep on getting a penalty after penalty after penalty. And so essentially, the drivers are being told to be very, very considerate in the way they drive, unlike what we had in the Spa 24 Hours a couple of days ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they actually changed in the race. They were a little bit better at it by the time they get to race conditions, and that must be coming to a close now, that particular race. But attention at the moment on the 6 hours of Imola 24H series. I think they've only got 1 or 2 rounds left of their real world series to go after having a very interesting race in Ennepegusa. Have a look at that on their on their YouTube site. It's quite a track to go round in a GT3 car. Quite a crazy track indeed. A nice after-movie that has been produced around the outside through Ravazza is an interesting place to go, but he hasn't really got too much attention from behind and therefore is able to hold on to that position. Danger going to the outside through the Ravazza when you're in a group of cars like this is that somebody just throws it down the inside.
Exactly, and for the driver on the outside, it can be so hard just to keep the car on the track and not end up with 1 penalty point for heading outside the track, because we know that the iRacing police are so stringent about it, and now the Racecraft esports team trying for something around the outside at Tamburello, but thinking against it. But no, they go back once again for the over-under. Here they come, Ben.
Obviously a bit of a traffic jam at the moment going on at the head of our GT3 field, because you can see that there's a couple of cars that are broken away, but this battle for 4th position, and now down the inside again, holding on to the position. Feels like the 77 car is getting a little bit impatient. That's Racecraft Esports, and really trying to find a way to force a way past more than anything else, because you can see the guys ahead of him starting to make a break of things. It's Racecraft in 5th, MSI just behind, but not quite close enough to challenge right now. So this is the opportunity to jam it down the inside, as we've got a battle side by side in TCR on the right hand side of your screen. So wherever you look in the early part of this race, everyone's trying to sort themselves out. The people who have broken away at the head of the field, though, Williams in 3rd position.
Yeah, Williams Esports having a bit of a tricky qualifying in being number 5, but they have improved right now. Let's focus on the battle on the right-hand side with the DCRs. And the car that you see here, the blue and white one, is in fact the Pure Sims Esports car with Ross McFrain in the wheel. Behind the wheel, I beg your pardon. And he is in fact being chased by the HM Engineering TCR car with Corinthian Guinness behind the wheel of that one. So only a couple of laps ago, the Pure Sims car was attacking Sim RC with Jürgen Frank behind the wheel just to get that 2nd place against them. And now they're under pressure behind. So initially, of course, we do see the DCR cars do a lot of back racing, but they're just starting to split up that a little bit early on now.
Yeah, not really a track so much where slipstream is a thing. You've got so many corners and so many curves as well that it's the pack element, I suppose, only around the very start of the lap would take effect, and then you have the ability to really break away because of the nature of the circuit. So it is MSI that lead at the moment with Alejandro Sanchez at the wheel of the blue team car. Leo Racing with Dino Lombardi in 2nd position. And then we have Williams Esports with Arthur Leoc. So the man who qualified and didn't make such a good deal of things. Then it's this battle that we are watching. Red Camel and Racecraft.
Oh
Red
my God.
Camel trying to get
There's
through.
something happened. The Leo Racing team has gone wide, Ben. Oh my dearie me, that's something big in the GT3 category. That was one of the top GT3 cars going wide. It is, in fact, the Leo Racing Team 12. Dino Lombardi getting a bit slippery at the Acqua Minerale corner, of all places.
Yeah, and he's dropped himself down to 11th position then, Dino Lombardi. So that was a big loss, actually, because he had a decent advantage. Let's take a look at the replay. Oh, and he lost the rear end. Did he keep it out the barrier? Yes, he did, but he just went way too fast into what I think was... Let's say that was Tossa, actually.
Ah.
And by the time... Tosa, sorry. I should put my Italian accent, otherwise... Oh, no, he just braked on the grass. Just was on the curb a little too much, lost the rear end, and that spun him around. And just trying to carry too much speed at the bottom of the hill there. And look how many cars went past.
Oh my goodness me, it's just the absolute worst way to begin for Leo Racing Team for Dino Lombardi. And he has to climb all the way back. From 2nd, he finds himself in B number 10 behind a big pack of cars. And if you're Alejandro Sanchez in the leading MSI Esports blue car, you will just have the biggest smile on your face. But the same can't be said for Dino here. And just look at the gap. Alejandro Sanchez just seems to have checked out already with the gap of 3.9 seconds. That in an endurance race so early on is a bit marvellous, to be honest.
And remember, these guys are all in the same car as well. It's not as though we've got and brands benefiting from different parts of the circuit. They're all pretty much running in a one-make series.
Exactly.
In the GT3 category. So a gap of just under 4 seconds is very, very healthy. And of course, the battle we were focusing on between Red Camel and Racecraft has now become the battle for third position, having deposed Dino Lombardi down into the big gaggle of, well, the rest of the GT field, isn't it? It's basically the front two have got away, and then it's the rest of the GT field behind, and still not able to get past Red Camel Esports. Now, Red Camel, also a real-world team that have a very close link to the 24 H Series organisation. Again, trying to get around the outside of Ravazza. Again, really, not much point to try and do that. It's never going to benefit you, and you are just going to end up putting yourself under pressure, perhaps, from MSI Red, who are third in that gaggle. And again, now the slipstream starts to take effect, but you'd say Red Camel are doing a good job of defending, but in a long race like this, perhaps it would be better that they didn't defend so early. Properly deposed of, and into the barriers for sure. And I wonder what our stewards will say about that. We do have live stewards. I'm sure, yes, contact and damage on the rear end of that car. Was there contact on the front end into the barrier as well? I'm sure we'll get a replay in just a second. Let's have a look, Samir.
And the Red Camel Esports car just gets pushed aside. That's animal brutality for you right there. The Racecraft Esports car, Rasim Fazoubi, we saw him get a bit too eager, too excited in the early laps, and then bang, off you go, sir. And he gets pirouetted around to the side, and that will be a hefty penalty coming aside towards Racecraft Esports. And I don't think I can find a way to defend them in this case. It's just a case of them getting a bit too eager, bunting them away. And that is some heavy damage, Ben. For Red Camel Esports, that's essentially a big move all the way back to the field.
Now, this will give us a good chance. He got incredibly close, backed out of it, but of course they were on the inside line, so he had to brake earlier. And it was as though the other two behind they would have never made the corner if Red Camel were not there. So the stewards will be taking a look at that, and our pit reporter David Haynes will be taking a look at the stewards report. And there is a super slow-mo. It almost as though Red Camel were harder on the brakes. It looked like the lights came on at around the same time, but they were much harder on the brakes than Racecraft behind. Rasim Fezul is aboard that car right now. Right, let's get back to the racing then, and the battle for third position continues to rage. Now, surely the other element of that will be that the third place car now, Racecraft, do have some front-end damage, and front-end damage, as we know on iRacing, is very, very detrimental. It almost looks as it's got rear-end damage as well.
Yeah, I wonder if there was some contact between the Racecraft team and the MSI Red car behind, but on second look, Ben, it just seems like there was a bit of cheeky blocking there by the Red Camel car as well. So the stewards will be factoring all that in, and all of a sudden the GT3 cars are in a train of TCR cars who are also fighting for position. So all the kerfuffle now begins here with only, 12 minutes on the clock.
Amazing how much faster the GT3 cars are in comparison to the TCR. The TCR cars just cannot carry the same amount of speed through any of the corners, and some of them giving a little bit. That's Team Mad, who got very sideways, presumably from a little bit of contact, and the train of GT3 cars. And this is where you're constantly in the mirrors as a TCR car, trying to stay out of the way without being unpredictable as well. That's the other thing, because if you start moving around in front of these GT3 cars, they aren't really going to be very confused as to what you're doing. But this is where races are won and lost, especially in the faster categories, in your GT3s and in your 991s. Getting through the traffic cleanly whilst defending is absolutely key. Williams leads in inertia, and inertia in the GT, that's in the 991 battle. So they're all Porsches. That was a rather silly thing to say. The BMWs are leading in the GT4 category right now. They are certainly slightly stronger by the looks of things. Through the traffic then, has anything changed? No, not quite. MSI Red diving to the inside. The TCR cars making it difficult for some of these guys to get past. That's MSI now getting out of the way and looking to get out of the throttle as well. I wonder whether there was a little bit of inter-team play, knowing that the MSI GT3 car was coming in there. Perhaps he thought he might try and just help a little bit, just subtly make the GT3 car get out of the throttle from racecraft, but it didn't really work because all of this does look like MSI have lost a little bit, haven't they?
They have, yeah, and they are all of a sudden behind a whole gaggle of Audi TCR cars that they have to pass. And yes, the blue flags will be waved, they will be getting preferential treatment right here, as they should. But still, that's a tricky section to encounter any sort of traffic, because the middle sector, Ben, it's tight, twisty, narrow. There's barely any space for you to go too wide in a normal case. So for them, look at this, they'll just be losing time. They pull to the side and they're under attack now, the MSI car.
Got to be so patient around the back of the circuits, and they just about managed to clear some of those TCR cars. Remember, the TCR cars not only are travelling slower, they'll have bigger braking distances as well, so you've got to be super, super careful. These are some of the best in TCR as well. These are the leading TCR cars, so in theory they're not falling off the track too much, but having to be so careful. And you know, some of the tracks that we visit are easy with traffic, something where like Monza, where you can just wait until you get to a straight and just blast past. But there are very limited opportunities here in Imola, especially around the back end of the circuit. And so far so good, not too much in terms of contact and damage. And I think, other than Red Camel, there's nobody in the pits.
I guess I'll jump in and confirm that one, guys, is that Red Camel had to tow with a blown engine, such was the state of their damage.
Oh boy.
And they are the only car that we've seen on pit lane yet.
So David rather lonely down there in pit lane, but we will have pit stops around the 45-minute. What's the strategy in the GT3 category? How long can they go?
Well, I would say that the estimates you expect from a stint length out of all of our classes here is just around 60 minutes, 65 minutes for GT3. TCR cars, Porsche Cup cars go a little bit longer there, closer to 80 minutes or so, and GT4, we'll see what their consumption is like, but almost every class here would expect stint times of just over an hour plus some.
And that's crucial to get over that hour mark, because with 6 hours, that kind of plays into a nice simple strategy pit stop wise, unless you are forced into the pits by something else. Maybe a little bit more complex for the TCR cars that can run to 80 minutes. Does that mean they can save a little bit of fuel and do one less pit stop than the GT3 cars? It'll all shake out as we get to that first hour mark and learn a little bit more about what is going on. This is the TCR category, 6th position from MSI. David Perez, we saw him trying to help his GT3 counterpart teammate come through the pack. Didn't really work out, and they have plenty of attention from behind.
They do indeed. That is the Hersingfeld 148 car with Sven Glatzel behind the wheel, and both these teams are scrapping against each other right here on track. Instead of scrapping against each other and losing enough time, I think the better thing would be just to try and collectively drive fast and get back to the other pack, because in the TCR cars, they are very fuel sensitive, as you mentioned, Bill, and TCRs don't really fill up fuel as quick as the GT3s or the GT4s do, so the potential to save time in the pits is far greater, and it's pretty unlikely that they'll gain the same sort of time on the track here. So it makes a lot more sense to conserve, maybe get behind a draft pack, save some fuel, and gain in the long run, as much as it may sound dull in the long run.
Yeah, but there is that kind of tortoise and hare situation. Go flat out and perhaps consume too much. Go 90% and maybe get yourself one extra pit stop, and it can mean winning the race and losing the race. Sven being attacked now by a 991 car around the outside. That's an easy move done, and he kept to the inside and made it easy for those leading two 991 cars, both from... Are they the leading two? Because they look like they're from the same team. That's Inertia, so no, they're second and third in the category, and Williams up the road. 7 seconds up the road, in fact.
Yeah, Williams flexing their muscle already early on. And the 911 GT3 Cup cars, incredibly tricky machines to drive. And look behind, we've got Robin Osland there in the Go Team Racing machine, also lurking pretty much and just trying to avoid the TCR cars so that he can get back into this battle. riding on board. In fact, we are with Danny Corpy in the second of the inertia machines. We come past the Rivarza section, and look at it, how tricky it is just to get past all the cars right here.
Yeah, once again, traffic really playing its part now for the 991 cars. The GT3 cars will be stretching their legs. Now, what are the difference in terms of lap times between those two cars? It's not that different from the leading GT3 car last lap doing a 1:44.2 to the leading 991 car 44.9. So, okay, it's less than a second, and in some tracks it's bigger, but here that's quite a small difference. We could actually see some of those 991 cars as the pit stops play out, kind of getting into the GT3 battle.
Exactly, and it's especially really fascinating considering the fact that these 911 GT3 Cup cars simply do not have as much aero as the modern day GT3 cars, so they are doing quite a good job with that. And as I mentioned about Robin Ostlund, he's quite an exciting driver to watch out for. Here he is then on the back of the second inertia car with Danny Corpy defending. Now these guys should be going extremely long in terms of fuel and strategy, so there's no real sense of urgency to make the move. But knowing Robin, he's one guy always on his heels.
David, thoughts from down in the pits regarding the GT3 cars?
Yeah, well, you're just mentioning the speed difference between our fastest class, the GT3s, and then the 991 classes that we're currently riding on board with. And yeah, right now, the lap time difference between them is only about a second or so. But that's because all of the speed advantage that the GT3s have is in their maybe wider tyres, more downforce, and they just can't go fast through the corners right now as they're working their way through the very dense traffic for the first time. Straight line speeds between Porsche Cup car and the GT3 specification vehicles, not greatly different. It's a good straight line speed that you get in a Porsche Cup car, and that's why they're so close right now. But there's 2.5 seconds difference around the lap in qualifying when they can both stretch their legs fully.
David Haynes in the pits, Sunil Arora in the commentary position with me, Ben Constanduris, representing Radio Show Limited RSL and VCO. VCO, a partner of the 24H series for 2020-21. And hopefully you're watching on one of the many options of channels that you can watch here. If you're not enjoying the chat in one, then switch over to a different one, and there'll be a different chat going on, which I know throughout the race David will be monitoring. Any questions come up, please do throw them out there and we'll do our best to answer. Here is Pure Sim Esports, and this is the GT4 category, and just a slight advantage ahead of the Squadra Corsa BMW. So BMW's get a much better start, but Pure Sim Esports have now managed to wiggle themselves back up to the lead in GT4.
Yes, indeed. So SRC Squadra Corsa getting pole position behind the wheel was Emanuele Petri. So he put in a really good lap, but the Porsche has gained control over this category at this stage. And he has got a pretty decent gap, around 0.5 of a second. And the GT4s, well, they're not really as affected by the draft, so it won't be a major problem as such to lead in terms of their fuel numbers. And it's all about feeling a sense of command, but making sure that they're fine with the traffic that's coming from behind is going to be a critical factor, because GT4 cars, well, they just get swallowed up by the Saudi like we are seeing right now.
Marla in 8th position, getting themselves through and past with a little gap to the 9th position car of Leo Racing, the 12 car. Dino Lombardi hasn't really made up much ground, has he? Since we saw he make that error at the start of the race, losing the tail end of the car under brakes into Aqua Minerale. I think I said at the time that it was Toza, but David Haynes correcting me, getting my Imola corner names in the wrong position. And really, yeah, I think he fell down to 11th position, so he's made up 1 or 2 positions, but not making up the progress that you would expect. And now the Mercedes come past the BMW, second in GT4, and because they're not so compact, it's kind of easier for the GT3 guys to get past. If they're in a big clump and they were battling hard, it would be a lot harder for the GT3 cars to get past, but for the moment, these leading GT4 cars are kind of spaced out.
And that really helps the GT3 guys. Normally they just want to get rid of traffic as early as possible. And just getting them in small bits as they are getting right now does help them quite a bit. Of course, similar circuit as Ben mentioned early on, probably not the best place to go to if you want to manage your traffic as efficiently as possible. But nevertheless, no incidents so far with only, 20 odd minutes into the race already. So still early days. You can expect some drama with the traffic coming on, and the stewards will be watching everything. But I'm not quite sure if there's any decision served up on the Red Camel incident yet.
Well, I guess that counts as throwing to me. Currently, I'm seeing that incident, we saw it at the time, it was very quickly on the protest sheet. Race Control took note of it. But at this point, I do not see a penalty applied just yet. They might still be getting feedback from both of the teams, reviewing the incident from all angles before they decide on if a penalty is required and what it's going to be. Me and Sumil were both listening to the pre-race briefing with the stewards and all of the drivers, and in case of incidents like that, Race Control will put it on the spreadsheet. They'll try to speak to someone from both teams, get both sides of the story, and then of course they can look at all sorts of angles of the incident as well, and in some cases telemetry. So don't expect a quick decision on car contact and a big incident like that, but when the judgment is handed down, expect it to be fair, expect it to have considered all sides, and I think that's the professional approach everyone in this race, everyone who's competing, wants. They don't want a rushed judgment, they want a fair judgment.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you get out of the NEO Endurance Championship. It's so well run, really professionally run and taking so many cues from the real world, but then able to combine the extra technology that we have basically in the sim racing world to be able to watch 15, 16 different views of the same incident and the same angle. On the brakes, 999. That is YMCA having to get on the brakes because the traffic just didn't open up for him and gave the opportunity for Burst to get back onto the tail. This is the car at 911 that went off track very early on. I think it was the third corner or something like that on the very first lap. Dropped from second down to 7th or 8th in class, and now hasn't really been able to make progress again. Such is the competitive nature of all of our classes that if you do make a small error, it's so hard to get back. Stay focused, written on the rear bumper of the 991. There we go. Nice little zoom in from our director. Anders Dahl is aboard the Burst esports car. Kimya Rovanpera defending at the moment, just moving around, just trying to unsettle Anders. This is where Anders was really good last time. Through there, didn't get quite the same amount of curb, but again, couldn't quite find a way to the inside, much like the hairpin at Brands Hatch. This Toza, you kind of trail brake and turn into it rather than squaring it off and opening up the inside and allowing somebody to fire themselves down the inside there. So different lines. Again, Anders missing the apex just a fraction on the left hand of there. But now as we go down to Aqua Minerale, ride the curb on the right hand side, all good. Miss the sausages as you go back up the hill because you need the drive and stability to head towards the next chicane, and the next opportunity perhaps from another bit of traffic coming up. Every single car that you start to pull up onto the back of, you sniff the charts. Let's go down to David Haynes, the pits.
Well, we've had a race control decision come through, but about a different incident. It was about contact between the 902 inertia sim racing car against this 911. So maybe they got a little bit of help in that incident. It is a 5-second time penalty to the 902 inertia sim racing car, currently up in second or third. So that will be maybe cold comfort to the 911 back here in 7th. But that is showing that there is some lenient 5-second penalties to be awarded, and then also some bigger penalties for more egregious, less justifiable risks.
So that was Eero Tuominen in the 902, sitting second position right now, but just half a second ahead of teammate Danny Korpi aboard the 900. And more traffic for these guys to contend with. A GT4 car separating them and a slightly delayed 991 Cup car. And the gap is created. Anders has got a better run of things out of the corner, had a better traction as well. Now he can also box his opponent behind the BMW. The GT4 car will not be travelling as fast, will not have the brakes. He's trying to make it 3 wide. Oh, that's a great move. Well done for keeping that one clean. And finally, Burst have managed to clear and get ahead and move up one more position after contact on the first lap. The car looks pretty clean, though. It doesn't look like it was big contact, if there was contact at all. Maybe it was just a squeeze. But either way, change of position and beautifully done.
And at last, Anders Dahl will finally be singing the YMCA song after getting past the YMCA car right there. A brilliant move, just making sure that his margins were well calculated, making just a slight bit of contact, but that's not something that discouraged him in the end. And as you can see right now, he has got his eyes fixed on the next target as the GTL VRT Red team, only 3 odd tenths ahead of them. And take a look at this replay once again, going down the inside, just brushing past and saying, hey yo folks, that's me up ahead now, I'm going to focus on the next one.
Yeah, he did have enough of an overlap there, and I was expecting him to try and box the competitor behind the GT4 car, but it was quite aggressive from the 999 to be able to kind of wiggle his way and find a space. But by that point, the drag up the hill, 911 had the advantage and had the overlap. So really, it was the only other outcome would have been the 999 car collecting the GT4 guy and heading off into the kitty litter. So now Burst Esports with a couple of corners of clear air. GT4 car to clear. That should be easy pickings. And as you say, has Jaroslav Cebula in the 979, and that will be at 5th position in class. At the moment, it is MSI Esports Blue that lead by 3.6 seconds from Williams Esports Chill Blast. Arthur Leok is 5 seconds to the good of Racecraft Esports, and then MSI Esports Red in 4th, Leo Racing Team 21 in 5th position. That's in the GT3 category, and there is visually the gap between the two cars with clear air, would you believe? As we get more into this race and the traffic starts to spread out, there won't be a single lap where it's clear air for these GT3 cars. There'll be so much traffic to contend with. In the 991 category class cars, we've seen Williams Esports leading that by 9.9 seconds over the two Inertia cars that are running together. Inertia 902 ahead of 900, and in fact with that penalty 900 would go ahead, and 907, which is Go Team Racing, would also inherit a position. So lots to kind of shake out there once we get penalties applied, but either way, Williams with a commanding advantage. There they are, not having to worry about defending, not having to worry about traffic, and again having a nice clean run of things. Lassie back aboard that car right now. Down in the GT4 category is Squadra Corsa now leading. So that's a change. Pure Sim have dropped to 2nd in class. I wonder if that is through the traffic. You can see Pure Sim contending with traffic right now. And BS Competition in 3rd position. Niels Koch aboard that car, which means Squadra Corsa's black machine is down to 4th in class. That's a change, but those front 5 are pretty close together. They're all basically in one shot there. And whilst there's, I suppose, a 5-second deficit between Pure Sim and BS Competition for 2nd in class, but BS have got Squadra Corsa 1.8 back and Torque Freak Racing just half a second behind them. So pretty close between all of those cars. And there is Torque Freak Racing chasing down the second of the Squadra Corsa cars, a black entered car of Alex Tarantino in that car right now. And in fact, BS Competition just ahead, running almost Works BMW colours. Almost. It's kind of a play on, isn't it, from BS Competition? But that's a good little battle to keep an eye on, and plenty of curb hopping going on in the BMW. Very, very nice. And then the last of our classes is incredibly close. TCR. Squadra Corsa TCR leading by 0.6 of a second over Sim RC with Jurgen Frank aboard. 0.2 of a second is Pure Sim Esports with Ross McFarlane. And then they've got Corentin Gunez in the HM Engineering, and then MSI Esports TCR with David Perez. half a second back. Frozen full send is half a second back as well. So what is that? 6, 7 cars all on the same piece of tarmac, all trying to deal with traffic and the GT3 cars coming through.
Yep, that's a big pack with TCR cars, in fact. That's essentially around 6 odd cars altogether. And then we have the Impulse Racing 122 of Martin Asher starting back another pack. So for the GT3 cars, normally you'd like all of them to come together in one big pack. So now they're split up in 2. And for them, it's just going to be that much trickier to get their moves done because they'll be fighting more TCR cars on the whole. So we see the Mercedes coming past. They will be, of course, getting blue flags waved, so shouldn't be that hard. But sometimes the traffic can just be a bit of a pain in the backside, let's call it that way. But so far, so clean. But in the background as well, the TCR cars, look at them literally chasing up the draft. That I see is the Frozen Speed Full Send Racing car of Steel Ledger closing up on the MSI Esports car of Mark Perez. So perhaps we could see a move in the background right here coming up towards Tamburello.
It's all about momentum. They don't want to be criticised.
Oh, no!
What is he doing on the grass? That's not even a... Hopefully that was a kind of a connection issue from our end rather than his driving, because almost kind of scared off the track by the GT3 car. I was just going to say, it's all about momentum. In these TCR cars, you have to make sure you're compromised as little as possible by these GT3 cars coming through. Does feel like Steel Ledger definitely was off track. He just lost a little bit of ground, but just look at this train of cars now heading up the hill, and it's, as you say, there's really nothing between them. They've already been lapped twice by the GT3 category cars. Maybe they'll now have a little bit of a respite, but of course the GT3 cars just begin the process of the then 991 cars coming past in just a few moments. Here is a replay. Yep, he was completely off track.
And that's just enough to worry all your team members if they're looking on. They'll just be biting their fingernails saying, "Oh goodness, Steve, watch out, mate."
Yeah, keep concentration. We've only been going 35 minutes. We've still got 5 hours and 25 minutes to go in this race. Stay focused. Very, very important. It's so easy to make a mistake as well. You're throwing these cars over the curbs so much. And very, very easy just to hit the curb wrong, and that can easily throw you off track, give you an off track. And as we've already spoken, incident points are so stringent in the NEO Endurance that you really can't afford too many off tracks. It does look as though here at Imola, though, and I have to say I don't confess to doing that many laps around here, off tracks look as though they're quite relaxed, let's say.
In comparison, they are. When you go to a circuit like Spa, if you've only even put half a wheel outside, the iRacing police will give you a slap on the wrist and say, "Hey, that's one incident point for you." But at Imola, they do allow you to use the AstroTurf just a little bit more. But if you go beyond the sausage curbs, you could not even either, in fact, you will get a couple of penalty points, and then perhaps maybe even do an Alex Pironi if you're unlucky enough.
I suppose in a TCR car, sausage curbs are something you can play with, but probably in a GT3 car, you wouldn't want to hit them. The cars are too heavily sprung, and it will just upset the car. But David was saying a little bit about different pinch points around the circuit. Where are the places that the cars and the drivers need to be aware of that they need to make sure they stay on the track, David?
Well, we've seen that, and as Sumil said, there's a couple places, for example, here at Piratella, where you can use the AstroTurf, and that is all okay, but the actual grass is a no-no just about everywhere. And the places around here where the drivers have to be really careful is staying in contact with the curb coming up the hill on the exit of Aqua Minerale. Of course, Variance Alta here, where you jump across the curbs. If the car doesn't land right and you push out a little wide, you could get an incident point for an off-track there. One of the other places you'll start to notice is on the exit of Tamburello, they can use a little bit of the AstroTurf there, but then it ends very abruptly and becomes grass. We actually saw Steel Ledger do that on this lap, where he, at the third apex of Tamburello, tracks out a little bit, but then very much hurries to get back on the paved stuff right as the AstroTurf abruptly ends.
I mean, I don't know whether the timing screen is lying or not, but according to the timing screen that I'm looking at, not a single car has got an incident point yet, which would surprise me considering how easy especially in iRacing, it is to just do that little bit extra, push a little bit too hard and end up across the curve. Side by side here for 4th position in the 991 category, and that's Go Team Racing moving up ahead with Robin Usland at the wheel, and that is ahead of Danny Corpy. So why is Inertia now dropping back?
No.
Is Marla Racing's facing the wrong direction? From 8th position, certainly a couple of Mercedes going past there, but Sami Matti Trogan has made a mistake. Let's see the replay, Simon.
Sami Matti Trogan, obviously one of the top drivers, and that's just the point that David mentioned. Piratella, he goes past Piratella just fine. There's a bit of GT4 traffic, gets on the grass at Aqua Minerale. Oh, indeed, yeah. That's a rather bizarre one. So, Leo Racing Team number 12, Dino Lombardi, yet again, Ben, in an incident.
Tricky one, because I imagine that the Marla car is really checked up here. Yeah.
Oh, no.
That's really poor driving from Dino, because he should have been able to predict that Marla were going to be going slower, considering they were compromised by the GT4 car, and he drove the corner like there was no one else there.
Yeah, and that's a bit strange, because the Marla Racing team, they just immediately lost speed because they got on the sausage curb, and that can literally kill off your momentum in half a second. And Dino Lombardi, to his credit, there was not really a lot of reaction time that he had in mind, but that was a rather bizarre one, let's call it that way. So we get a replay, the back camera in fact, and he gets punted around.
Yeah, I mean, I think from Dino's perspective, you could see that something was going to happen. You would need to be a bit more careful and cautious, and he just wasn't. He was, as I say, driving like there was no car in front of him. So David will be keeping up to date with all of the stewards' decisions. We'll be able to have a look and find out exactly what happens, but it's not going well for this first stint for Dino Lombardi. Let's go down to David now.
Yeah, we've had a decision come through from the stewards about the contact in turn 1 between Racecraft Esports and Red Camel Esports. This is the wording from stewards. No further action. Car 98 Red Camel moved in reaction to Racecraft Esports. No further action, which in itself is really a penalty on Red Camel, because they are out of this race. Racecraft carry on in 3rd.
Yeah, just the one retirement so far from the 56 entries, and that was a collision right here, in fact, with this car about 10 minutes into the race, where they were heavily defending and, as the stewards rightly pointed out, moving around under braking and defending, and didn't really give Rasim, who was aboard the Racecraft Esports car, any opportunity to get out of punting the rear end of Red Camel. Red Camel firing off to the right-hand side into the barrier and out of the race. But the question for me is how much damage Racecraft have from that contact. For the moment, they are lying 11 seconds back off Williams, who are up in 2nd position. Williams 5.5 back from the leader, Alejandro Sanchez, right now. So the GT3 battle has kind of stretched out, and I guess it's something you expect to happen when there is so much lappery to do something.
Yeah, exactly. And Racecraft Esports, from the looks of things, have not really been impacted that much as they hop around the sausage curves around here. And as we can right now see them doing a couple of laps on track, they in fact are not too far back. In fact, their best lap time, their personal best, was around a 1 minute 42.7, which is pretty much around a 10th in and around the pack right ahead of them. So they've got the MSI Esports car on, and SimSport, Leo Racing and the Maniti team all within a couple of tenths of this particular lap time. So I wouldn't say that Racecraft Esports have been very badly impacted by the same, but there is a big gulf between their lap times and what Williams Esports, Shield Blast and MSI Esports Blue have been doing.
David reporting down from the pits that Racecraft did set their PB, their personal best lap time, after the contact. So if they have been compromised, they haven't been compromised too much. They got away with it. But contact like that can easily, maybe not give you damage that you can see visually, but certainly give you a feel that something is not quite up. Anyway, they have a decent advantage of 5.5 over MSI Red. Danny Elgabe aboard that car right now. There he is with traffic to contend with. And then the first of our Mercedes, Ronan Simsport, doing well, keeping that Mercedes up in 5th position. Just a reminder that we have 13 extra kilos on the Audi over the Mercedes. Mercedes running to the BOP that's set by iRacing, but the organisers deciding to add 13 kilos to the Audi. And I wonder whether that will have any detrimental effect on tyre life come the end of these stints.
And now there is a big battle going on in the TCR category. The number 159 HM Engineering TCR car is getting ever so closer on the Pure Sims Esports car. We saw Pure Sims early on losing a couple of positions and then fighting hard for P number 2. Now, once again, they are being chased by Quentin Guinness behind the wheel of that Audi RS3 LMS car. And from the looks of things, that HM Engineering car has made up quite a few positions because it has passed the Frozen Speed Full Racing car and the MSI Esports TCR car as well, as far as I can remember. So it's good going for them.
Nice progress. Everyone's so equal on lap times up in TCR, so it really is a case of just not being disturbed too much by the traffic coming past, and as soon as you do so, easy opportunity for a change of position. Looking back on the left hand side, looking forward on the right hand side on the battle for 3rd position. Pure Sim Esports with Ross McFarlane on the left and Quentin Guinness on the right hand side. A little bit wide there from McFarlane. Of course, these are front wheel drive cars, so a little bit harder to kind of keep control of them if you do get a little bit of understeer and you are heading south across the curb. Then to come out of the throttle is one way of doing it, but then you slightly unbalance the car. So a very different way of driving front wheel drive to the rest of the field, which are all rear wheel drive. Running that curb there on the right hand side through the chicane, and now heading downhill, the tricking braking zone of Ravazza, because it's downhill, because you're trying also to carry speed through the first part, and you do have gravel on the outside. Reminder that this is a track used by the World Superbike Championship, as the GT3 cars starting to do their lappery again, and so we do get gravel traps. The motorbikes go left here for a final chicane and then rejoin this circuit. Quite different layout to what we saw back in the mid-90s when this was a Formula 1 track, but ultimately the characteristics, the feel of the track, pretty old school, barriers very close, mistakes punished, and that is a nice little move around the outside there.
That is a brilliant move by David Perez at Tamburello. Not really the best of places to make a move around the outside of DCR car, but you tell that to David Perez and he just does not bother with that. Getting the position on the HM Engineering car, regaining it I should say rather. And Perez with just the cojones, that's what I would call it.
I wonder how that happened, because we were watching that car and it didn't seem as though he'd made any particular errors in terms of momentum. Slightly wide perhaps in the second part of Ravazza, but it was enough of a mistake somewhere to give Perez just that little extra kilometre of an hour to drag onto the tail, and then, as you say, round the outside of the first part, giving you the inside for the second part. If you're brave enough to do it, it is a very nice move done. So now, can he check out? We've got dribbles of GT3 cars coming past, but at the moment it's not a big clump, and therefore quite easy for these TCR cars to keep abreast of what's actually going on. It's when a battle pack comes through that it's really, really hard to know where to place your car.
But it's not all over yet, because the HM Engineering TCR car still getting closer on the back of the MSI Esports machine. The battle may be lost initially, but the bigger war still goes on for 5 hours and 13 more minutes. And that essentially means that we could be around, 10 odd minutes until the GT3 cars get into the pit lane. So the action should be starting right about now, at least in the pit lane. And that would just mean that we get to see David doing a lot more back there.
What they need to do, though, is they do need to try and stretch to the hour mark. If they can't do that, then they are compromised throughout the race. We're not going to have any safety car periods. We're not going to have any way, really, that they can save fuel economically. They're going to have to do it on the track. So this really sets the precedent at the start of his first stint, as we've got 16th position, car collection Audi facing the wrong direction. Adrian Fruwerth in the number 11 car. What's he been up to? And he's got traffic to contend with, TCR car to get past. Oh, wow. Oh, dearie me. That is that's going down to Ravazza, and they've managed to tangle on the straight.
Oh, what a save. What a save. Well, now that's one for the car collection, not for the GT3 car, that's what I can say at least.
That was Team Mad getting assaulted, and so this is a bit further back. Can't really understand what has happened here. He's just not leaving enough space, is he?
Oh no! Oh, he just gets clobbered. But he still saves it. That's just mad driving by Team Mad right there. Just to save, in fact. That's one for the Hall of Fame, for sure.
But I fear another penalty for a GT3 car. Let's see this again. There's a whole track to his right-hand side, and there was nowhere else that TCR car could go. Was the TCR car drifting a little bit to the middle of the track? Perhaps. But there is no need to be scraping along the barrier, like along the door, like he was trying to do. So another one for David to keep an eye on in terms of penalties, because I'm pretty sure that there's a penalty. Yeah, look at that. He's not done anything wrong. He's got clobbered, but he's kept the car out of the barriers. Yes, he has. Mark Woodhouse doing a very nice job.
I'm not quite sure whether to feel good or bad about this whole incident, because on one side you absolutely hate to see contact between any sorts of fast and slow categories in any endurance race in the world, but just that save was enough to make my day. But I'm afraid that the GT3 car will be having, let's say, a couple of words with the stewards, because they'll not be pretty impressed with the way things have gone. And as you mentioned, Ben, there was a whole circuit just for him to go wide. And yes, Imola is tight for sure, but still, that was enough place there.
No visible damage, though. I'm sure there is some damage that the car is feeling, but they, Team Mad, running at kind of the tail end of the TCR field anyway. They are penultimate position. They are actually 0.9 of a second ahead of last. So there is last, the Fitzy Motorsport, Harrod Sadler in the white machine. And actually, it could be a change for last position. Because being slightly compromised by the GT4 car there is Team Mad, maybe also slightly compromised in terms of damage, and so we might see a change for last position. But remember, also Team Mad have got a 60-second penalty to take, presumably at their first pit stop, and so yeah, that's bad to worse. They are going to be well out of it by the time we get to that point. Coming up to the hour mark, the first hour of our 6-hour race here for the 24H series of races, powered by VCO in partnership with RSL as well. And back to the middle of our GT3 category battle and the middle of the 991s as they all try and make their way past the BMW GT4 car. Interesting that only 5 teams decided to choose the BMW over the Porsche, and that again will be something that is now fixed for the season. We might see some teams dropping in and out of various races, but they cannot change their car. They can slightly change their driver lineup, and there are loads and loads of complex rules around that, because some teams have only got 2 drivers, others have got 4 or 5 drivers, and so how does the amount of driving time work in the regulations for this?
Right, so the driving time, I think the last I can remember, I think the maximum that you can do in this case is around what? Well, I'll actually have to look back. That's a really good point. I completely forgot that for a couple of seconds.
I think they said 70. No single driver can do 70%.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I'm not sure about the exact number that we've got here for this 6-hour race, because the length of the races vary accordingly, because we've got a couple of 6 hours, then ones that are a bit longer than that. So the drive time is
I guess if you've got five drivers, then it's basically one driver per hour. I'm not quite sure why you would necessarily choose that, depending on the team. Team Mad, for instance, they have 5 drivers. They've got 2 drivers that are barely above 2,000 iRating. And let's go down to David, in fact. He's got talk on penalties down there.
Well, that's back from earlier. You were talking about Team Mad and how there's a 60-second penalty looming over their head. How the penalties are going to be served in this race and in this season, in this championship all season long, is there's a penalty box at the end of pit lane. After the pit boxes and before pit exit, teams will most likely come in, take their normal pit lane service, and then move out of their pit stall towards the penalty box at the end of the lane, remain stationary for the amount of time penalty they have, and then proceed onwards. And then also, just to wrap up the talk about the driver swaps and such, what we're definitely going to expect to see out of, I dare say, near every category here, is the possibility of double stinting tyres and more. And of course, the popular in vogue thing to do is to have one driver swap when you also change the set of tyres, so expect a lot of double stints.
That's okay if you've got 3 drivers, and many of our GT3 category cars have 3 drivers, but for instance Leo Racing entered with 5 drivers, maybe not running yet, haven't managed to make that damage after their various incidents. The interesting thing to look out for, if the car goes up in the air, that is a driver, that tyre change, and if their helmet disappears, it's a driver change. Neither of those things happen. Stopped for 41 seconds for a full tank of fuel, now goes into a penalty box.
Yes, there was a different to what we saw in Aqua Minerale. In Tamburello, there was also contact between this car and the number 12 Leo Racing team. On that particular occasion, Marla Racing team were found at fault, so that is them serving a 10-second stop in the penalty box there before they continue and carry on. We're still waiting on Stewart's decision about the incident we saw at the time between Marla Racing team and Leo in Aqua Minerale.
Now Racecraft in the pits from 3rd position. Ronan Simsport, the Mercedes coming into the pits. Both of the Leo Racing team cars, 21 and 12, are also in the pits on the hour, but just the wrong side of the hour. A little bit of fuel saving may needed to be done. Bila Racing team, haven't spoken about Bila Racing at all. The Euronic sponsored team have really been at the back end of the field, but both of their cars are in pits, as is the Inertia GT3 car. So lots and lots to watch out for. Any driver changes or any tyre changes are interesting, but for the moment the strategy does seem to be stay with the driver and stay with the tyres that you've already used. Riley now in the back of shot as well.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to start with a strong driver and you're going to double stint your tyres, as everyone to this point has done, no rattle guns, no fresh tyres down on pit lane at the first stop, so then you leave your starting driver in for what will be at least a double stint on those tyres. It's uncommon and unpopular to change drivers at a stop where you don't change tyres. And when racing drivers get in, they like a fresh set of boots, so it's double stints from everyone who's been on the lane so far.
Now, interesting to see how these tyres react from the second stint, I should say. So, how far can they go? Right, MSI and Williams now 1 and 2 into the pits, and in fact, look how close they are. MSI had a 10-second lead, but coming into the pits, they are nose to tail. Something's gone on there.
Because they spun. So we've had Dominic Stave, one of the Williams drivers, very kindly come up and inform us of this very thing that we missed while we were focusing on the pit stops. The MSI Esports blue car that was leading actually had a spin. That is absolutely disastrous, and thankfully for them, they had a big cushion for them, and they would still thereabout be in the lead situation. So we take a look at this replay, and Aqua Minerale it is yet again, diving down low and losing the rear end. The Audi is known to be a twitchy car, it's hard to drive, and that just puts them on the back foot then.
It absolutely does. A slow stop for Leo Racing team. They obviously decided to do some damage repair. So a 122. Oh no, that would have been because they had a penalty, wouldn't it? So 116 seems to be a pit stop, full pit stop, and in the lane time if you don't have a penalty. Now we've got a battle on for the lead. Look at this, the two of them coming out of the pits completely locked together. There's been a 10-second gap in the first stint of our race, and now there is nothing between MSI Esports Blue, Alejandro Sanchez, and Arthur Leoc in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. We have got a battle on our hands for hour 2 as all of our pit stops cycle through. Keep an eye, David, on who really loses out in the pit stops. I know that we've already seen Dino Lombardi do a longer stop because of his penalty. He was longer in the lane than the rest. And now we've got the 911 class cars in as well.
Yeah, we do. That's maybe a tiny bit earlier than I would have expected. But maybe they are trying to also run to that 1 hour. Almost everyone in. And again, this is another class where we expect them to double stint the tyres because they fuel and then take tyres. So it's time to be saved on pit lane if you're kind to your tyres and take them for more than one stint.
Well, we're going to have a change here because Williams up on the jacks and changing tyres, but Inertia is 902 leaving pits without tyres. The other car, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, changing tyres. So a different strategy from 902, who's gone out and doing a second stint on those tyres. That is something to watch out for, although of course Inertia do have to sit in the penalty box as well.
Exactly, that penalty box just on the right-hand side there as they're on their way out of the pit lane. So far more so than the GT3 class, the 991 class has some very split strategies there. Some old tyres, some new tyres.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on exactly who did what. We certainly saw Inertia pulling out the pits without changing. We did see the Williams up on the jacks and the second Inertia car, so there's 00 car also. Now, YMCA, Kimi Rovanpera, he has got himself up into second in class. This is the battle for the lead now, side by side, as they try and get past GT4 slower class cars, and MSI really on the back foot here, having to defend, going through Toza. Williams trying to go around the outside. That's not going to happen, but it may give them more momentum as they go up the hill. Very good racing from Alejandro Sanchez, giving him space on the right-hand side, all the way up at the hill, running, trying to keep the momentum. Of course, the hill is what means that you gain less momentum. Now MSI right on the outside there as they go back down the hill. Williams trying to have a look to the inside. Not an easy place to overtake through the Variante, the Acqua Minerale part of the track. And now up to Variante Alta, which is not a place to really go side by side, but perhaps when they get to Ravazza and they chase that traffic, we may see a change. Really, really aggressively riding the curbs. This is the battle for the lead of the race. The GT3 category that's been so quiet in the first stint of a race has come alive thanks to what we hear was a spin from MSI right at the end of their stint just before going into the pits.
Now this is the
GT4 car.
I'll go for you.
GT4 car, I thought might compromise MSI, but they just about managed to clear it at the right moment, and there's a little bit of space now between the two cars.
Now remember, both of these guys also not...
Here the 3 GT4 cars, Williams just getting through, holding the inside line, 3 more to contend with. Will they get them before Variante Alta? They might get one, but there's also a 991 class car in there too. This is bottom twitching moments for the GT3 class, and that's not where you want to catch a GT4 class, which is just basically a kink these days. And now the long run to Tamburello and the next braking zone.
And that GT3 car is, of course, the car running in P number 16 in the GT3 category. That, folks, I think would be the EFP car collection by TECE. That's the one getting lapped. And now this battle continues almost on the grass right there, just keeping on the AstroTurf on the very edge. These guys are pushing the limits extremely hard. They just have to make sure that they don't crack, because there's still time left on the clock. If you make a mistake here, it'll impact you all the way down till the very end. Coming towards Piratella now.
It feels like a sprint race right now, doesn't it? We've had
does.
just over an hour's worth of racing, and all of a sudden it's come alive. 7 seconds to the good over third position Racecraft Esports. No one really doing anything different in GT3 in terms of pit stop strategy. They all hit the hour mark. Some of them had to serve little penalties, but ultimately no big changes, no different strategies to look out for, perhaps other than Ronin, who dropped down to 11th. Now, let's go down to David. I'm interested to know, David, with a 1 minute 45 pit stop time, is that tyre changing territory for the Mercedes?
Well, indeed, Ronin Simsport was one of the teams that I'm seeing a minute 10 for their pit stop time there, and that would be all fuel, all tyres, but Battles on the lead for you here.
Yeah, just being put to the wrong side of the track into Ravazza, and still fighting hard. So yeah, 1:10 would be the stationary time, David, I guess. But in terms of lane time at 1:45, that would be tyres.
Yes, indeed, it would be. Not 100% sure if we saw them up on the jacks, but that's exactly the time I'd expect to see in the pit lane if they were going for tyres early. Ronin Simsport had some very good results last season from going on some contra tyre strategies to some others. They got on the podium despite never really having top 3 qualifying pace, so they are one of the GT3 teams to keep your eye on. When they do something different to everyone else, it often actually works out for them.
Leo Racing Team 21, another team also to be long in the pit stops, so presuming a change of tyres for them. Fresher tyres later on in the stint, how will that play out? I mean, they're losing about half a minute by doing so that really needs to be a huge advantage. Oh, was that contact with Williams? It looked as the TCR car turned in, they somehow managed to keep momentum and get right onto the tail of MSI going into Acqua Minerale. But I think there might have been the lightest of touches. Expected to go down the inside of the TCR car, but then the TCR car kind of turned in. Oh, it was a GT4 car, sorry, not a TCR car.
Oh, goodness me, catch your breath if you can in this case. This battle for the lead is just being ramped up, and the intensity levels, well, the dial has just been turned up to 11. You can see the MSI Esports blue car frustrated with the traffic. Alejandro Sanchez making it very clear with his headlights, you slow car, move away. You do not want to interfere with me. And look at this, he's gained up a little bit of a gap after that incident with the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, so he can just perhaps take a slight deep breath, because there's a gap of almost a second here. But tell you what though, with Arthur Lehouk behind the wheel, that gap can come down in the blink of an eye, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. They are basically sharing the same piece of tarmac, so they're coming across the traffic at a very similar point. When you do have those big gaps, like we saw in the first stint, then they find traffic at different points, and sometimes you have this kind of seesaw effect where this car might come across at Villeneuve chicane, for instance, just as they have now, but Williams might come across them at a different corner. In fact, as has just happened, as Williams tries to go around the outside at Tosa, that's very wide. It may even be an incident point for Williams having to do that, eventually clearing the 911 Porsche, and that happens for the moment. On board now with Williams. Heading down the hill, GT4 car. Is he going to turn in? Is he not? Can I go up the inside? Yes, maybe I can. Yes, I'm going to go for it. Oh, that was tight. You could see the TCR car starting to turn in, and the spotter, the automatic spotter that is in iRacing, would have given that a very, very late call to him, because it's just slightly slower, the spotter, than you have that you really want to, and than what we see. So that was a very, very tight moment for Arthur Lehouk. Now a bit easier to get down the inside here and into Ravazza. And we will get David after our first round of pit stops. We'll get David to do some chats to some of our drivers. It would be quite cool to hear from some of our competitors. Now we're 1 hour and nearly 15 minutes into the race, and this little battle has slightly calmed down. Arthur Lehouk's got a little bit of work to do now to get back onto tail. The gap is just under a second. It's 0.8 of a second. 6 seconds to the good over Racecraft in third position, and then it's Manti Racing in third. We didn't really talk about Manti Racing. Here's Burst Esports trying to get past and up into 5th position. That has happened. How have they ended up down there? Well, there are a couple of cars that have kind of artificially promoted themselves up through the field. I think including that volip.com Volante, Michael Pearson aboard that car. He is double stinting those tyres, and so that is why he's kind of slightly artificially up ahead of some of the others. Here is a replay. Ooh, dearie me, far too much curb from Kimi Rovanperä. Now, Kimi was another guy to double stint his tyres, so I'm not sure we're seeing that play out at that particular moment in time, but riding over the curbs perhaps was not necessarily a particularly good thing to do in that particular moment. So Rovanperä, I think, was second in class, so certainly worth running through what's been going on in the 991 class. Inertia lead, the 902 car did not take tyres. Then Williams Esports that had the 10-second advantage going into the pits. They did take tyres. They lie second, but there's a big gap between the two because of that. Then GTL VRT Red 979. They're third in class, did not take tyres. YMCA Esports Kimo Rovanperä, we just saw making that error. They did not take tyres, so that's 999. 911 Burst Esports did take tyres, so Anders is now within a second of YMCA. Let's see if that changes in the next couple of moments. And Ori's racing team did not take tyres. Marcus Nunes. Michael Pedersen did not take tyres in the woolip.com Volante racing car. That's 927. And then the real loser, I suppose, was Inertia. 900. Danny Corpy was, third position? He is way down now, having taken tyres. So it doesn't look as though a real split between the two. And we will find out at the end of this stint who made the right call, because there's a lot of cars up from doing a double stint, whereas others have not. Again, Williams having to really thread the eye of the needle down at Acqua Minerale to get through the traffic. Just seems to be playing into the hands at the moment of MSI. It just seems to be slightly better position for him. Samil?
Yeah, but in terms of the pace as well in the 991 GT3 Cup category, there is quite a big gap. In fact, we are seeing certain cars go much faster than the others, because I think we saw the GTL VRT red car who did not take tyres. They went in for a 1 minute 46.484, whereas Williams, who are just one position ahead of them, they had a lap time, the last lap time of 1 minute 44.552, so that's approximately 1.52 odd seconds being lost per lap if you do not take tyres. So what the double stint give it, we take it back as well.
Absolutely, and we'll only really know how it will feel when we come to the end of this stint. The loss of time from running on old tyres and old rubber, the gain of time from not having to stop so much, that half a minute basically difference from taking tyres or not taking tyres. Battle for the lead between Williams and MSI Esports. Arthur Leok aboard the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. He'll be handing over to his teammates Martin Christensen, and Dominic Stabe is with David Haynes in the pits.
Yeah, indeed. I've just grabbed a hold of Dominic Stabe from Williams Esports Chillvast. Obviously, very tense time for your team right now. Same strategy between you and the leader. What's going to be the advantage that is going to help you win this fight?
Oh, it's really hard. MSI is really fast. We saw it in the first stint. They pulled a 8-second gap before the spin. So we just try to stay with them right now. And maybe if there's an opportunity in traffic and we have a chance, of course, we are going to take it.
Imola's a very exciting track to drive, but you talk about traffic, and that has been so key early in this race. It's not the hugest lap or the most sports car friendly circuit we ever visit. What's the strategy around the traffic? Because obviously stewards are watching very, very closely.
Exactly. Of course, first priority needs to be to play it safe. We try to avoid any incident possible, but of course Arthur is seeing the leader. He's pushing really hard. We can see it. We had a lot of 0x contacts already. But of course, if we get a penalty, that will hurt a lot, especially with our pace being up close, so we need to stay clean for sure.
You, Arthur, and Martin Christensen all jumped behind the wheel during practice. Are we going to see all three of you in the race?
Yes, everyone is lapping 2 hours, so after that Martin will continue and I will finish the race later on.
We've just seen side by side an issue for BS Competition GT4. We'll get to that one when we're done here with Dominic Stabe, but quickly, while we've got you on air on iRacing Esports Network and other platforms, anyone you want to thank and just share your thoughts for the rest of this race from Williams Esports?
Yeah, of course we need to thank all our sponsors. They are helping us a lot. We have great simulators at home, best equipment to drive as fast as we can. And also I have to thank my teammates. The last week of preparation went really well. We have a good car under us and yeah, we're really looking forward for the last 4 hours.
There we go, Ben. Lots going on, and Dominic Stabe eagerly watching his teammate, but also preparing to get behind the wheel later on and maybe continue this fight.
Yeah, MSI getting really compromised into Acqua Minerale this time. Couldn't find a way past the 991 car ahead of Inertia. And even into the braking zone at Variante Alta can't find a way through and gets it a bit messy. This is the opportunity for Williams Esports. They draw up alongside, they're side by side and have more momentum going down into Ravazza. Surely this is deal done for Williams Esports to get themselves to the head of the field in GT3. Oh, and MSI are trying to run them really, really hard around the outside, but surely he's going to have to give it up eventually. They still hold on. There's still an overlap between the two of them and a little bit more momentum gained by MSI by running around the outside. And look, now the advantage is swayed just slightly to the car on the left of your screen. But Williams will have the inside line to Tamburello. They'll need to brake a little bit deeper, a little bit later, or they bail out of it. And they have... Oh, there was contact!
Oh, no!
Was there contact, or did he just brake a little bit too late? He lost the rear end, the Audi's gone round, and MSI, the second spin for Alejandro Sanchez.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look.
Oh, man.
There wasn't any contact, was it? It was just too late on the brakes. The back end broke away. Could have been contact that you can't see, but could feel the lightest of contact, I should say. Visibly, though, there is a space between the two cars in the braking zone. It could just be that he was just trying to be too late on the brakes.
Yeah.
That one looks like contact from that angle, but you can't see the gap between the two cars.
There's barely any, and there are already murmurs of netcode going around in terms of that contact. It was just so close. And first look, it just felt that the MSI Esports car had it done all on his own under braking, which can be the case from the Audi, but it seems like it wasn't exactly the case that way, Ben. There was just a tiny bit of a contact.
If it was definitely unintentional and tiniest of contacts. The way that the car reacted, the way that the car just shimmied sideways quite quickly would suggest, as we see a Mercedes gaining, Ronin Simsport moving up ahead of Biela Racing Team Euronics, who've just simply been invisible this race so far. It's the first check-in with Euronics, to be honest. They've really been at the tail end of the field. They have made up a bit of ground. The 45 car is up in 7th. The 46 here now drops down to 10th, and that is Ronin Simsport on their fresher tyres in the Mercedes, starting to make progress. Is this now the time, well, about halfway into the stint, where the better tyres start showing their hand? Because Ronin Simsport, the first of our cars in 9th position to have the fresher tyres.
And just take a look at the damage that the BS competition BMW M4 GT4 has got right here. They, as we saw in the replay when we were chatting with Dominic Stabe, got punted around at the back, and that just looks like a sorry little car in the background. But meanwhile, Biela Racing Team Euronics have to navigate past them. Even though the blue flags will be waved, it's not as simple, is it?
Doesn't seem to be, doesn't it? The took a few corners for Biela to find a way through. I'm surprised to see that BMW is able to run in the sort of shape that it is. It was a heavy front-end contact into the wall, and certainly will not be benefiting too much now. We check in with Dino Lombardi. Leo Racing Team 12 took some penalties in the pits last time, and they have MSI Esports red in front of them, so they did lose positions, not only from taking those that penalty in their first pit stop, but also the contact and spin that we saw from them They had a real torrid first stint, and Dino Lombardi staying aboard the car, tyres staying on the car, and in fact, even the bodywork looks a little bit sorry for itself, so I wonder whether they left the damage, the option to fix the damage and stay in the pits. Generally in these pro races, Samil, they decide to keep the damage and just drive around it.
Yeah, because the damage isn't really quite impactful in this case. You normally think that it would impact them because GT3 cars are very aero efficient in the way they go about with things. But no, from the looks of things, it isn't really making any major difference. And we saw early on as well, I think it was Racecraft with a bit of damage, and they also set their personal best while the car was damaged. So maybe not having the biggest of impacts in this case.
So the split strategy in 991 category, very, very interesting in that we now have a battle at the head of the field between those two cars, one with a double stint on the tyres and one with a single stint on the tyres, as MSI still under attack from Dino Lombardi, trying to find around the outside there. That was never going to work. So needs to find himself a bit more of a convincing overtaking place to properly get down the inside of MSI. But Williams Esports, I think, may have been even 10 seconds back on inertia in the 936 versus the 902. And now there's 0.2 of a second. There they are, separating the two of them in the 991 class cars. So Lassibach has got new tyres on the car, and Eero Tuominen has not got new tyres. And that gap has come down, I think, 10 seconds in the since the pit stops. Okay, it's taken them 25 minutes to do so, but it does seem as though, certainly in the case of Williams, it was better to change the tyres. Presumably, Samil, because we don't have traction control or ABS on these cars, it's much easier to chew the tyres up, as he's got a great run, and that's going to be easy pickings for Williams to go down the inside and into the lead.
And what makes it worse for inertia is the fact that we still have around 35 odd minutes left in this stint, and they will just be agonizingly losing out on every single lap. And this is the time where Williams can just check out and look back and say, "Bye folks, that's our race over right here." And for the Inertia Racing team, it was a gamble. Of course, they had to roll the dice, but in this case, it's certainly not paying off. But that said, at least in the short run, they are not losing enough time, so they're still on the tail. But eventually, of course, you do expect them to go behind and start falling prey to the other cars in the category.
Burst Esports have also been making up ground. They now sit in third position. They are also benefiting from having a new set of rubber, and they've passed GTL and YMCA. So that's been a good decision to change the tyres. And it's all in the preparation, Samil, isn't it? These guys spend so much of their week setting the cars up, making sure they can test the different strategies to ultimately work out which is the best one to do. Something that in the real world of motorsport you simply can't do. You don't have the track time to be able to do it. But here in the simulator world, every evening, every day, different members of the team will be running alternate strategies to work out which is ultimately the best at each individual venue, with each individual car.
Exactly, and this just reminds me of one very peculiar thing. So initially when I started commentating on sim racing, and I was slightly less aware of how things work out, I just thought that here maybe they'll react to different strategies going around just like we do in Formula 1, like, hey, one person is pitted, might as well I can go off and cover them off. But the teams and drivers here, they've got so much track time, as you mentioned, sometimes heading upwards of 20 odd hours for every particular race, that they know exactly what they're doing. They've got every single situation panned out for, and because we don't really have safety cars in the 24-hour esports series, it really helps them keep things very certain. And even if one of their rivals is going for a double stint or triple, or even if they can for that matter, they won't react. They know exactly what they want to do and they'll stick by it. This sort of confidence that they've got eventually helps them plan out their races far more better, and they're a lot more certain with what they're doing. And a lot of it can just be traced back to the amount of time that they spend in their car. It's amazing.
Had a very interesting chat with the boss of the NEO Endurance series, announcing the partnership between himself, the championship, and VCO on the VCO YouTube channel, and discussing things exactly like that, exactly like why they should or they shouldn't have safety car periods, why they've decided over certain things, why and explaining exactly his philosophies on this whole championship. It's such...
Well, Ben is just facing some slight technical difficulties. He shall be back in only a couple of seconds, and we can then speak about the whole incident in more detail. And he had a very good point about why we do not have a safety car in this category, and perhaps he can come back with more answers on that case in a short bit. Meanwhile then, we have to focus on this amazing battle that we've got in the 911 GT3 Cup category with the Go Team racing car of Henrik Lindhoff. They've changed drivers. They are defending from XVR Sim Racing. And I assume that, Ben, you're back here with us.
Yeah, it's definitely a TeamSpeak thing. Still, everything else is working. It's just TeamSpeak just got bored of me, I reckon. Too much promotion of myself. I'll stop that. Maybe it'll allow me to continue. Good little battle here going on as traffic to contend with, but the TCR head of the TCR battle separated by just 0.2 of a second, as we've seen throughout the whole of the race so far. Of course, a reminder, both TCR and GT4 have yet to stop. David, are we expecting these guys to be coming in soon? We're nearly an hour and a half in. Is it time to get the pit stops started for GT4 and TCR?
Well, it won't be too far away, but with less power than their faster brethren in the other classes, GT4 and TCR can often go closer to 1 hour 40 minutes on their stint. One team that's going to be a problem for, though, is Team Mad, because remember, they registered with the incorrect number and got a 60-second penalty they had to serve. They had to serve that within 90 minutes of the green flag. Well, they haven't come in for a normal stop within an hour 40, so they pitted not long ago and served that one. But for the teams that had a penalty from the green flag in TCR, they've had to adjust their strategy to serve that penalty because of how long their pit window is.
Interesting stuff. We will continue to see just what happens when they do start to pit. A couple of cars at the back of the field now. I can see heading to pit lane. Pure Sim Esports TCR car is in the pits, as is T3 Esports, as we continue to look at this great close battle at the head of TCR. It was, remember, 6 or 7 cars battling over the lead, but now it's reduced to just 2.2 of a second between them. As you can see, 8 seconds clear of MSI Esports TCR, with David Perez, who's done good work to get himself up into 3rd position, HM Engineering 4th, and Impulse in 5th. That means that, who did we lose out of that battle? Frozen Full Send didn't have the pace. They dropped down. I think they were right in the middle of it, as was Husenveld, I think, as well. Into the pits then, with split strategy.
Oh, interesting. Alessandro Bacilega has now made his way up into pit lane, while being the leader of the TCR category in the SRC Squadra Corsa car. Now, Bacilega has been in the car from the very beginning, no driver swaps in that case. And the last I remember with Bacilega, I think... Well, we don't quite have the information on the stops right here, but yeah, they are changing tyres now. It's properly fresh rubber for him.
And this is often what we see out of TCR pit stops, is not a lot of weight on the rear tyres. They're not the driven wheels. The rear tyres can last a long time. A lot of TCR pit stops, they take the fuel, they change the front tyres, leave the rear tyres on. So that's one thing to keep an eye out here on this stop for Bacilega, but indeed a lot of other TCR cars coming on the lane, going up on the jacks, because unlike their brothers in the Porsche Cup class and GT3, they're allowed to fuel and change tyres at the same time. You see Bacilega drop down, still waiting on fuel there, but if he was changing all 4 tyres, he'd be still waiting on the tyres. So that's the fastest way to do it. 54.4 seconds stationary time for Bacilega. He stays in the car, fuels that thing up, and changes, I would say, only the front tyres.
So expect the next pit stop to be halfway into the race, then one more with an hour and a half to go. pretty simple strategies by the looks of things, and allowing maybe for a little bit of flexibility as Squadra Corsa in the GT4 category. The BMW now comes into the pits. We can see what they're up to with their strategy. Doesn't look like they'll be double stinting their tyres. That would be asking too much, I guess, of the rubber to do half of the race, David.
Yeah, indeed, and maybe it's changed a little bit since I last drove the BMW GT4, but front engined, a lot of weight over the front on that car as well. Starts to feel like a little bit of a boat, wearing out the front tyres quite quickly through the stint, so at least fresh tyres all round really restores the balance, will put the speed back for SRC Squadra Corsa White. And of course, because their fuel goes longer than GT3, than the 991 class, the incentive to double stint the tyres really just isn't there when you're not stopping as often for fuel.
4 drivers aboard that car, so they change over to Sasha Garley. I don't think they're even going to have the ability to put 4 drivers in the car because of the strategy. They can do, well, maybe they can do 4. Yeah, they could do 1 stint each, but it looks as though, are they going to, no, then I thought they might be going to the penalty box, but they're not. Here we go back to the battle for, well, a change in fact for second position, because Alejandro Sanchez, having had that spin at Tamburello, has now got back up ahead of Racecraft Esports. So Rasim Fezul has not been able to keep pace, and basically Alejandro is checked out. No change, no difference in strategy, but 11 seconds now to the good is Arthur Leuk. That was the advantage that Alejandro Sanchez had at the, well, 1 lap before the end of the first stint, before he looped it around. So, you know, all is not done. But certainly these two look like the class of the field. Williams Esports Chill Blast and MSI Esports Blue. Well, that's with these drivers, but of course the next pit stop we do expect to see driver changes, new tyres, and then everything can change again. That's the beauty. Team Mad just
And now we have to focus on Racecraft Esports. They have made their way up the grid, and now the next car on target is the MSI Esports car, the MSI Esports red machine being driven, the MSI Esports blue, mind you, by Alejandro Sanchez, I beg your pardon for that one. And they are fighting through traffic right now, so they've once again encountered a bit of TCR traffic right here, heading towards Villeneuve corner. And normally TCR cars are pretty stacked up with each other. They race in flocks, they're all together, just like a bunch of birds all together. But now it's split up quite a bit. There does seem to be quite a pace gap, and now these GT3 cars are just being able to navigate them just very delicately, and thankfully keeping it all very clean. So then, while we see the Racecraft Esports car at the Piratella corner heading towards Aqua Minerali, we've got Ben back here once again. And Ben, I'm quite curious about the story that you have to tell about the safety cars.
Well, yeah, I mean, the reason why Niels decided that safety cars were not a thing was because safety cars are there for safety, and safety is not something that necessarily exists in the sim racing world, so there would be no need to put a safety car out artificially. They want to keep it as kind of real as possible, and so that is the kind of the decision that they made. We have seen that safety cars and red flag situations, and certainly yellow flags, full course yellows, things like that, do spice up the racing, do make the racing more interesting, do throw an unpredictability into racing. And we know that anything unpredictable, whether it be the weather, whether it be yellow flags, red flags, safety cars, or traffic, do create better racing. We have the multi-class element here that is adding an unpredictable element, which is making this super exciting to watch. But, you know, a single class endurance event, for instance, like we see for the Spa 24 Hours, without safety cars, red flags, weather, can be quite can be a very easily planned race to win if everything goes well, if your drivers are as good as they are, and all these drivers are so highly talented that they can bang in those laps lap after lap without making too many errors if there are no unpredictable elements.
But it's an interesting argument, isn't it? Because on one side, we love to see unpredictability, and that's one thing for the show. But of course, in a series like this one, the 24-hour series esports, I think the main focus is the drivers and the way the competition is run. And we won't see gimmicks like competition cautions or XYZ or even DRS, because sports car racing, thankfully, we don't have that right here. And I think it does make for some very, very good competitive racing on the whole.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what I love about the 24, it definitely adds, well, it allows us to talk about 4 different races for starters, but it adds the unpredictability that creates interest and excitement, where when you watch a single class endurance race, a sprint race is a different thing, but endurance race is a little bit more tricky. So this is why I love this series, whether it be in the real world or whether it be sim racing. It's just as good both ways. Mercedes making up more ground, or is it lost ground? No, that's now making up ground over the second Biela car. So we saw him pass the first Biela car. He's made his way past Manti Racing, and now he's making his way past Biela. This should be an easy pass, and up into 7th. And those tyres, that decision to change the tyres, is it 30 seconds worth of good, or is it just kind of showing off at this particular moment in time?
Well, in this case, I think the Roland SimSport car, I think they're around, a second odd faster than the Biela Racing Team Euronics car. So, quite clearly, I mean, if you're considering 30 odd seconds gain in the pit stop, and they're doing 1 hour worth of racing on the track, there's 1 second for every single lap gain. So, on the whole, I think this move not to take tyres has somewhat backfired.
David, you got penalty news?
Well, exactly. We had our eyes very firmly fixed on the GT3 lead not long ago. There was contact between MSI and Williams. Stewards have, of course, taken a look at that one. They had to, and it is a 15-second time penalty for the number 1 car, your defending champions in Williams Esports. So that is going to add 15 seconds to their next pit stop, which, well, that is certainly costly. Would drop them back into 3rd, the way things run at the moment.
What do we think of that, Samil? I'd say that's a bit harsh in considering how marginal the contact was.
No, absolutely. I think I'll just have to look at it again, but from first impressions and what I can remember, I think it was just a gentle brush off, and I don't think that would require a penalty of sorts. But then again, I'm not down in the credibility of the stewards. They are putting in lots of time and effort into deciding these things, and they are reviewing the angles and all the other things necessary to come to a decision like that. But certainly this is something that will be causing somewhat of a conflict in the chat, at least, and that's what I'm sure about. It is a slightly, let's say, an interesting one, let's call it that way.
Yeah, David's going to be monitoring the chat of our various different feeds, so anything spicy and exciting or any questions we'll be hearing from our pit reporter from Race Spot, Samil also part of the Race Spot team, and myself, Ben Constanduros from RSL and VCO, kind of double hats on one head. Williams here with 11-second advantage, so with that extra 15 seconds, I mean, what it does do is give us a great race, because it's going to put them behind Racecraft. They should be able to clear Racecraft pretty easily, but the problem for them is the pace between Williams and MSI is so tight. Any little thing, whether it be half spin that we saw with MSI, in fact Alejandro Sanchez has been sideways twice. Now that looked very wide from Williams. Over the grass, surely that would have been an incident point as well. Maybe a little bit of frustration from Arthur Leoc. We've seen it before when he gets dealt blows, he can lose his top. So he just needs to be calmed down by his manager Javier, who I'm sure will be listening and watching intently. One of the greatest teams to really be involved with in the whole world of SimSport, Williams Esports. They've got plenty of drivers across all the different platforms that is available to them. but the facilities and support that they get from all of their sponsors as well is absolutely fantastic. And we already heard from Dominic Stave just how much support they get as a team. There are plenty of teams out there, but there's very few teams out there like Williams to really support their drivers and make sure that they operate at their very best. Still running the track limits to their very, very edge as we get close to 2 hours into this race. Williams leading 11 seconds ahead of MSI, then Racecraft Esports in third position. Just going to check to make sure my timing screen is actually updated. No, it hasn't. And just make sure it's good. Manti racing up to fourth position. So they have made good progress, haven't they, over the last couple of laps. We didn't see them in the first stint that high, but in fact, they just lost a position to Leo Racing. So Dino Lombardi is now fourth, Manti is fifth. And then the battle we were just looking at between MSI and Ronan, and Mercedes continuing to make progress. And on the back of the MSI guys now, there they are coming through the screen. That's the next real battle to watch out for as the much better tired Mercedes is marching on to put pressure on Manti and Leo.
Manti Racing were up into B4. I think only a couple, 20-30 odd minutes ago, and so they've lost that position early on. Maniti will be fighting back, and now we should take a look at what's going on right here. Ronin Simsport definitely getting closer. They have always been at the back of this second wheel racing team Euronics car. They've been trailing along, but perhaps it just makes them feel more comfortable to sit behind in the draft. No, it does not make them feel more comfortable, because they try for a move and instantly get bogged down with the sausage curves. And so Ronin Simsport, Philip is definitely pretty annoyed by that. He's flashing his headlights, trying to get the traffic to move aside, and now he's on his toes. Now he wants to get that position. All of a sudden, the drama has just kicked off back here.
Now, interestingly, they've got new tyres, but they kept the same driver in, so that would suggest to me that they're going to single stint every single one of these every one of these stints. They'll change drivers and tyres in the next stint, and then perhaps just tyres on the stint after that, because Felipe in that car for the second stint. Of course, new tyres doesn't just mean better grip through corners, it also means better grip into braking zones and through acceleration zones as well. So ultimately, he has a much better car underneath him in every part of the track than the MSI Esports red car of Daniel Elgabe going into the chicane. He can brake a little bit later, and he's just able to be more controllable on the exit as well. The Audi rode those curbs well, though, almost as though the Mercedes has to be a bit more careful riding the very...
Now, while that goes on, we have to see Ronin Simsport getting ever so close to the reverser section, taking the first left-handed, then for the second one. It's a tricky place to pass, and Ronin Simsport do recognize that, and if you get a good exit right here, oh boy, you can just power out and get something done at the Tamburello corner. So then, the draft is under pressure now. It's coming into factor here. Ronin Simsport, Philip, is getting closer. Time for round number 2. Ooh, that's cheeky defending. Ronin goes down the inside. Can they get 2 in 1? You know what? They have. That is utterly mind-blowing stuff. Ronin getting past the lap car and the MSI Esports car as well. Call it what you want, he was getting a bit aggressive, but he has dug down deep and has extracted an absolute gem of a move. That right there is endurance racing at its finest. And now that Ronin Simsport has finally passed the second of the MSI Esports car as well, they do have a bit of a gap to the other cars up ahead. Just relax, they can take their time. And what a move they've made right here. They will just be feeling so proud about that. And while that digests, it will take a couple of minutes for them to just sink in that, wow, they've made a move like that one. They then have to shift their focus on the cars up ahead of them, Ben.
Yeah, and they should be able to do that. They have lost a little bit of time on the Manatee car by being in this battle, but it's so much stronger that they should easily be able to get onto the tail in the next 10 minutes, because of course we're going to get another round of pit stops pretty soon.
So then, with 4 hours and 12 minutes to go, we are well and truly in the action zone of this race. Moves are being made all across in the GT3s, GT4s, TCRs. Everywhere we see there is drama and there's action everywhere. And that is exactly what we want to see in a race of this category. Of course, 6 hours of Imola this one. It's not a sprint race, it's going to go on for a very, very long time. And this is only just the beginning. And then we see a good battle going on screen. It's the BS Competition team against SRC Quadricorsa. Not BS Competition, they primarily, the BS team in fact, Bureau Sud, they primarily act as PR agents for motorsport teams and they're pretty good at their job. But BS Competition is their sim racing team. They figured that they could publicize themselves a lot better by racing on track, and my goodness me, what a team they are at this stage. And their social media is incredibly well managed. If you're free, just go and have a look at that. And our BS Competition are fighting against SRC Quadricorsa, who not only race in the TCR category but also in this one in the GT4s. 4/10 the gap between both of them as we come towards Rivatsa corner. And this SRC Quadricorsa black team is just looking ever so close and looking ever so confident as both of them get lapped by another one of the GT3s behind. Of course, the BMW front engine in comparison to the mid-wheel drive, the mid-engine Porsche, mind you. And so they have different driving characteristics. And now, in fact, as we approach the mark of 4 hours and 10 minutes, I think it's a good time to just sit behind and watch on as the SRC Quadricorsa black team tries to get something done on the BS Competition team. It's time for Race Sport TV fan immersion.
hours and 7 minutes still remain of the first round of the 24-hour series of races, the 6 hours of Imola to kick off the season, and we are about to get our next round of pit stops. So let's check in with the top 8 so far. Williams Esports leading by 11 seconds over MSI Esports Blue, and Racecraft in third position, holding kind of on the tail of MSI with Leo Racing Team 12, that's Dino Lombardi. Plenty of drama, half a minute down. Manatee Racing in 6th. Ronin Simsport in the Mercedes in 7th as somebody goes grass tracking.
Then, of course, we have all the other teams. Ronin Simsport in 6th, MSI Esports Red in 7th. We've seen them have a bit of a tricky day so far. And then BL Racing Team Euronics, as Ben mentioned early on, just being a bit, let's say, not in the spotlight, let's call it that way. BL Racing Team not having a very quiet day. That's not necessarily bad, then again, not in the spotlight as such. That's the GT3 category for you. Then we move on to the action-packed 911 GT3 Cup class, and man, I love these cars. It's the Williams Esports BenQ car that you see on the screen right now. It's a beautiful livery, this. They're 7 seconds ahead of Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC.com with Burst Esports, YMCA. We've had a bit of a torrid day, tricky day, let's call it that way, and GTL VRT Red, Oris Racing Team, Inertia, the second car, and the WIP Volante Racing Team, who also compete in the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup that we see here on RaceSport TV as well. And we have the TCR car category as well right here.
Yep, indeed. In TCR, leading right now is SimRC, but only just ahead of SRC Squadra Corsa. There's a lot of fuel and tyre strategy games going on here for the win in this class. Pure Sims Esports a little bit further back in 19 seconds back in 3rd, MSI Esports TCR in 4th, and HM Engineering in 5th. Impulse Racing 122 in 6th, Kinetic Racing Velocity in 7th, T3 Esports are in 8th, and Sumil, there's one more class.
There is one more class indeed. Totally forgot about the GT4s for a second. Should never do that. The racing over there is superb. SRC Squadra Corsa White are your leaders in that category as we see this brilliant TCR battle on the screen. Pure Sims Esports are second. Again, SRC Squadra Corsa Black also having a brilliant day on the whole. They are in 3rd. PS Competition, Talk Freak Racing, DRE Endurance, Hell Racers, and then Butler Powell Motorsport Chrome rounding off your top 8. Been a good race so far in all the categories. The traffic is just starting to impact everyone, and we are seeing this brilliant battle in the TCR category and then the GT4s as well. This is Butler Powell Motorsport Chrome with Andy Kern behind the wheel, being chased by Ad Hoc Gaming by My Days, Erlin's Bellwork. I hope I finally got the pronunciation right. And David, I've got a question for you in this particular case. How do you go about with this in the GT4 class? Now, the Porsches are mid-engine. They are pretty well balanced. They don't chew up their tyres as well. But on the whole, we are still approaching a stage where they could be going in the pit lane rather soon. So are they going to be conserving now, or are they going to be attacking at this stage?
Well, I think you're just getting into the meat of the stint here for most of the GT4 cars. As you remember, they all pitted after about 90 or 100 minutes or so into their stints. So they're kind of early into the second stint for GT4. But I think the big problem with the Porsche Cayman, it's not really a problem, it's just sort of a quirk of the way they drive, is they're less stable across the curbs. The suspension damping is not tunable in this class. Not as many things you can adjust on the car. So you do need to be very, very careful with the sausage curbs and with all of the curbs around the track in the Porsche GT4. But then the trade-off of that mid-engine is it's a little bit more nimble.
Just trying to reset up my machine. I've decided to change everything. So give me 2 seconds and I'll be with you.
Big curb hop there, Sumil.
Indeed. As the WIP Volante Racing Team, Michael Pedersen just jumping over the curbs here and there. They are in P number 11. The WIP Volante is quite a successful team in the Carrera Cup category that we had here on Race Sport TV, the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup. A very entertaining series, and Michael Pedersen was one of those drivers that took part, and they're an outfit that's growing in size. They have added quite a few drivers to their mix, and they know a lot about this car as such, but sadly not really turning out to be the best of days for them. But the same can't really be said for all the other teams. We've got HM Engineering also competing. They are currently in P number 10. Jordan Weeks is behind the wheel of that car. And the same can be said for HM Engineering too, in fact. Just like Volante Racing Team, they're growing in size, they're adding multiple drivers to their mix, and it's something really fun to see because 911 GT3 Cup car, it's a bit of an underappreciated gem. Of course, we have it showcased every single week in the Porsche Esports Super Cup Challenge. That is, I think, the premier sim racing category that we've got here on iRacing in terms of road racing. And so this car is quite popular in that department, but in terms of popularity, I think it's not really as big as the GT3s or perhaps even GT4s on the service. So it's good to see them getting a good amount of airtime. Lots of teams actively taking part in trying to expand this category, because there's always the aim, there's always the approach of trying to get to the big Porsche Esports Super Cup Championship, who are actually having their qualifiers being run just in the same time frame. Look at this, the HM Engineering car getting ever so close on the XVR sim racing car of George McClade. And the interesting thing with this, isn't it, David, is that although the battle may be for a rather lowly position, it just doesn't feel like it when you're in the car, does it? There's always this sense of urgency, of excitement, even though they may just be scrapping for P number 9.
Well, exactly. There's different strategies playing out in this class as well. You remember that about half of the field did take tyres, and then maybe 4 or 5 cars didn't. So there's some teams that are hoping that this strategy comes back to them. They can save more time on the pit lane deeper into the race. And talking about on the pit lane, a lot of GT3 cars making their stops right now, including, you can see Ronin Simsport in the foreground taking their fuel. Both of the Biela cars double stacking their pit stops right now.
Also interesting to see, David, that Husqvarna TCR car looking very worse for wear. They've obviously had a big issue that perhaps is another retirement.
Well, at the moment, it is not looking good for them at all in the 148. It's going to pull up exactly how long they've been on the lane there for at the moment. The answer is 8 minutes or so. If we see that car back out, it would be unlikely, and if it was, it'd be very, very delayed. So the Heusenfeld TCR there, a lot of damage. Last in class at the moment. No one sitting in that machine at the moment.
So pit stop cycling through for the 991s, sorry, and the GT3 cars as we've just gone across the hour. So strategy-wise, this looks pretty simple for everybody to make the hour, get everything changed, and then be on par with everything else. Sometimes it's, I think in Monza, ends up being just shy of an hour, and that then starts to make life a bit tricky for strategy. But here looks relatively simple, and we're still waiting, in fact, for some of the leading contenders to take their pit stops, which bodes well, really. They're working themselves a little buffer that they can then play with at the end of the race. Back out the pits. Sven Hasser, I think, is the largest I-rated driver in our field.
Yes, Sven Rasser is in fact the largest I-rated driver on the field, and the exact number for Sven, well, it's something that could really baffle you. It's 9,044 I-rating. Now, if you're new to iRacing, I'll be wondering what this I-rating business is all about. Let me clear it out for you. It's essentially a rating that defines not your skill, but pretty much the kind of results that you've got in iRacing lately, in all league races and all that you compete in. And 9,000 is pretty much at the very top. There's only one person who's ever broken the 10,000 barrier. That's Maximilian Benecke. And so you get a really good idea of what this 9,000 club is all about. But sadly, Ben, it just seems that the I-rating is weighing him down at this stage. It's not like he's not driving well, but the team finds themselves in P number 10, which, let's say, it's not really the best position for them to be in at this stage.
Yeah, 10th in class, 11th overall, because in fact they sit behind Williams Esports, Ben Hughes, 991 class car right now. Biela just not having a day of things. Of course, not everybody's pitted, so we've still got to see that. But we can now go and have a look at a replay of what happened to the Husqvarna car, as we've got MSI Esports Blue into the pits. Mark Perez will be getting aboard that car, as Williams also in the pits, and Martin Christensen will be taking the helm of that.
Yeah, and of course, these are teams that...
Oh, what was that? Oh, Jesus. Right in the centre of the start finishing straight. I don't see Husqvarna going any further after super huge contact. We came quite late into the replay, so I couldn't see exactly what had happened, but it does seem as though he had a connection issue, disappeared, reappeared slowly, and just got collected by another car.
Absolutely disastrous for the Husqvarna team here.
So there goes Williams Esports. They were first into the lane. They've made their driver swaps. They've taken fuel and tyres. And now here, they're serving that 15-second penalty. Expect to see them get jumped by MSI. The real question is, are they going to get jumped by Racecraft Esports as well? Super close for the lead as they leave.
Yeah, they've not been jumped by much, have they? It's going to be around a second by the time they get up to speed and the concertina effect rolls out. So something in the pits there, in stationary and pit lane for 10 seconds only longer for Christensen. So I wonder whether the MSI Esports guys decided to do something slightly different, maybe fix something on the car, but it is absolutely lock horns once again, as we saw after the first round of stops. Our leading two guys are sharing the same piece of tarmac, and they've got traffic to contend with, and we're going to have an overlap, and already trying to get fiery is Martin Christensen, and he's made the space down the inside. They run side by side up the hill. Now Williams are going to have to play blinder with this TCR car, maybe try and box MSI in. Yes, brilliant move, gets it done, and in fact MSI having to be a little bit nervous with the traffic as well. Mark Perez losing a bundle of time, just wasn't sure what to do with the TCR car.
Cold tyres, old tyres, all coming into play, and Williams have finally got the overall lead once again. Even with that penalty, they still have made their way up. Perhaps, as Ben mentioned, it could be because of some damage being fixed on the MSI car. Remember, they had the spin, they made contact with this Williams team. That's the reason why Williams got the penalty, and that's the reason why the MSI Esports blue car did spin around and go to around, say, 4th or 5th place in the category. But then MSI have cleared the TCR car, so they've been just let pass, they've just been unleashed. Could we see something happening right here? Or have the Williams team well and truly got the momentum on their side? But from the looks of things, they're just ploughing past.
Right then, well, change of driver, that was a pretty intense way to do your first lap around Imola in race conditions, wasn't it? Christensen versus Perez, and the man that got up to speed better was definitely Martin Christensen. He now leads, back in the lead for Williams, ahead of MSI, a clean move. Now, one thing for David to clear up is what on earth happened to Racecraft, because they've now done 3 stops. Racing is still in the car. But did we know that they had contact or something? Is something I missed? Because Leo Racing Team now in 3rd and 4th position.
I really couldn't tell you, but yes, there has been an extra stop for Racecraft. They came in 1 lap before your leaders in Williams and MSI, and now they're back in once again. So I can't tell you at this point what the problem was, but that has really delayed them. They could have been in 2nd, they could have been battling for the lead, but it's put them well down the order.
You'd expect a change of driver as well, because they do have 3 drivers on their entry. So Kane Halliburton and Gordon Much are the 2 other British drivers that join Racing in that car. But I wonder whether they are having connection issues, perhaps. They weren't able to change driver. Something going on, very, very strange for them. And from, well, they were 2nd, in fact, before the pit stops. They've dropped to the very tail of the GT3 field. And I think more crucially, Racing is still in the car. after 3 stops. So something very, very strange going on. Something for pit reporter to go and find out exactly what's going on. Have a bit of a dig as we look at the car. Visually, doesn't seem to have any problems, but it seems weird to have Racing in the car having done an extra stop and him doing his 3rd stint of the race.
Perhaps just going for a quick lunch break? Not really the most ideal of circumstances.
There are cars that have only got 2 drivers in. Certainly in the TCR category, we've got a couple of cars that just have 2 drivers. So it is totally possible to do that. That's not necessarily the weirdest part of it. It's just the fact they did 1 extra stop and now are at the very tail of the field.
And it's something that's compromised the race to quite an extent right now, because I can't even seem to find them on the timing screen. Where are they, the racecraft team?
They're at the tail of the field. They're in 14th position.
14th position. Wow, that's a big drop, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So something odd has happened for them. We'll get into the bottom of that and do a bit of digging. Meanwhile, in the 991 class, we have Williams Esports ahead of Inertia. And they are now on the same strategy. So they all took tyres, but there's not a lot between them, as you can see. Inertia being helped by Burst. Just 0.2 of a second separating those 2, and then I think that's a car out of position behind them. Oh no, it's an Audi GT3 car, because 4th in class is XVR Sim Racing. Johnny Brandon aboard that car. They didn't take tyres on their last stop, and so they've moved themselves up into 4th by doing so. I think we've established, Sunil, that it's not the right way to go to try and double stint the tyres in the Porsche category.
And that could be just because of the way this car chooses the tyres, and perhaps even because of the heat that we've got here. Again, Italy, so it's not really the coldest country in the world, is it?
Oh yes, that was the other thing. Have you got the official figures in front of you? Because I read something that it was 27 degrees at the start of the race, which is obviously it's a dynamic weather set. We don't choose the weather. It's chosen dynamically by iRacing, and it's up to 31 degrees now, which is very, nothing like it should be at this time of the year. I think Imola right now would be about 10 degrees air temperature.
And naturally, the tyres will just beg for mercy in this case. And so in the Porsche Cup category, it definitely isn't working out for them to double stint. And not only is the air temperature, it's the track temperature too, so it's all culminating together. But that sort of thing just does not seem to weigh down a few drivers. Case in point, Mark Perez in the MSI Esports blue car fell back behind, and here he is back again. Amazing, isn't it?
42.9 was his last lap. Plays a 43.3 from Martin Christensen. Plays a 45.0 for Leo Racing Team. Now, Leo Racing Team 21 are on the 2nd stint of their tyres, so that's why they're going so slowly. But the 12 car, which was the one that's been well up there throughout the race, they've got new tyres. They're doing 45.0s. Probably traffic, probably not necessarily something to worry about, but there are not many cars in the 42s or even 43s in the GT3 category. That's how hard these front 2 are pushing. Absolutely spectacular. Any more answers, David, on the issue for racecraft?
Well, I think it's a 2-pronged problem they've got going on here. One is they were served a penalty for contact with a GT4 car, major contact. That was a 30-second stop and hold, which they served. But then at that same pit stop, it looked like Racing got out of the car. No one else got in, and Racing got back in the car. So they've served a penalty, not been able to do a driver change, and then come back in again. So that is really a shame for a car running in the podium positions. Something's gone awry with the pit stops, with the driver change, in addition to a 30-second penalty that they were required to serve.
So on the right-hand side, you can see the fast forward, but it does sound as though it's an issue with driver change, and that is why Racing is now back aboard that car for the third time. So they obviously had a bit of a penalty, a 30-second penalty. Okay, that's a bit of a pain, but to have to do 2 pit stops, you're losing another minute and 20 seconds at the very least by going through the lane. So big problems there for Racecraft. That's a big shame because they were running right in the podium. And now Inertia looking up the inside here of XVR Sim. Inertia with new tyres, XVR without. Oh gosh, that's a whole train of cars going past the XVR. That's YMCA following through as well. And definitely not the strategy to be on a second stint. The car looks beautiful, by the way. Great livery on that XVR, Johnny Brandon. But I don't know why you didn't change the tyres, dudes, because I think that is really, David, you'd agree, changing tyres is needed on these 991 cars.
Well, here's a big difference for the 991 class versus last season, is that last season they were the class, in the middle. We've talked about how old tyres become really difficult when you've got to pass traffic. You can't get as much traction out of the corners, you can't brake as deep, you have to wait more often, you get caught in traffic more often. Last season, it was only TCR cars that the Porsche Cup cars had to get around. Now, they've got to work their way through TCR cars and GT4 cars. There's more traffic that's slower than a Cup car that they have to deal with. And that's where you see they get offline somewhere, having to pass some traffic. They lose their momentum and everyone else with new tyres swallows them up. I think the change in the class structure is also having an effect on whether or not you take tyres in this class.
Let's see if people are learning throughout this race as to whether it was a good idea or not. They've got all the information. They can see exactly how much they've used when they come into the pits. So they are able to make a judgment. But it does seem that the new tyre is just so much stronger, so much better, that XVR just losing a bundle of time. And we've already seen a couple of cars streaming past, and there's a few more queuing up to have a go now. GTL VRT Red is the next machine to try and get past. And actually, that's my timing screen needs to be updated. That's why it's not quite right. Looking down the inside though, no space air. But this is for 7th position. And they've got a GT3 car behind them as well, who'll be keen to try and get past. And that, I think, might actually be for position. I think that's the car collection, number 11 car of Lars Renken. And why are they so far back? There was obviously something earlier on in the race. They did a 2 minutes and 18 second pit stop last time, so they are fighting their way through the other class of cars, having been so far back. Big traffic though for our leaders here, and it's got really close again between Christensen and Perez.
Here we come then. Mark Perez looking for something at Piratella, not quite getting it done. Oh, Martin Christensen, you're on the very edge, mate. Almost getting onto the grass right there after the AstroTurf. That's one place that David mentioned. It only doesn't get you multiple points for getting off track if you just get your tyre in the wrong place and be too eager on the throttle. All of a sudden, that Williams eSports Chill Blast car could be facing the wrong way round. They bounce around the curbs, having to navigate a couple of 911 GT3 Cup cars, so things are definitely not getting easy for them right here. And coming back on the EFP car collection by TECE car that you mentioned back there, man, I think they've just had oh my goodness me, no, I just got scared for a second that Mark Perez would run into the HM Engineering car, but no, the number 11 EFP car, I think they've just had a very torrid day from the very beginning. They were just finding themselves at the very back, and as far as I can remember, but not quite sure why that has been the case, but they've perpetually been at the bottom of the field.
I think there was a bit of contact at one point. I do think we saw that car in the wall. I don't remember exactly when, but I think we did see that car on the wall. So some damage to fix, which they chose to do on that last stop, and that's why it was such a long stop. But either way, that was, when we were watching that battle, that was for position. Let's go down to David. Update from about what's going on with Racecraft.
Yeah, I've gone and had a chat with Mehdi El Fathi from Racecraft, and he says that the second pit stop was required because they were caught speeding on their way out of the pits, having just served another penalty. So it really has all come unraveled very, very quickly for those guys. First was due to the contact with BS Competition. They had the 30-second penalty. And then after serving that penalty, that caught speeding on their way out of the pit lane, required them to come in and serve that on the next lap, because rather than being a NEO Endurance Series stewards applied penalty like some of the contact penalties, the speeding on pit lane is an automated slam dunk penalty that doesn't need to be reviewed by race control, so it needs to be served quicker.
Yes, absolutely. There are the two types of penalty, those that applied in-game and then those applied by our human stewards. A little bit of traffic for Chill Blast Williams to contend with here. There is a GT3 car in between our two leaders though, so has a little bit of breathing space that Audi will be looking to be removed. Get out the way. Come on, you're just as fast down the straight, of course, but needs to know that he's, and will know by all the various heads-up graphics, that he's involved in the battle for the lead of the race, and they've got through past all of that traffic right now. But we talk about all of these battles like they're the last lap battle, but we've still got well over half the race still to go, and there's so much interest across the whole field. Leo Racing Team getting themselves back into third and fourth, but that is going to change, I think. Fabio Ponta is aboard the 21 car, and he's losing time to his teammate Alejandro Bico, because Bico took tyres and Fabio Ponta did not. So we're seeing changes there. Samir, you've got a question.
Absolutely. So we've got Andrew Karen in the chat who's come up with a really good question. So he asks, does the NEO have restriction on power for the GT3 category? There's no direct restriction as such for the cars, but obviously there is the BOP coming into effect. So the Audi R8 LMS, the Audi car that we're watching here as Marc Perez tries to look for a move at the chicane here. So the Audi has a 13 kilogram ballast attached to the car, so it's made heavier just to make sure that the performance is leveled out so that all these cars can compete with each other. In the real world BOP, they can obviously limit the power, they can limit the fuel flow intake just to make sure that the field is all leveled out. But right here, it's only ballast, and so there is not any power restriction as such, let's call it that way.
And there is the possibility to add power restrictions. We see it in GT4 where the BMW has 5 extra kilos, but also has 2.5% less fuel and 2% less power. So if it was felt the need to do any BOP changes, they would. It's just a shame for me, Samil, that we don't have a more variety in the GT3 category. We've got so many options for GT3 cars within iRacing, but we've ended up kind of with a one-make series.
So that's the case, and sadly it wasn't that way until a couple of months ago, because the last I remember on the Spa 24, we had Ferraris, we had multiple McLarens. In fact, it was the VRS and a SimSport team winning in a McLaren because, of course, the McLaren had a bigger fuel tank that helped them out big time. We had the BMW Z4 GT3s as well, so I think it's just BOP doing its own thing. Teams are realising that these two cars could have been the most stable one in the long run in terms of BOP, and just it makes more sense to keep on them, because Audi, of course, only recently it's just been tuned up to another level. For Petit Le Mans, it was, people called it the OP car, and OP in gaming language is just overpowered, so kind of does give an idea in that regard. But I see something with this TCR car, Ben. I'm sorry I have to cut in with this particular thing, but I think that has to be the one of the frozen speed full-send racing cars with a bit of damage that I just spotted for a second.
Okay, Frozen Speed down there, second half of the TCR field, last bowl aboard the car. Last time the lap time was good, 1:58.4. I mean, not at the pace of the leaders, they're doing 55s, but and by the way, we've still got a battle going on between SimRC and Strod Corsa. Alejandro Bachilega staying aboard his TCR car, now 2 seconds behind SimRC. But Frozen Speed certainly were in that first battle that we saw at the start. If you remember, we had a line of 6 or 8 cars. Quite a few of them have fallen away, including Frozen Speed. Back to the battle in the 991 class. We've seen a lot of this Go Team racing car because Robin Usland, who's been in the car I think since the very beginning, has just been involved all the time with any kind of battle, and he makes a mistake there. He's going to lose the position perhaps. So he's lucky that the circuit goes left there. That gives him the opportunity to hold on to the place. But that was, I think, a swap already. And now, side by side, going up the hill with the BMW ahead. The GT4 car is going to stay on the racing line. That is going to allow Go Team perhaps the inside. Maybe, maybe not. No, this time it's going to be compromised. That time they're trying to make it 3 wide. And unfortunately, Go Team losing out that time.
Robin Austin falling behind a very aggressive driver. Just a slight correction, I think there was a swap in this car, so Robin went off. I think it was Henrik Lindhoff who came back in, but seems like Robin is back in the car, so they will have to be wary of the 70% rule that's in place here as well for the drive time.
But also, why are they battling for the tail end of the 991 class? Those guys were up to 3rd and 4th in class, and they've obviously something in that second stint didn't go quite right for them, because they've really fallen to the very tail end. So another thing for David to go digging in pit lane and find out exactly how they've lost so much time. Pit stop was good. Pit stop didn't last any longer than it should have done, so perhaps it was simply pace perhaps on the second stint of the tyres. Maybe.
Well, I've gone and had a look, and for their lap number 48, they've had a problem. They were 15 seconds delayed on one of their laps in that second stint. That's where they would have lost quite a bit of the time. That would suggest they went off track somewhere, got spun themselves. So it was definitely an issue in that stint that would have cost them easily 15-20 seconds.
Another one to find out, we've got MSI Esports Red in the pit lane. That is completely off schedule, about halfway through the stint, and that's not the leading car. It's Blue who is at the head of the field, but Red in the pits with 3 hours and 35 minutes remaining seems odd, and they are descending the timing screen. So that's another one to go and find out exactly what's going on there as we continue to watch this healthy battle, but just for the wrong end of the timing screens in the 991 category.
Go Team versus HM Engineering is a battle we've seen time and time again in the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup that we also have here on Race Sport TV. Season 1 just ending lately, but now both of these guys have proven themselves to be top competitors in this championship. In the endurance perspective, they're entirely the bottom end of the timing stream, but I'm sure they'll be able to pick things up as we still have more than half of the race left to go. Something really exciting, isn't it? I really felt rather good. I felt rather relaxed while saying that more than half the race is left to go, because Ben, the kind of battles we've seen so far, I think it'll just be amazing to see more of that coming up as Robin Austin eats up the draft, goes to the outside line. Is the Swede gonna go full Monty here? Yes, he is. Goes to the outside line. They're door-to-door at this stage. The HM Engineering car really trying its best to keep the position, and the best efforts do work out in this case because the 959 holds the position.
Interesting that car has 4 drivers listed on the entry list, but for the moment we've only seen 2 of them. So don't know how that's going to work out strategy-wise. I suppose there's still space for them to be able to do things. And now we've got the Racecraft Audi getting in the mix of things. We've also got the GT4 class car in there as well. So that has created a little bit of a gap between our 2 battling 991 class cars. And for the moment calmed down a little bit perhaps. But there's still plenty of battling going on throughout the field in all the different classes of car. We've got little pockets where people are scrapping over the track. Still, at the moment, we only have one retiree, Red Camel Esports, retiring at the start of the race after being pushed heavily into the wall. Team Husqvarna have gone back out onto track. They are 20 laps down, but they got themselves fixed, and they are going to be they're going to complete the race at the very least.
When you're in a situation like that, you must be wondering what even is the point anymore, just to try and compete. But no, even if you finish, you do get a couple of points. I think we have points still be number 15 in each category, so every single point matters. You must be thinking, yeah, but why just race for only a couple of points here and there? But no, in the long run, in a series as competitive as this one, every single point could matter towards the end. Team Husqvarna in B13 at this stage, they would be getting 3 points, which is not as lucrative as the 25 points as you would get if you win, but it's still something.
Absolutely. Points available to every entry, as well as the positions in which you finish the race. So that's to encourage people not to be dropping out midway through, as the Williams 991 class car comes flying through. Williams still leading that class. Yes, they are by 10 seconds over Inertia 902. The Inertia 900 has dropped off a little bit. 1 second behind YMCA at the moment. They're both on similar strategies. The strategy definitely is to have good tyres. There is Henry Salminen on the tail of YMCA. And then I thought I saw another 911 class car. Yeah, no, it was a TCR car. But that's a pretty close battle. That's one of the closer battles. And in fact, only 1.4 behind them is the Car Collection Audi 4 position. And that has then got Ori's racing team. And, we've got a GT4 car in the barrier. And Lars Franius. Let's have a look, see what happened to him. Three wide and now 2 wide. All good. TCR cars around him. Oh no. Just turned straight across the TCR car. And I think, is he going to keep out of the barrier? Oh, dearie me. Put your foot on the brake when you're spinning. Because that's now caused way more damage than it needed to, really, Sunil.
It has, and they're just going to be ending up limping around. And man, as David mentioned, their foot was on the brake, and the ABS, naturally, yes, they hit the grass. So all of a sudden the car just pirouettes around and off you go with the damaged car right there. Now then, we have to shift our focus from one Porsche to the other one. And there are a couple in this case. In fact, it's a much faster one. It's a 991 GT3 Cup category, where we have YMCA, sorry about that, defending against the Inertia Sim Racing team. And something's happened to Inertia, hasn't it? Because Inertia were, as far as I can remember, both of them in P2 and P3. Now, the second Inertia car, the Inertia Sim Racing Imprimo.fl, are in P number 5. So surely there must be something going on with them.
Yeah, we split the strategy, didn't we, in the last round of pit stops. 902 did a different strategy to 900. I can't remember which strategy won out, but I think 00 kept the same tyres on and double stinted, whereas the 902 changed the tyres. And ultimately, as we've learned throughout the race, that has been the better strategy. And that's the reason why we see such a big gap. And it is a big gap, actually. It's nearly 30 seconds between the two cars. Inertia 900 trying to find a way past. And side by side going into the Tamburello. Still side by side through the Tamburello. YMCA on the left-hand side. Car Collection Audi watching and kind of saying, come on, I'm faster than you. Can I get past, please? All this battling, though. Remember, there's, as I said, there's another 991 class car not far behind. In fact, there he is in the Ori's racing team with Xavi Ross. So now Car Collection looking to try and split the two Porsches for a moment. And it's an interesting little battle. Car Collection in there and it's not lapping. It is part of that battle. It is 4 position overall, not for class, of course, but it shows just how equal these cars can be. If you've got a slower GT3 car, it's actually not as good as a faster 991.
Yep, that Car Collection car has had a bit of a tricky day so far, not really ending out well for them. And look at this. Okay, let's treat this as an actual battle for position. Let's leave the class aside for a second. Let's actually pump the excitement up for this one and look at them go, heading towards the Ravazza corner. Where will they be able to make their move? Now, the stewards... Well, Ben, I'm slightly confused in this case. Will they be given the blue flag or not?
No.
They won't, yeah? It's for position,
it's a race for position, yeah.
Interesting.
And the question is, where is the Audi stronger over the Porsche? The Porsche has no traction control, has no ABS. So in theory, the Audi is better in the braking and the traction zones. Along the straights, the Porsche is stronger, faster, and I think almost more powerful as well. So it can stretch its legs just a little bit until you get to the fiddly stuff. And of course, the fiddly stuff is where it is harder to pass. So in the braking zone, the Audi gets nice and close and through the traction zones. But now this isn't really a traction zone. Although actually the Porsche runs a little bit wide. That might allow car collection Lars Renken down the inside. It does. So he clears another one, and that puts him up to 19th overall. He's last in class, but he is 19th overall. Oh, and a change perhaps behind him as we've got TCR cars playing their part. YMCA and Ori's going side by.
Oh, goodness me, look at them go. Literally nose to tail.
Ori's on the inside line. That's Xavi Ross.
And still going nose to tail right now as we come to Aqua Minerali, Ben.
Very, very close. We've got TCR cars as well ahead. It's very tight and very much for position. We've got GT3s and GT4s in there. In fact, the whole classes are represented.
And that's the one thing we all love about multi-class racing. Everyone races against each other at the same time. It can be a big mental burden for some of these drivers, facing traffic every single lap. Well, if nothing works if you're the faster car, just do the classic old blame the slow driver kind of thing. That works out almost always. But no, on a more serious note, it can really get on your nerves at times trying to fight traffic out, and that's why we really rank endurance racing drivers in different breed altogether. It's not just lapping around the circuit 100 times trying to go as fast as you can. You've also got to factor in traffic and just managing the car, the dynamics with wearing out tires, just the way the car's working out. That's why I really respect endurance racing, and the 999 could be making a move. Spinner in the TCRs. That, I think, has to be one of the SRC squad records of black cars. Oh, that's on the TCRs, they're the GT4s.
I don't know what you're watching, but maybe I'm a bit behind.
There was a spinner back at Tamburello. The SRC squad records of black car, I think, had spun around. They're facing the wrong direction.
Okay, here are the two Squadra Corsa BMWs. That doesn't look too badly damaged, but Eagle Eyes all coming out the pits. Coming out the pits. And doesn't cross the white line. That's good. Is this just going to be cold tyres? Through turn one. Oh, that's okay. Curbs just spitting the car sideways and into the gravel trap. Oh dear. Wasn't quite careful enough, was he?
Pretty messy. Let's call it that way.
David, penalty news for you. There's plenty going on for the stewards.
Yeah, indeed, there's plenty going on for SRC Squadra Corsa in GT4 because we saw one of their cars just there, looping it on cold tyres, exiting the pits. Their other car, SRC Squadra Corsa White, the 446, has a penalty to serve at their next stop. 5 seconds of hold for pushing a TCR car off the track. So one car in GT4 spins for them, the other one that's leading has a 5-second penalty. That's not the end of the world. There's much bigger penalties we've seen dished out. But that has definitely got them on thin ice for the next half of the race.
Right, the lead then. 0.3 of a second between Williams and MSI. Once again, been toing and froing throughout the first half of this race. Up to 10 seconds advantage for MSI Esports Blue. Before a spin, then the pit stop, then Williams making slight contact with them and giving themselves a 10-second advantage after the spin, but then having to make a penalty, and we're back to loggerheads between the two of them, getting through the TCR cars, getting through the 991 cars and the GT4 cars as well. And what do we got? We've got some 991 cars, and in fact, I think that's even a GT3 class car. Yes, it's one of the Audis. So not going to be easy traffic to clear going through Variante Alta this time by bounces over the curbs. And now, that's very polite from the car collection, getting well out of the way, because this is not the battle for 18th position overall? Yes, it is. That was the car collection locked on the tail of inertia, but was very kindly gifting the positions to our leaders as though there were blue flags. I suppose there would be blue flags, but they don't really mean much. And there is inertia clearing a TCR car, but of course our leaders are faster than them too. And Ursha kind of getting out of the way and holding a tighter line there, doing a good job to not interfere too much, but now will lose a position to the car collection Audi, which goes up to 18th spot. So you can see just at the back of the shop there, car collection now ahead.
So then the Williams car is flashing its headlights. They are quite clearly informing the cars up ahead that you've got to move away, folks. You are in that traffic. You've got to move aside. And now it's a beautiful camera angle that we've got this one. A split screen on board showing you exactly what the drivers will be watching inside their car. That's Martin Christensen on the left in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. That's MSI Esports Blue with Mark Perez behind the wheel on the right. Both of them Audis, both of them top sim racing endurance teams that have got a fair bit of success, let's call it that way, in their time in sim racing. Both of them fighting for one big slot to lead.
On board on the left-hand side with Williams, on the right-hand side with MSI Esports. Into Ravazza. Oh, hang on, that's not the same, is it? Yeah, there's a big gap between them. Just through that traffic, the gap has developed to 2 seconds. Like, it's kind of going, hang on, they're not really on the same bit of track. They kind of are, but a much larger gap. When we checked in with them just 2 minutes ago, they were 0.3 of a second. Now it's up to 2 seconds, and I think simply the way the traffic has fallen for them is the reason why. We're going to get into a point very soon where it's going to get very confusing, because on the 3 hour mark we are going to expect the GT3 cars, the 991 cars, and then the TCR cars as well as the GT4 cars, all pitting at around the 3 hour mark. They will be hitting that, so it's going to be lots of work for David to keep across who is doing what with the tyres. That's one of the main things, especially when we saw such a split.
Right, I'm going to go deaf from all of the rattle guns, I think, in about 20 minutes.
Oh, be prepared. It's almost like you've got to... It reminds me of that lovely old scene where they actually raise their announce bells and they keep shouting in the wind, be prepared for an impending attack of sorts. That's what it's going to be like. The pit lane, yeah, that's going to be busy, isn't it?
And if it's not rattle guns, it'll be that alarm that goes off when someone enters pit lane to potentially warn anyone of an entering car. You can hear that one quite loudly around the track at times.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
But do they don't simulate that on iRacing, do they? That alarm?
They do. They just added that in the recent update.
Have they? Oh,
Go to your sound settings
how
and make
annoying.
sure you've enabled X Audio too.
That's not something I ever really want to replicate in any kind of world. It's completely it's not unnecessary, I suppose, but it's to warn somebody of a very loud GT3 car coming towards you. How do you miss it? You know, how do you not know it's approaching and coming into the pits? I get it if you're in something like Formula E and you can't hear the things, but yeah, you know when it's coming.
Well, let's say there are people who often to miss out, so somehow.
Do they not do that at British circuits? I was at Queensland Raceway this weekend, and every time a car comes down the pit lane, there's marshals with their whistles or whatever.
Yep, they do have whistles here. That's a very, let's say, reasonable way of getting around things.
Have a look at downhill mountain biking. They have whistles in every single marshal post, and every single marshal post is within 5 to 10 seconds of each other if you're a rider. So if you're racing down a track, all you hear all the way down is a whistle for about 3.5 minutes. It's just boop, boop, boop. Very frustrating.
That just sucks, isn't it? That's just like the worst thing that you could ever imagine. Mama, I'm going to grow up and become a downhill biker and hope for the best, and I'm going to be hoping for all the adrenaline in the world, and all that you hear when that happens is whistles. Crikey.
Yeah.
A bit anticlimactic.
0.5 of a second between Uri's and Inertia in the battle in 991 class. Xavi Ross doing a good job here. We didn't see too much of the 977 car in the first stint. Just trying to see who it might have been. There's 5 drivers listed on that particular car, so it could have been any one of them. But it does feel like they are making progress now with Xavi Ross at the wheel. Past YMCA and left YMCA. Of course, the other cars that seem to have gone wayward that we saw early doors up at the head of the field. Go Team Racing, HM Engineering, both were well up there, but they've seemed to have dropped back. This is a nice little battle though for P4, as the other Inertia car is 12 seconds back over Williams, who you get the feeling that Williams kind of have control at the moment over the 991 class in a way that they perhaps don't have control necessarily in the leading class. Although the gap is stretched to 2.4 seconds in GT3 right now. There is Daniel Lafluente. It's entered officially as the Williams Esports Ben Q car.
And just take a look at the gap in this case. 12 seconds. Now, on the opening lap, we did see the Williams Esports BenQ team do pull up actually a bit of a gap early on. They were flying past, but this is just utter and pure command and control at the very top of the field. Yeah, they have been very strong since the get-go, but the way they've managed to control the things with all the chaos that's happening around them is, in the best of ways, pretty admirable.
Look at the front left of that car though, that is carrying damage. He's been in the back of someone at some point, and so that's not necessarily going to be running quite as much and as fast as he would like. In fact, last time by, he nearly gave a second away to Inertia, so whilst the gap is up to 12 seconds, that is not a totally straight 991. Just see on the front left, there we go, nice slow-mo. There is the front wheel is exposed, there's bonnet damage as well, and so yeah, that won't necessarily be feeling quite as correct as it should be.
And is that just camber, or does the wheel look unusually bent, the front right? Oh, that just must be camber in that case.
Yeah, these cars do run crazy camber as well.
Exactly. So the Williams BenQ car still at the very top, still doing a very good job in commanding everything and controlling it the way they really want to, but perhaps there are just small chinks in their armour, as it turns out then.
Well, you know, they've got to contend with getting past traffic in the slower class cars and being passed by traffic, and ultimately that's one of the hardest places to be. Is if you are, I always say it about Le Mans style racing, LMP2 is the hardest place to be, because you've got to look at your mirrors for the guys coming past you, but you've also been watching ahead to pass the GT cars, and these guys are kind of in the same position here. They're having to overtake TCR and GT4, but then having to make sure that they don't compromise the GT3 cars or put themselves in danger of contact from the GT3. Be even worse probably in GT4, to be honest, but still, it's not quite as easy as being the fastest outright car on track and simply having to worry about what's ahead of you.
Well, they just must actually have a really loud horn. I mean, I have this funny petition for this one. I mean, they can just attach a big horn saying "move" on the top of every fastest category in any 24-hour race. And that'll just be something pretty hilarious, because that just expresses the kind of frustration that they have. They just like, move aside, you peasant, let me go past. And when it goes wrong, they just really go wild, don't they?
Yeah, and it's an interesting one, because in, for instance, certain off-road categories in the FIA, if a car gets within 100 metres of you, you have a siren inside the car to tell you that there's a car around you. So you could implement that as if it's a different class of car approaching. I imagine that could be something, but ultimately, in a circuit race, I think it would get very, very annoying. And so
that's the funny bit, isn't it?
The question is, do you think in sim racing, flashing the lights makes any difference whatsoever? I get it in the real world when you're filled with glare in your wing mirrors. Very, very frustrating. Does it distract you at all in sim racing?
To a degree. I mean, let's say if you're in a different sim, in a galaxy altogether, different, let's say some sim starting with an A and ending with a C, it doesn't really end up that much in that case because they don't really simulate light as well. But in iRacing, yes it does, because if the rear view mirror is compulsorily turned on, so you always know who's behind. And naturally, if you're in a car like a GT3 which has some really powerful headlights, you can't see it. It's not the most prominent thing in the world, but definitely very noticeable.
I'm with David on this one. At night, it definitely does make a difference, doesn't it, David?
Yeah, when you're behind the wheel of any of these cars in an endurance race that races through the night, be that all the possibilities. Like, for example, I'm thinking Daytona and Le Mans, well, Daytona actually has a lot of nighttime running as well. When you're racing someone close in the nighttime, their headlights from behind shine in your rear window. It lights up the dash, everything around you. So if they flash their headlights right behind you, everything inside your cockpit appears to strobe. Your eyes are so adjusted to this, even, sitting at a computer looking at a computer monitor, your eyes are so adjusted to a dark dashboard and looking out, searching for your braking points and everywhere that you're looking when you're racing. And then the dashboard flashes all around you. It is very distracting, as there is a distraction in turn one.
Yeah, 2 cars off the track there. There was collision, and it's Go Team Racing, one of them, but you can see the tracks over the gravel there. Somebody else either took avoiding action or had contact. Let's see with the replay. It was pretty chaotic, to be fair. There was TCR cars all over the place. 951 is on the inside. That's WOSR iZone Performance. Trying to go down the inside. Is there contact between the two of them? Yes, there is. What's going on there? He just simply turned in. I think the other car that went off was in avoidance, and that may actually have been Ronan. As my timing screen suggests, there's been an issue for Leo 21, so that's another one to investigate. But certainly, side-by-side contact, one goes round, one gets heavily jeopardised, and just look at how chaotic it is with all the different classes of car. Oh, blimey, it continued. We didn't see that. 3 more cars off, including that BMW that's lost its rear end. And, that's one to really dissect then. The helicopter shot was a bit too high to really see who it was. Whoa.
Oh boy. Is that a GT3 car as well involved in one of that?
There's a GT3 car, there was a green car on the right-hand side, which I think was the other another BMW. But here's more replays. So this is iZone Performance. Touch there. Audi takes to the grass. Now, how does he end up off the track? He gets helped by car collection, loses the rear end, then comes back across the circuit. We've got 3 wide.
No.
And it's an Audi. It's a green Audi.
That's the
Manetti
Racing, yeah. That has to be.
Ruben Bonga going into the pits right now. So that's Manetti Racing red from 9th position. And that is the biggest kind of incident we've seen so far in this race as we come close to the 3-hour mark. On board with DRE Endurance, absolutely nothing he can do. Can see the car is off, doesn't expect it to lose control like that.
And he even swerved to the left. He tried to take avoiding action without compromising the speeding GT3 cars behind. But hey, at that stage, there's not much that you can do, can you? And interestingly enough, Ben, now that's 2 Manetti cars with damage, because the Manetti Racing purple car also has been carrying a broken rear wing for a very, very long time.
David, is that a tow from Manetti Racing into the pits?
I am not fully sure on that just yet. It's the number 8. The lane time is longer than the stop time, so they might have been able to drive it around.
Okay, well, the car is back down. He's had a tyre change. The rear wing looks like it's straight. It's now taking on a full tank of fuel. It could play this a little bit. It was on the tow, okay.
In the pit stall on the tow truck.
Yeah, so in which case he's got to sit there for a while, and that's going to be a long stop. So that's a shame. It might be long enough to click into the hour mark, and therefore he won't have to do another splash and dash, and it won't ruin his strategy. But ultimately, to the tail of the GT3 field, he goes as well.
Let me correct myself, because I wouldn't want to be wrong. He did drive it back around into the pit lane. I was just missing part of the replay on my end, which was why it looked like he appeared there. But when I went further back, had driven it onto the lane.
Okay, so he is just getting the car fueled up and perhaps a little bit more repair work to be done as we go back to that battle that we were seeing, Inertia and Ories. Now, is Inertia up the tail of somebody else there? That's another 991 car. Ories, oh no, that's Ories ahead. So Ories ahead of Inertia now. A position change between the two of them. Lots of curb hopping going on. Whoa, just look how difficult the car is under brakes even. We're coming to the end of this stint, so the tyres are not going to be at their best, but almost backing the car into a Vatsa as Henry Salmen just a few moments ago, getting loads and loads of oversteer. David, you got more news on penalties?
Yes, indeed. The number 1 Williams Esports Chill Blast leading GT3 has yet another penalty. This one was for contact just before their most recent pit stop, and it's going to be a 20-second addition to their next pit stop. So they've already served 10 or 15 seconds at previous pit stop. Now another penalty, and they don't have as much lead as they had before the last pit stop. Second place just in the back of that shot, about 2.5-3 seconds behind. And of course, as you keep getting more infringements, the penalties become more severe.
Yeah, absolutely. So Martin Christensen is going to have some work to do then on the next stint. Although, to be fair, he might not be in the car for the next stint. But from a 3.9 second advantage they have right now, that will be 15 seconds to make up over MSI Esports Blue. At least it puts them on a different part of the track, which is potentially a good thing. But it puts them a little bit closer to Leo Racing Team 12. That will be up into, well, actually don't think they're close enough to inherit second position. Interesting that Mercedes, Ronan Simsport, up to 4th position now. So Vincenzo Amico is doing a nice job in the Mercedes. They did a little different strategy by changing tyres at every stop. Obviously not so much of a benefit on this particular stint because everybody changed their tyres at the start of this stint, other than the Leo Racing 12 that is now fallen behind Ronan Simsport the last couple of laps. So that's a position, I think that has recently been a position change. In fact, on the last lap it was. You can see the number 5 in the windscreen of Ronan Simsport, number 4 in Leo Racing Team 21, which will change as they go over the line. So that last lap was where Fabio Ponta lost his position. He's holding onto the car for another 4 or 5 minutes before he'll get into the pits and get a new set of boots. He was the only GT3 car, I think, or other than Riley's at the very tail of the field, to double stint the tyres on that last stint.
Now then, this is a fun one. MSI Esports TCR versus Pure Sims Esports that we've got right here for P number 3 in this category. TCR, of course, also coming up with a lot of action here today, but not as much as GT3's. But it all changes here with this particular battle because Victor Lobato is fighting hard against David E. Baker in the number 116 Pure Sims racing car. The last I remember, Pure Sims have been having a bit of an up and down day. They've been shoved hither and yon a couple of times here and there. They went up, they went back down, then they're back up into P4. This is a really good opportunity for them to redeem things up and get back into P number 3 early on, with 3 hours to go in this race, and essentially establish a sense of control, a sense of dominance over this position, and keep it going for the very last stint.
P3, MSI Esports TCR, Victor Lobato ahead of David Baker here. Pure Sim Esports, 6/10 separating the two of them. And just remember that we're about to get our pit stops for everybody. It's not just going to be the GT and the 991 class cars, we are pretty close to having everybody. Oh, and there's a car off in the barriers, and that has been contact. Antti Salminen for Talk Freak Racing, third in class. Let's see what happened to him.
I have a feeling he's just outbraked himself.
Heading down to Acqua Minerale. Danger spot. Difficult spot. Whoa, he's lost the car well early. Very strange.
No, that's just the back wheel getting on the grass, Ben.
Yeah, but the accident lasted a long time, didn't it? He spent a long time sideways waiting for the barrier to arrive into his door. Pit stops have started. iRacing team are in the pits. And gosh, that was a long accident. In fact, it was down into Ravazza, wasn't it? Blimey. It just didn't slow down at all. iRacing team are not making the numbers right now. They're pitting before the hour mark. 2 minutes still to go. And in fact, quite a few cars in the pits. Alex Arana leaving pit lane in the iRacing car way before the hour. So they're gonna be touch and go on fuel on that last stint.
I think even in the last stint, iRacing team were not able to get it to the hour mark, so it's just continuing on for them. They haven't quite been able to make as much ground in terms of fuel saving in the last stint as much as they would have wanted to. So this vicious circle of not being able to meet the hour mark continues for them.
Is that a little bit of damage on the side door, or is it just
early on? There was a bit of damage early on that car.
It just looked to me as though the right-hand side looks like it still was a bit kinked, but only the very smallest of damage. Yeah, I don't know. Could be just the design. Now, Martin Christensen in the Williams Esports car has put the hammer down because he's been really pushing to try and gain a little bit of advantage after probably being told that penalty is looming for them. He's trying to make as much of a gap as possible, up to 4 seconds now over Marc Perez. This will be his first stint, wouldn't it? So he's still got one more stint to go, as they changed tyres last time.
Yep, Christensen has got one more stint left to go indeed, yes.
Yeah, and then we'll see Dominic in the car for the final 2 stints. Just 3 drivers entered into Williams Esports Chill Blast. And that's in country, well, no, same as MSI. They have their 3 drivers in Marc Perez, Alejandro Sanchez and Salva Tallins will be the last of the drivers. Here is the Mercedes in a big gaggle of cars somewhere there. Oh yes, just ahead of there, with Leo Racing now, well, sort of keeping up with them, to be honest, but they are in a huge amount of traffic. We were talking about Fabio Ponta probably wanting a new set of tyres on that car as it's coming to the end of the second stint, but the traffic kind of playing into the hands of, there's a lot of traffic as well, playing into the hands of the Audi because the Mercedes can't really make it stick. Mercedes dives to pit lane, as does the Leo Racing team as well. We've got one of the Biela cars in at the same time, so the pit stops commence with just under half the race remaining here. Williams lead MSI Esports Blue by 4 seconds, and we are getting the second round of pit stops. Williams leading Inertia in 992. That's by a much healthier margin of 8 seconds. TCR is led by Squadra Corsa ahead of Pure Sim Esports. GT4 is led by Squadra Corsa ahead of Pure Sim, and it's Sim RC that leads Squadra Corsa in TCR.
So it is very busy on pit lane, as you can see, but we haven't had our top 2 cars. It looks like the battle for the win is very much going to be between Williams and MSI at this point. They're going a little bit longer than a lot of the other competitors. You can see here, especially Marla, who we might think are headed towards a splash and dash because they were just a little bit early on some of their stops.
And as far as I can remember, David, I think they even had a penalty, right? The Williams Esports team, so they'll be serving that in this particular time as well.
They're not in just yet, that's the thing, but it will be a 20-second hold. And Stewards will keep an eye on that one. You can see Ronan up on the jacks again. They've gone for the strategy of changing tyres every stop so far. That seems in contrast to some of their other competitors, and they're going to come out just behind Leo. Or is it side by side? This is a battle off of pit road here.
Drama here in the pit lane. They've got to make sure someone has to concede because only one car can make it out of the white line together. It's the NEO Racing Team car that has to concede this one. But this will continue right here because both of these tyres, I think NEO Racing Team did not take fresh tyres, did they, this time out? But Ronan did. So if that's the case, then Ronan will have a bit of an advantage.
So 1 minute 9 second stationary time from both Ronan Simsport and NEO Racing Team 21. They came in together, they both took fuel and tyres, and they both left together, but neither of them had a driver change.
So both of the remaining drivers pushing hard in this one. It's time for their second stint. Will the fatigue be kicking in at this stage? Because they've already been in the car for 1 long hour. There's 1 more of that hour left to go, and these guys are fighting for position right here. Mercedes versus Audi, 2 German giants, and here's the biggest German giant, the Williams in the pits.
Exactly, Williams Esports Chill Blast lead MSI Esports Blue together onto the lane, but I don't think they're going to leave in that order because after they take their pit service, this currently leading car, the number 1, the defending GT3 champions, going to have to spend 20 seconds in the penalty box. MSI don't know of any penalties for them, so they could take this opportunity to inherit the lead. See what the strategy does. I think it might be no driver change for either at this point.
But are they going for tyres then? Because if Williams are double stinting in this particular case, MSI could very well change tyres and have fresher rubber and then bound on the gap in the main stint, can't they?
So I'm looking right now, both of them are reaching about the 40 seconds that it takes to fill a full tank of fuel. Williams Esports go no tyres, they get rolling and they're going to go straight for the penalty box. Get your stopwatch out at home. This needs to be 20 seconds for Williams Esports Chill Blast. MSI Esports Blue covered it off, fuel only. They are going to roll out and past and will inherit the race lead. Half of the penalty now served for Williams Esports Chill Blast. 20 seconds is the penalty, now 15. They reach 20, and this is probably the longest 20 seconds for Martin Christensen as he serves a penalty that his teammate incurred.
And the interesting part is the teams have to monitor their penalty times by themselves, so they have to be really strict in terms of watching that, and then when it's done, that will be the go time as it is right now. Meanwhile, there's a battle going on the right hand side as well. That has to be yes, that's the MSI Esports car that we're following right now, isn't it? And we are just checking out where they will cycle out. So at this stage, this is ideally, and I say ideally with a very important hashtag next to it, a star mark rather next to it. So MSI should be coming in the pits at this particular lap. We shall see both of these guys come in, and then that is when we shall see eventually the whole convergence between them and find out how much of a gap they have. And Williams, in fact, David, they've just held on a second, only just, that is.
Yeah, exactly. After serving that penalty, we saw it kind of on the side-by-side there. They came out just in front of NEO Racing Team, who are also on the same age tyres there. Alessandro Bico for the number 12. NEO Racing Team, of course, a very, not exclusively, but very strongly Italian team.
So here comes the MSI Esports Racing Team. Now they're going to come across the line, and they still haven't pit.
No, they pitted at the same time as Williams, remember. They just didn't have the same penalty that Williams had. So MSI Esports now lead solidly 35 seconds ahead of the battle for second, which you can see on the right-hand side of your screen.
Totally got me there for a second. Yes, so MSI haven't pit, and that's a 35-second gap for them. This, David, is going to be their big chance. If Mark Perez can just put in the stint of his life, he could essentially have the race sealed in if he does not make any major mistakes. And while that happens, Williams will be bogged down by chasing car behind. It's the NEO Racing Team going side by side heading into Tamburello. If you fight, you lose time, and Williams desperately does not want this at this stage.
Martin Christensen leading just by 0.3 of a second over Alessandro Biocco. Biocco really putting him under pressure. You would expect there to be a gap forming, wouldn't you? You'd expect Christensen to be able to scamper away. But that 12 car, that Leo Racing 12, has just come on song as we've gone through the race. It didn't have a particularly good pit stop, to be fair. 122 through the lane. Plays 115 for somebody like Biela Racing Team, who are playing the long game. Now Sven Hassel's in that car, up to P4. Remember at the start of the race we went, man, we haven't really seen anything of them in the first couple of stints, but obviously saving their cards for later. And Biela Racing Team Euronics won with Sven Hasse, it's the 45 car, up into 4th position. And only 12 seconds back off this little battle. 4 seconds to the good over the Maniti Purple, which is Liam McNitch, who is aboard that car. Most of those GT3 Audis taking no tyres. Ronan Simsport doing the same as they have done throughout the race. They have taken tyres, and therefore they drop back down again from their 8th position, from their 4th down to 8th spot. We're still owed a couple of pit stops though in the TCR field, are we not? There's a couple, no, not TCR, but 991 cars still yet to stop.
Yeah, that's correct of your top 3 who are just approaching 35 laps into their stint.
35 laps. Goodness me, that's a lot of laps on those tyres. They'll be battered and bruised as the Simsa Esports TCR car gets taken off in the wall. And man, the drama in TCR has just resumed. Totally Chaotic Racing 101.
Okay, what's going on here? So the blue machine is well off track, and okay, that was incredibly deliberate contact. That's kind of black flag-esque deliberate contact, isn't it? I think something happened before that. We probably need a replay that starts earlier on, because the blue car is already off the track here. Something's happened through Piratala that has meant he's just decided to sideswipe him.
And Piratella actually stands for pirate in Italian, so perhaps there was a pirate-esque move being done there at that particular corner that led to revenge being served cold, but stewards are going to serve even colder revenge.
So blue car loses the rear end through Tosa and loses its momentum all the way up the hill. Gabriel Ross aboard that car loses 2 positions to 2 TCR cars, and now so he gets contact there from 1, comes off the track. And to be honest, I don't think really the orange car did anything wrong. Yep. He was just Gabriel Ross had seen red from being bullied off the track by somebody else, and decided to take his frustration out on that 174 car. So Simsa Esports, kind of the innocent party, or the punching bag, more like.
Or perhaps the receiving end of all the kinetic energy from Kinetic Racing, sadly.
Well, I mean, I have to say, going on board tells a different story, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does to an extent. I mean, you do get one side of Gabriele being pretty annoyed by being bullied off the track, but no, I don't think that's the right thing to do. And so, I'm sure that David already knows about this. There must be a penalty in the protest sheet, or yet Simsa must be saying, hey, that's not right, is it?
Yeah,
you can see his frustration in the flashing lights. Classic Audi driver.
Given himself away. If he's running on a single screen, he may not have seen the guy on the left-hand side, but he probably has a spotter to tell him he's there.
Exactly. There's the natural iRacing spotter, the default inbuilt one that'll be saying car on the right, clear, and it wouldn't have said clear because he wasn't clear. So.
Well, let's see how they deal with kinetic. I know if I was a race steward, what I would be doing. You know, if he hadn't flashed his lights, he might be able to find some excuse. But the fact that he flashed his lights in frustration before doing that move kind of tells you more of what his intentions were, perhaps. It wasn't... what was it for? Simpson now in the pits, so Julian Reinhard has brought that car into pit lane. Kinetic are only one place ahead, so to be fair, they were battling for the tail end of the TCR field. But as we've already said, there is points for every single position, so you need to be careful, you need to be clear. Oh, what's this? Williams have lost a position and are going up the inside again to try and get that position back. Somewhere, Leo Racing have got back past Alessandro Biocca fighting, but Martin Christensen trying to find a way. I wonder if it was in traffic where he's lost out. Bico flashing the lights, BMW being well behaved. Little swapper going on for Williams, yet to get out of the throttle there. Just lost the rear end slightly. And now up towards Variante Alta. More traffic to contend with, as we've got a bit of a split stream going on, and that's how the pass happened.
Oh, interesting then. Williams outbraking, just slightly crashing under pressure without any traffic. Yes, braking rather deep, trying to explore the limits of Imola, as so many other drivers have done before them. And they just got caught out by that. And it's, look at this, Ben, it's the Kinetic Racing car. Thankfully, not any damage done to both the GT3 cars in place. And that pass was rather fresh because Williams still has number 2 on the top right screen. So that surely happened just in this very lap. And look at the amount of time they've lost in this case.
And it's not going well for them either, because they're catching the traffic in the wrong places and they are losing ground. So our sometime dominator of this race, Williams, now finding themselves 38 seconds back and in third, not even second position, as a TCR car with a connection issue there disappears and reappears in full view. Yeah, it's kind of unravelling for Williams here. Simply down to a couple of bits of contact. Firstly, battling for the lead, but it does sound like the second piece of contact, which was the 20-second penalty, was kind of an unnecessary contact with a back marker, and just proves that you need to be so careful. Every single overtaking move you make, you need to not lose time, but you need to be so careful. On board with Biela Racing, the 46 car, so that's the Euronics 2. This is a battle for 7th position. Ronin Sim Sports in the Mercedes. Once again, using their fresher tyres to blast past, and it's an exciting race from Ronin Sim Sport because they are on a contra strategy to everybody else. They've got good tyres all the time, but they lose lots of track position, so every single stint is kind of a flat out sprint, whereas others are having to be a bit more endurance about it.
It just reminds me of that rather funny meme where I don't know what character that is, but I'm assuming it's something from Harry Potter. There's this white ginger guy running and saying, "Mama, I'm on an adventure." That's what it's been like for Ronin Sim Sport. Doing things
Lord of the
differently.
Rings, it's The Hobbit.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, yes. I'm really bad at my pop culture that way, so.
And I've never even watched that film.
No, neither have I. No.
It's just a meme that's so popular.
Yeah, you know films thanks to memes rather than the other way around.
Exactly.
So expect to wave goodbye to the Mercedes. He's got good traction. He's got fresher tyres than the Biela car, and he's able to just place that car and carve up through the field way better than anybody else can in the GT3 category, because nobody else has got fresher tyres. So up to 7th position for Vincenzo Amico. 24 seconds back though for Mala Racing. That's a big old ask even by the end of this stint. And so this strategy that they're playing slowly kind of unravelling itself, isn't it? Principally by the fact that it's so much longer to pit.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't really help out with not having fresh tyres, with all the track temperature being so tricky and not really having all the grip in the world. So for Ronin, perhaps it's just going the wrong way around, as David has the key piece of information.
Well, this is pure speculation here, but we know that the lap speed between the Mercedes and the Audi, very, very close. They were comparable in qualifying. But one of the key differences, and this is true of GT4 as well, is the way the different models of car wear on their tyres and eat through their tyres. So it might be the case that in all of their practice and all of their preparation, Ronan and SimSport have realised that the new tyres are very good on a Mercedes, but maybe they can't risk double stinting them on that model of car. It might eat them worse at the end of a stint than the Audi.
Yeah, you've got to consider all those things. Also set up, the way that the cars have been individually set up will use the tyres in different ways, and so even if they're running the same car in the Audis, we might see different wear rates, and of course driving style as well is a huge thing too. So many factors to consider, and ultimately it does look as though the guys have chosen to do single stint those tyres because they can't double stint them, whether that's to do with the car or whether that's a strategic choice. I would say that as we get closer to the end of this race, they're going to be making less progress. We do see them get up to P4 by the end of their stint previously, but I think on this particular stint they're probably not going to get much higher than P6, maybe P5. And actually something has happened, because there's been a very slow lap time from Manti Racing Purple on that last lap. A 1:58 plays a 1:43, so actually Ronan now has a car within 10 seconds of it to try and pass and get himself back into the top 6.
Drama in the 911 Cup category.
You are watching more intently than I am, that's for sure. Burst Esports going grass tracking from P4. So what on earth happened there? Is it on his own?
It is on his own. There was nobody around. And that's just a big bursting of the bubble. Sorry for that terrible pun, but no, I think he's lost his all on his own.
Into the braking zone, locks the fronts. Yeah. Saves it from hitting the barrier, kind of. Yes, he does. So no damage done, but probably a flat spot of tyre. Just trying to brake too late going down the hill here. Snatches the brake there. It has to straighten up to not spin.
That's a rather bizarre accident by Evan M. Not an accident of sorts, but rather offing from Evan F. Marion. And David has come up with a very key piece of information about the very same Burst Esports car, David.
Well, what we were watching was 4th versus 5th versus 6th there. At their last pit stop for Burst Esports here, they put on new tyres just 5-6 laps ago. They had to serve a 10-second penalty. That saw them come out on track just in front of YMCA and the Inertia 900. But then they've thrown a lot of that away just there. They had fresher tyres than the two cars they were battling against, and still made a mistake, lost those 2 positions and 1 more.
Yeah, seesawing the strategies in all the different classes, to be fair. We've seen all the pit stops being shaken out now, but some took tyres, others did not. Williams Esports, for instance, now second in the 991 category because they took tyres and they've fallen behind Inertia. What's going on there? That battle for 9th position in GT4, and the two of them, that's so messy. That's kind of so SRN, I'm not going to say what I was about to say. SRN Motorsports there. Ryan Huff doing a Rob Huff-esque touring car, or being touring carred by BS Competition. And just so, well, I don't know how you lay the blame there, because the Porsche, the SRN came across the BMW, having defended from him. So look again, there's space there. Daily Sports Car sponsored machine. BS Competition go left, then go right, got the overlap, and you can't blame BS Competition for any of that. And it's a shame, really, that there was a secondary contact.
Yeah, I think the Porsche just perhaps should have been a little more cautious about BS Competition being on the inside. So they had to turn in, because before this corner there is a slight kink. But maybe just giving an extra bit of room on the circuit would have helped. Again, very easy to say sitting on my office chair back in Mumbai, not racing, about what they should or should not do. But on the whole, BS Competition have come off worse. They have changed tyres though, they have made the best of this opportunity. But really, it just does not help them. It's an out of place stop, out of schedule one for them.
And not the first time that they've had contact this race. Remember, they had a huge contact earlier on the race where they lost the front bumper and front bonnet, sorry. So they've been repaired that car once or twice before, and as we know in iRacing, sometimes the cars, well, they never really fully repair. They're always slightly jeopardised. Even if you sit there and fully repair the car, it comes out still a bit bent and a bit slow. So a big shame for them, totally unnecessary. And I can see in behind my main screen the Google Sheets document that they update regarding all of the various collisions that have happened out on track. There is so much that Race Control are doing right now in terms of handing out time penalties for lots of things that we see, but of course all the different teams are able to lodge appeals. So for every single piece of contact from every single driver, they are considering, watching the replays and making a judgment. It's a proper full-time job to be a race control steward in these races, but it's what makes and what sets this championship apart from so many others.
But question is, Ben, do they get paid enough for that?
No, of course they don't.
It's a tanker's job, isn't it? Just like
it's all for the love.
It's all for the love, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a. We've got who's in race control today? We've got Nils, Mike Taylor, who is the steward, Marco Direx, and Randy Cheworth as well.
Randy's from Race Sport. Randy's one of our own.
Yes, exactly. But I think he might be part of race control today, and Rebecca Pauline as well. She's in race control too. So good to have a female steward in race control as well. Not enough females in sim racing as a whole, and so representing over there in race control. David, we are halfway through the race, or over halfway through the race now. Are we going to get to a point where we're going to start seeing incident point penalties cropping up by the end of the race, or how are the guys looking?
Well, I don't have an exact figure on that, but if you remember, it's 20 off tracks to get a warning, then another 20 before you get a penalty. And I haven't really seen any warnings for the first 20 yet, so I'm not aware of anyone who's, tiptoeing on the fine margins of potentially exceeding that in the race now that we're already into the second half. I think you've really got to worry more about contact with other cars in the traffic than you do about racking up 40 off tracks. I think they've set the number exactly right, where it's stopped everyone from going willy-nilly off the track here and there trying to gain an advantage, but it's not so stringent that people are going to be penalised for just running a little wide here and there occasionally. Most of the penalties we're seeing are for much larger misjudgments.
Okay, so for the moment, that will be one less thing for many to worry about as we ride on board with David Perez. He's part of the MSI Esports crew in the TCR car for this series, and chasing down Ross McFarlane in the pure sim esports car. These guys have been locked together for ages, fighting over P3. They are 27 seconds behind second place Quadricorsa, and they are now 10 seconds behind Sim Racing RC. So Jürgen Frank leading the class 10 seconds over Omar Chamat. And that was a good battle for the first half of the race, but it does look like Quadricorsa are just slightly losing out here as Perez gets a nice little slipstream. He's going to have the inside line and sensible endurance style racing there between the two, because Ross McFarlane gives him racing room, doesn't fight it too hard, and knows that there's the potential to get it back. That cameraman's drunk, Hugo. You need to make sure he's in focus next time. He's been out of focus. I know it's an effect. I know it's like arty, but if that was real world, he'd definitely be hauled up to the director later on.
And the battles are just pretty good in this field, and the interesting part is that although the TCR cars just have to waver around and let the GT3s go past, while they swallow this bitter pill that they are the slowest category on the field right now, they still are putting a very good show on. And interesting point that you mentioned there, Ben, about endurance style driving. When the TCR cars come together on sprint races, like we had in the Hurstenville TCR race here, TCR Championship on Race Sport TV, they just go bonkers. They bump wheels like normal touring car drivers would, and they just go wild. But that's the one thing in all these endurance races, even in the IRA Club Sport Series, the drivers were very sane in their approach, very calm, very composed, knowing that they need to stay in the draft, knowing that they have to keep things very clean. And that's a very nice way of going about with things, because if not, your race could just end up being pretty repugnant towards the end.
It's a different philosophy between endurance and sprint, because sprint, you really don't have the time to be kind to anybody. But in an endurance race, you know, Ross McFarlane can sit there, the things change, the tyres wear out, the fuel gets lower, there are other drivers going to be getting in these cars which will change the performance. So when you're fighting tooth and nail like you're describing, you know, side by side door knocking, you do lose time, you lose a lot of pace. So much more sensible for the two of them to just slot in, and now P3 for Pure for MSI, and they're not. That's another car getting out of the way, so that's not part of that battle. But it does mean that they can get their head down and start chasing the guy in front.
Exactly, absolutely, and it may seem like efficiency is boring, and it always is towards the end, but in a long endurance race like this one, efficiency is just what you need, don't you? You just have to keep things going predictable, nice and easy, and that's where the decision not to have safety cars in 24-hour esports series helps out the drivers a lot towards the end, because they can just plan their things, plan their moves. As long as they avoid all damage, they'll be fine. They just need to not go behind enemy lines so often.
Good battle going on for the lead of the 991 category. Williams and Inertia within half a second of each other now, after Williams took a longer stop. Now, David, I don't know whether you know why Williams were in the pits for 137 over Inertia's 127.
I imagine they might have actually wanted to get some of that damage repaired, and when you look closely at the blue and purple machine, you'll see the damage you pointed out over the front left wheel before. A lot of that has been fixed. So if they came to that pit stop and then they saw, okay, well, if we wait an extra 15 seconds, we can get a lot of this damage fixed. That's going to be better for us than trying to nurse an aerodynamically damaged car. So hopefully Hugo finds a sober cameraman who can get us a good shot of the 936, because it is looking a lot more pristine.
Yeah, our super slow-mo earlier pointed out the problems, and there we go.
This is what I asked for.
Perfect. Yeah, beautiful. Bonnet's not fixed, but the wheel arch that had the wheel very much sticking out is partially fixed. It's not totally fixed, is it? Because if you look on the right-hand side there, the wheel doesn't stick outside the arch, whereas on the left-hand side, it does. But it is better than it was, for sure. And now, as you can see, just a second. Well, it was down to 0.3 of a second when we cut to this shot, but that was because we were in traffic. Now out of traffic, it does seem like Matthias Vittikainen is able to stretch the advantage over Daniel Lafuente. So, gets caught by the GT3 there on the exit of Variante Alta, so that will have compromised him. He will lose speed there. You don't want to be bouncing through the air, bouncing over the curbs, seeing a GT4 car in your path on the exit, because it does mean you've got to get out the throttle.
Yep, it just means you'll be losing time towards the end, and once again it's time for my favourite camera. It's the split screen on board, and on one side towards the right we have the Williams Esports Benki of Daniel Lafuente in that car, and Inertia Sim Racing on the left. You can see them flying past the TCR cars. They really feel like mosquitoes sticking behind, and they just blast past in the 911 GT3 Cup car. And interestingly enough, even with 6 cylinders, the Porsche is able to hold its own with many of the big GT3 cars, even the Audi R8 on the straights. And we just saw Daniel Lafuente having to fight the car, and that's the nature of the Porsche, not very aerodynamically aided as normal GT3 cars are. So it's always on the edge, it's always skidding about and about, and as a driver it's so hard to not make a single mistake in one stint. The car is so always on the knife edge, this one. I love it.
Yeah, and you can see it by the work rate of the driver's steering wheels. A lot of work going on from Daniel Lafuente. There's just a lot of tiny little twitches, and that kind of unsettles the car. That is replicating what he's doing with the steering wheel. Much smoother on the left-hand side for Inertia. Much more calm by the looks of things. If you look at the body language of the two drivers, you would say that Inertia and Matthias is just throwing the car left and right. Not a little bit of oversteer, but that's okay. Whereas Daniel Lafuente is kind of shaking at the wheel. Just these minimal inputs, but that will do something to the way the car feels, especially in the braking zones as they come down here to Ravazza, for instance. A couple of stabs from Williams Esports. Not being able to just simply feed the steering wheel in one smooth movement and out again. Over the line, half a second the difference. Gaps come down a little bit, and that's the influence of the slipstream, down to 3.5 tenths. But really, we're looking for the next bit of traffic to kind of help Williams get back ahead. Being the dominator of this so far, they have really had a healthy advantage in the early part of the race, but now, as we've cycled through the drivers, they don't seem to necessarily have the dominance that we saw in the early part.
And I think they also went for a double stint initially, and we saw Inertia Sim Racing catching them up, in certain cases by a second a lap. And I distinctly remember them having a 12.5 second gap with Inertia easily chewing that down. And now they do have the upper hand, but you kind of get a feeling that with all the damage repair and the slate being wiped clean, Williams Esports could be doing something right here. But remember, Inertia is no easy cookie.
Very close. But again, just look at the nervous kind of shaking the steering wheel from Daniel Lafuente. As he gets close, it kind of it doesn't look to me as he's confident under brakes in that car. There's this kind of shaky going on as he brakes.
And it's a proper fighter's car, this Porsche. It will not let you go with such ease. It will make you pay towards the end, and if you come back down from a GT3 car normally, you do feel a bit of sadness, let's call it that. But you have to slow down a lot more when you enter the corners. But in the long run, I find it to be a lot more fun to drive personally. You can race it much better because it's not very aero-reliant, and eventually in a broadcast it just leads to more and more drama. Not saying that the GT3s are bad, but this can just queue up some more protracted drama, let's call it that way, in this regard.
Sending the car over the curbs. That has allowed Williams to have a look down the inside, and Inertia goes very, very defensive. Matthias knew he'd kind of made an error there. He knew that he hadn't got Villeneuve quite right, and so went defensive very early. Didn't leave Daniel any space on the inside. Now up the hill, up towards the Peralta corner, then back down the hill into Acqua Minerale once more. Another opportunity for an error down there. And then we move back up to the chicane. It's just so close as Williams sits second in 991. Huge curb take there. All four wheels off the ground. In GT3, Williams third position behind Leo Racing and MSI by 35. The two of them are gaining ground on MSI, but it has a 35-second advantage. No problem at all. This is really the battle that is going on right now. This is the entertainment on track. The lead battle with 20-odd minutes remaining of this particular stint before we go into the third of our drivers in these cars. Inertia, in fact, only have two drivers entered.
Oh, look at this. Williams are under pressure from behind. Williams are actually crabbing about with the second Inertia car. Is that? Williams, I think, have got the move done. They very, very smartly got something done at Tamburello, were door-to-door with the Inertia car. saw one opportunity and like a very clever mouse put their nose in, and the purple car, my goodness me, what a beautiful purple car that is, now finds itself at the top of the class.
Yeah, he's going to fight back though, isn't he? Matthias in the slipstream. Piratala not really the big enough braking zone to get it done. There's a GT4 car which might present an opportunity, but there isn't for the moment. Now heading back down the hill. And of course, because it's kind of a kink and braking zone, there isn't really the space opening there. Ravazza's the next place, and also wherever there's traffic, we've now got the car collection Audi coming up onto the tail of these guys. So how is he there? My timing screen doesn't suggest he's there. Oh, and they got backed up in the GT4 car just ahead. Nearly contact between all of those. Now he gets out of the way, and that has given Williams a little bit of breathing space. So it has changed now to the good. I was going to say, whilst I was completely missing the overtaking move, the Inertia have only 2 drivers. Williams have 3 in that car. So we will expect, and there was the move. Oh, very, very clever. Inertia just being a bit cautious with traffic, basically, weren't they?
Yeah, and Williams just being the ultimate opportunist, just cashing in on this whole situation and coming out a much richer team. Much richer, I beg your pardon. Oh, look at the hopping, look at the hopping. These guys are just like bunnies in this case. And the Inertia team just gets a gentle kiss from behind by one of the GT3 cars.
Yeah, that was actually the second place GT3 car. I thought it was the car collection car, but actually it's Leo Racing 12 that is still stuck behind those 2. And the next car behind them is Williams. So we've got, now I wonder whether there's a bit of an inter-team thing going on here. Williams lead 991. Then second is Inertia. And then we've got third on the road, so the second place GT3 car of Leo Racing Team with the third placed Williams car just at the back of shot there. So Inertia are kind of doing Williams a favour here by kind of getting in the way of the Audi R8 LMS GT3 car and flashing his lights furiously, knowing that Williams are potentially catching up, although the pace seems to be pretty similar between all of them.
Exactly, he'll just be saying, move aside, dear Porsche, with a few explicatives attached here and there, and this is certainly not helping his cause up. And this, for Alessandro Bico in that Audi, is for a top position. Now finally he gets the jump in. He can go down the inside of Ravazza and just look at the pace difference in the corners. That Audi GT3 car just plummets over and just gets a magical run off, and then the Porsche is able to keep pace. Remember, not for position, these are 2 different categories. And at last, here comes the jurisdiction, here comes the lawmaker of sorts. The Williams is back, the Williams is attacking, goes to the outside, stays behind.
Yeah, but what an amazing slipstream he had. Out of Ravazza, he had the slipstream from the 991, then he had the slipstream from the GT3, so he was really able to attack. He's lost a little bit of ground through Tamarello because he was kind of compromised, and really nice work from the Leo Racing Team to at least put a TCR car between the 2 of them through Villeneuve. And again, it's going to happen through Toza as well. Oh dear, the TCR car kind of not really clearing there. That's Team Mad, who's had various interesting issues, and David Haynes in the pit speculating that the damage to the wheel arch is affecting the straight line speed. Well, that would make sense, although Williams now happily stretching their advantage at the front of the field. And for the battle for second in GT3, it's definitely back on, isn't it? Because it was 1.6 seconds before they got in touch with these 2, and now it's down to 0.4 of a second, and Leo Racing Team is staring at the back of a slightly slower but same team, and that is critical. This is where the 991 car could just make life hard for Alessandro Bico, who also, by the way, has damage. He went into the tail of which one? He went into the tail of one of the 991 cars, and the front end is damaged on that car. Look.
Yeah. And the only thing that Leo will be saying right now is, hey, don't be Mr. Smarty Pants in this case. You're a different category car. Move aside. But as you mentioned, Ben, they're a part of the same team. They won't be taking any prisoners in this case. And in the straights, that's not where the Porsche gets eaten up. It's in the corners. So the Leo Racing team has closed up. But the Porsche, look at this. They're already making life harder for them. They're already blocking off the exit. This gives Williams the chance. And the Audi is frustrated.
Yeah, that was easier. That's way easier than it should have been, wasn't it? And look how quickly he scampers out the way as the GT3 car comes through. But it should have been harder for the Leo Racing 12. They really should have tried to make life more difficult. And of course, now the 991 leading car has got the pace advantage up the hill. Such is the way that Porsche is. It's only in the corners where they lose out, really. And so kind of giving a bit of a hurry up to the Audi as they go up the hill. But all of that has kind of sorted out two battles, hasn't it? Unless we get compromised in traffic, which is exactly what's happened to Leo Racing Team through the Acqua Minerale. And now back onto the tail for Williams. Past the TCR car, throw it over the curbs at the Variante Alta. And get yourself back onto the tail of the battle for P2. It's they've been in a battle all race, Williams. Whether it has been with MSI or now with Leo Racing Team, it has just not let up for the Chill Blast car.
And they're certainly not chilling in the back of that car, are they? The name may be Chill Blast, but the temperatures in the cockpit must be searing, or in the virtual one at least, because in real life they are sitting back at home with their air conditioners on. And they have to keep their cool and calm at this stage, because Williams, remember, they had the penalty which put them down into third place from P1. So essentially, I mean, on the broader picture, they're fighting a losing battle against MSI Esports, but what they have to focus on right now is the Leo Racing Team, who are being compromised by the GT4.
Now what? It's this DRE car that's already been in the wars once today, and I just think he just drifted a little bit wide and into the path of the Audi. Let's see it again. Taking it from a long, long way back. So Leo Racing Team is going to come up onto the back and gets compromised into Tamburello. Really wanted to clear him before the corner. So he's on the brakes there, waiting. Then goes to the outside line. And look, the GT4 car just kind of fades into the Leo car, and then contact crucially with Williams too. So both of them have damage from that for sure. Here it is again.
The last thing you want to do you? Oh no, just a rear end.
Nothing really that anybody could have done there other than the GT4 car just... Well, he got understeered basically on the exit, just understeered into side of the GT3 car. So that DRE machine has been in the wars quite a bit. Some days it's yours, some days it's not. Oh dear, and YMCA go grass tracking. Hold it together, boys. Just about.
Oh my God, these kind of moments just make your heart stop for a beat. Oh dearie me, if you were in that Porsche GT4 car, you'd be slamming on the brakes. The Torque Freak racing car just reacting quick enough. Man, that would be two Porsches taking each other out in a flash.
But he saved it, and that's what's crucial. As we now switch, this is what happened earlier. No, is that we're in real time now, so plenty more people grass tracking. TCR looking rather second hand, the 185 machine of Frozen Full Send Racing. Steve Ledger's still aboard that car. He's another one that's done a lot of work, but the front end looks pretty second hand. And they're being passed by the XVR sim car, and now side by side T3 Esports also part of the fun, and Kinetic Gabriel Ross. Now David, we got any news on Kinetic Racing, that huge accident we saw earlier on? Have they come to any conclusion?
Let me have a look. Yes, it's a time penalty for the 183, 45 seconds. Car 183 turns into the 174 as if they were not there.
That's exactly what we said.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And so that's what I think the protest said, and the stewards have upheld that.
45 seconds, though, is quite... he's lucky not to have been black flagged, I reckon. It's very, very deliberate. from Gabriel Ross. And now Williams come past in traffic, losing some time to Leo. You can see Leo in the front of shot there, the back of shot even, going away from us. And there is Leo in second position.
A seconds gap between both these teams. The Leo is, let's say, roaring hard right here. A slightly scratched and bruised and damaged Lion, let's call it that way, but nevertheless still prowling on, doing a pretty decent job at the top. And speaking of people doing a pretty decent job at the top, MSI Esports Blue, well, they've just about taken advantage of this whole situation. They still have put up quite a big gap between themselves and the Leo Racing team, approximately 35 odd seconds here and there. So this is essentially their golden ticket of trying to establish a strong hold over this entire 6-hour race. And with 2 hours and 12 odd minutes left to go, there's ample of time for a fight back. But knowing MSI Esports Blue and the kind of experience that they've got in sim racing, it's hard to expect mistakes from them. No, I'm not putting any commentator's curse of any sorts whatsoever, just hoping for the best.
Yeah, well, they've got an easy run of things now. 2 hours to go, just got to keep it simple. Doesn't matter if they lose a little bit of time here and there. If they've got squabbling cars ahead, no worries, because they can lose a little bit here and lose a little bit there and still have such a big cushion. But for Williams and Leo, it's a very different story. They're fighting over second position now, and really there's not a lot to lose, but certainly they want to. They have the opportunity to change positions. There are still plenty of battles going on in and around the circuit. We're getting close now to the next set of pit stops from our 991 category cars and our GT3 category cars. And the GT4s and TCRs will owe us a pit stop about half an hour after that. Martin Christensen will be getting out of the car. It's not been the best stints for him. He's had some issues. Yes, there was a little issue beforehand, but ultimately he's the man that's collected the penalty points and the drive-through penalty and the stationary penalties, which has put this car now 40 seconds back from the MSI Esports Blue that they were fighting with at the start of the race. Just shows just how tough 55 cars we've had on the track for the majority of the race. We're down to 52 now. Manatee Racing Red retired out the race after their contact. MSI Esports Red, we think, had a connection issue, disappeared from the particular game, and Hoistevelt also retired out of the race after contact. They did get back going again, but I think they had another accident. Red Camel Esports, we saw their big accident at the start. So it is 52 cars with Simsa Esports at the tail of the field. They too getting binned. BS Competition, 51st, also have had lots of contact. Then Tensi Fitzy Motorsport, I think they've had contact. Team Mad have been involved in skirmishes. DRE Endurance, 48th position. They've also had 2 times we've seen where they've been in the wall. Kinetic Racing Velocity, these are some of the guys that have not had the best days. The luck of going against them. Whereas we watch on screen the ones that are still gunning for glory around Imola. They'll have to wait until the 29th of November before they can do it again in the 24H Series Esports Championship. That's where we'll go to Sebring, the last race of 2020 in this particular championship. Gaps now between our drivers. Martin Christensen on the last 8 minutes of his stint before he'll hand over to Dominic Stabe, who we spoke to a little bit earlier. David needs to get his microphone out and go and grab a few more drivers after the end of this stint. Let's get some interviews That would be nice to hear some exactly the opinions of some of our drivers. Tell you what, the man that's really surprised me, not surprised me I suppose, but has put in the mileage over these last 2 hours is Sven Hasse in the 45 Biela Racing Team Euronics #1. That car was nowhere at the start of the race, and now up to P4 ahead of Marla in P5. There is the Biela Racing Team Euronics 1. Yes, one of the very best we've got in this grid. But Sven Hasse is pushing on. Great lap times, lap after lap. He's double stinted these tyres as well. He hasn't got the ultimate pace now because he's on the end of the stint of these with Alex Arana behind the Marla Racing Team. But there's still a question mark over whether they can even make it through the hour mark, because they've pitted always just before the hour of every single pit stop we've seen so far.
Yeah, approximately around an hour, just 1 minute to go for the hour. That's when Marla Racing Team have usually made their pit stop. So it was not really looking very bright for them, and it's not quite looking very bright for them right now, as they have to just navigate past a couple of GT4 cars in traffic. Tell you what though, GT4 has been extremely far-fetched out, far spread out, let's call them, in that regard, because I don't quite remember them having any significant battles so far.
No, we haven't. You're right, we haven't really spent too much time watching them, have we? They've all just been rather spaced out, and other than the very start of the race, it all seems to be, well, other than people getting in the way, it seems to be really plain sailing.
And it's quite the opposite from what you expect from GT4s, because I remember the Intercontinental GT Challenge came here to Imola, a couple of months ago, and yes, that was a sprint race of sorts, but even with multi-class racing, they were able to put up quite a good race around here. But now, of course, sim racing, endurance racing drivers are a lot more calm, a lot more focused. They can avoid things like that, but it's just been unusually calm in the GT4 category.
Yeah, and I wonder whether that's just simply down to the different types of car that we've got in there. And also the fact that they're being split by traffic. They've got the TCR cars that they're faster than, but they also need to be really so conscious about what's happening behind them that perhaps they can't run as tight as you would have done. We see in the same now in TCR, 20 seconds the gap between the leading TCR car of Sim RC and Squadra Corsa. Squadra Corsa just nowhere near the pace of Sim RC in this stint of the race. MSI 20 seconds back from that, so it's really spread out on the top three in TCR. Pure Sim Esports Ross McFarlane 2 seconds back from MSI Esports TCR, so kind of a battle going on there, but when we change drivers, then things might change again.
And actually, just a quick word on GT4 cars as well, because nowadays we are seeing a lot more BMWs being used by the teams and drivers lately. And when the BMW M4 GT4 was introduced to the service, I think in the last update, it was, let's say, an unpopular choice in the GT4 competitive leagues. I mean, I remember the virtual 24 hours series happening at around the same time, and only one of the cars had actually picked a BMW in a whole ocean of Porsches. But now it's changing, even though the BMW is disadvantaged by the BOP with a power cut and not being allowed to transfer as much fuel in, and with ballast added on as well, it still does seem to be a preferred car of choice. It's just evolved in the service. People are spending more time with it, they're a lot more comfortable with it, exploring the setups and everything that's going on, and it's coming into a league of its own as it hops around like a eager bunny in that case.
Such a different car though to what you see from Porsche. You know, it's such a different looking beast and such a different reacting beast. There is, you know, you would say that's a race car, right? Whereas when you look at,
but it's almost like the M4 looks like a car that you could drive for the office, and that's the intention with the M4, isn't it? And the Cayman, of course, a very, very classic sports car-esque machine, mid-engine. It's a very low car in terms of its ride height. And now look at this, a battle in the TCR category, the 171 and the 185. That's the frozen full send racing car, Steel Ledger behind the wheel. We saw him duel out early on. Is this one for position then? They're coming up to Tamarella right now, so the full send racing car getting ever so close, and I would suspect that would be for position the way they're fighting right now. Totally chaotic racing cars living up to that moniker. Going nose to tail at this stage, Steel Ledger, but he's got to settle the books right now from the looks of things. While that happens, we do have the leading car, the MSI Esports Red, having to lap around all of them, having to scroll past and eventually just glide away from these TCR machines, these slower cars of course, but it could be an advantage, or an opportunity rather, for Steel Ledger, because whenever you're involved in lap traffic, be it the faster car or the slower one, it just creates a small bubble of sorts where you can either gain a lot of time or lose it. And if you're a driver like Steel Ledger, this is the one opportunity you can pick out, and you pinpoint moments like this one. You have to wait for a place like this where a lapped car comes in, changes the equation and gives you the upper hand to go in and play your trump card. Nice hood, by the way.
Marla Racing Team into the pits for their driver, no, not driver change, or maybe he is a driver change, but either way, the pit stop cycles have begun, and again, they're 2 minutes shy of the hour mark, so they've been in and already come out, as have, no, they're the first to do so, so we're expecting the rest of the GT3 cars to follow shortly. Marla doing a full service, changing tyres as well. Sami Matatrogan back into that car. Because we've only seen Alex Arana and Sami Matatrogan in that car. Augusto Canapino is on the entry list, as is Andre Butcher, but neither have been seen today. And drivers are able to change. Driver entries for each individual race are able to be alternated as long as you've registered that driver within the team, so it's not particularly strange that that's happened. You can do, if you've got 6 stints to do, then that's 4 hours for one driver, 2 hours for another, or 3, and either way that will fit into that 70% limit that you have to have between 2 drivers. But if you were to do 5 stints and 1 stint, not sure how good my maths is, but I don't think that would work. So the second driver has to do 2 stints.
So then approaching the hour mark in this 6 hours of Imola endurance race. Time has flown by, in fact. It's been 4 hours since we began, and it doesn't quite feel like it with all the drama that we've seen right here. It feels like a very well scripted TV show. There's a lot more up in store in the pipeline for us. These drivers have to primp and pamper their tyres at this stage. They're coming to the very end of the stint, so they can just manage things off towards the very end and wait for the change of tyres, and then we can have 2 full hours of proper intense racing towards the end. Speaking of intense, there is some drama with the traffic. The Go Team racing car, the 907, is chasing the HM Engineering machine, and the DCRs are being involved in that too, with Full Send Racing car right there.
Yeah, everyone's finding themselves on the same bit of tarmac at the moment, and all trying to get themselves clear tarmac. As we click over the 2 hour mark, we should have lots of cars entering pit lane now, and David will get his eagle eye out to see exactly who's doing what in terms of strategy. Very fast lap from Leo Racing Team, Alessandro Pico, but he's now into the pits, and he is the first of our kind of top drivers, top teams to stop. What we'll be expecting from them, David, this time? Is it a full service?
I would think so, because you put on a new set of tyres here, they should get you all the way to the end of the race. Of course, Marla Racing Team continued. They're coming in a little bit early. They're now 2 laps into their stint. It's going to be tough for them to stretch it to get to the end with just 1 more stop from here. Leo Racing Team, the number 12, you can see on the right hand side of your screen. They've come in after 34 laps in their stint. If your top 2 teams in GT3 follow likewise, then we expect them in another lap after this. But Ronan Simsport, most prolific user of tyres in class, are also coming down the lane. Biela Racing Team, the 46, and the sister Leo Racing Team, number 21, also coming down the lane. So indeed, we hit that top of the hour, and what a busy time it is on the pit lane. And one thing you can just notice is while the tyres are being changed on the 12 there, they got a little tiny bit of damage repaired to above the wheel arches. I did notice earlier, Ben, that there was about 2-3 kilometers an hour of straight line speed missing from this number 12, and that was so massively hurting them while they were trying to make their way through traffic.
Matteo Ugolotti has taken over the Leo Racing 12 and back out onto circuit after 1 minute and 42 seconds in the pit lane. We've got Williams in pits as well, as we've mentioned. Ronan Simsport, Leo 21, Racecraft are up in there. Inertia, Mega Auto. We've not really spoken about the GT3 car from Inertia, but they're in pits. Biela Racing 2 are in pits and 1. So Sven Hasse brings, after a great stint from Sven Hasse, he brings his car into the pits, and it is getting busy, it's getting full. I suppose, you would expect everybody to be doing full services, because that means you could double stint the tyres if you wanted to on the last stint of the race, or not if you didn't want to, depending on how the track develops, how the temperatures develop as well. So really, everyone should be stationary for a similar amount of time.
Yeah, so that's why we've got our eyes on the number 1 Williams Esports Chill Blast, because they're going 1 lap longer than Leo, but taking basically identical service. I assume it'll be battle on once again once that white and blue Audi drops down off the jacks and gets back out on the racetrack. It'll be battle resumed for 2nd and 3rd place as your leader. 44 MSI Esports Blue is on the lane again. And the one thing I wanted to bring up here about that weather, it's been a track temperature of 28, 29, 30 all race long. Well, the time in sim right now, 6 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. The last hour, maybe the last 30 minutes of the race, we might see some early evening coolness, a little bit of happy hour right before the end of the race.
Back out the pits, we had a nice split stream there from Williams on the right hand side and Leo Racing on the left hand side, and it's a decent advantage for Leo Racing. Matteo is over 5 seconds to the good. He's got a bit of traffic, he's got to try and get through that, and it's actually a GT3 Mercedes that we've not really seen too much of, but he's cleared that and back out underway. MSI Esports Blue, the race leader, putting Alejandro Sanchez back into the car, so they are only running 2 drivers then. Because we saw Alejandro at the start of the race, and we've seen Mark Perez, but Salva Talens is not featuring in this particular race for MSI Esports Blue, and so Alejandro with another double stint to get themselves to the end of the race. A much easier double stint than he had at the start of the race, where actually he spun. So he is getting his full service, and then most of our GT3 guys will have done what they need to do, other than Maniti Racing Purple, that actually now inherit the lead of the race. Why are they not coming to the pit? Surely they can't go that deep. They're on a slightly different strategy, David.
Yeah, that would seem to be true. I mentioned almost everyone doing 34 laps to a stint. Williams did 33. This is looking like at a minimum 35 laps to the stint. So compared to Williams Esports Chill Blast, Maniti Racing have stretched this stint so far 2 laps longer. Well, and with a rather sorry looking car with that rear wing rather bent. I wonder whether they'll choose the low drag setup. Yeah. I wonder whether they'll try and choose to repair that or not. It depends on how much it's compromising them, really. But everybody doing pit stops or lane in the lane for about 1 minute 43 seconds. Biela Racing longer, 1 minute 58 seconds. So did Sven Hasse pick up a penalty in his stint that Lucas Gestad has now had to serve?
That's one question for you, David.
Yes.
The other one is Leo Racing 21 only stopping for 1 minute 16. So they're offsetting their double stints.
Yeah, so there was a penalty, just 10 seconds for the number 45, causing a collision, hitting the number 9, which is another GT3. It's...
Yeah, that's Maniti.
Maniti, yeah. This car.
Yeah, that one right there. Probably the responsibility for the damage. So that was one question. But what about Leo Racing 21? 1 minute 16 in the lane. That is very short.
The 21, yes, they took... You remember they were one of the teams that went off cycle very early. I think they're on the opposite of everyone else, so they took no tyres at this stop for the number 21.
Okay, yeah, so now they're on their second set, though, so he's got the pain to feel at the end of this stint, although they have seemingly changed drivers. El Putoi is on that car now. Not sure he was in that car before, but it's possible. So we now kind of will get, in a few moments' time anyway, once Maniti come out of the pit, an idea as to who is where. 33 seconds is the gap between Alejandro Sanchez in the MSI Esports Blue and Leo Racing Team 12 of Matteo Ugolotti. 5 seconds ahead of Dominic Stabe in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and they are 24 seconds ahead of Marla Racing. So whatever they're doing at Marla, whether it's a mistake or not, and I think I've seen this before, where they've done something slightly different with their fuel, and then at the end it's all been good, and I've kind of kicked myself. Seems to think that happened at Spa 24 Hours. Either way, Sami Matti Trogan P4 now, 5 seconds to the good over the Biela Racing Team Euronics number 1. That was because of that penalty that we just spoke about. So let's see if that can change. That's going to be one to watch. Leo Racing 21 in 6th, Biela Racing Team Euronics 2 in 7th position. And it looks as though Maniti Racing Purple have come out in 8th spot. So all of our GT cars now have done their pit stops, and we await the 991 cars to come in. In fact, Williams Esports have just brought the BenQ car in from 2nd position. They never were able to clear the Inertia 902 car, and they've pitted slightly earlier, up on the jacks, new set of tyres, and Moreno Siracia will take the wheel.
And I've watched Moreno race in a couple of events here and there, and he's a proper ace behind the wheel. Williams Esports have actually got a really good driver right there, as have all the other teams. But Moreno is someone extra special, can go deep and get the maximum performance from the car. They rejoin B number 6, not exactly the best place in the world, but they do have things firmly under control.
In the pits for 1 minute and 36 seconds. Now let's see how that compares to the Inertia cars. Well, I say Inertia cars. Inertia car 902 is really the only challenger to this car. And there they are. 900 has faded to now a minute behind their teammates over the course of the race. It really hasn't gone so well for Henry Salmen. We saw him, I think, in the gravel at one point. But yeah, lost a lot of ground to his teammate. Who else has been in the pits? Ori's racing team has been in the pits. John Rodriguez now takes over the 977. Burst Esports back with Anders Dahl for the end of the race. 911 has been in the pits. And GTL VRT Reds back with Yaroslav Sebula. 979. So still awaiting a couple of cars who are going extra long, so they'll have a shorter stop either at this point, or you split it, or you just go short in the last pit stop. But that is going to play a little bit into the hands of Inertia, who are both yet to stop. As we now switch our attention to TCR and a battle for 6th position between Kinetic, the naughty boys of TCR, and Frozen Speed, but they've got to go into the pits, Kinetic, and serve a 45-second penalty, so there's no chance that this is really a real battle.
Yeah,
Now, here's a story for you, David, to go and investigate. Ronan Simsport, back in the pits last time for 7 minutes and 20 seconds, back in the pits again. So our kind of hero Mercedes that was running single stints has got an issue. And I wonder whether it is very similar to what we saw from Racecraft in that they haven't been able to change drivers.
I'm going to look at that, but I can tell you that there's damage over the front left wheel arch quite significantly for that particular car. I'm going to look back, but that's the only corner that's damaged is the front left, and quite significantly.
So is this a repair in the pits for 7 minutes, 8 minutes now it ticks? And let's have a look on the replay. Here is the hero Mercedes.
Out of the pits on a set of cold tyres, Tamburello bounce across the curb, and this happens so often when the tyres are cold. You bounce across a curb and the suspension damping doesn't quite work properly, the tyre doesn't grip up again properly as it gains contact with the pavement again, and we've seen a couple of cars across a couple of classes leave pit lane with cold tyres and find that the curbs are deadly.
And would you believe BS Competition getting involved again? So that's the third incident that we've seen where BS Competition have just been innocent bystanders in somebody else's accident, and the damage is from BS Competition clouting the front end. And you can see that car looks like it's already done a 24-hour race, let alone just 4 hours. It looks like you would kind of expect to see from a 24-hour Nürburgring car, doesn't it?
It looks pretty battered and bruised here for those guys. BS Competition, of course, a top name. Otherwise, in GT4 competition, they run the NA GTE as well. They're pretty committed to BMWs. In the other side, in the real world, in fact, BS primarily doing PR for motorsport teams, and sure do know how to make their image look pretty good, but sadly not quite looking the same for Bureau Sport competition right now. And just coming back on the whole Mercedes incident, and naturally the Mercedes would want to go on the curbs because that car is softer on the curbs in comparison to the Audi, so drivers do naturally take the leeway and get on the curbs more easily in that machine, but then poor tyres and will almost always bite back.
Into the pits again is Leo Racing Team 21. So there is a story brewing there. That's they've only just come out of the pits, so that's a weird one for you, David, to investigate. Looks like they might have changed the driver in that car. Inertia 900 in the pits, and Go Team Racing and YMCA. Those are more conventional stops from our 991 category. And would you believe Inertia Sim Racing 902 still yet to stop, really stretching this stint a great amount, as is HM Engineering. So it's kind of the order that we expect to see in 991 could very much be thrown into the air because of people kind of stretching their stints.
And you're right about the number 21, Ale Porti. We saw him come out of the pit lane, inheriting the previous driver's old tyres. He's only done 5 laps before he brought the car back into the lane, and then a very quick stop for just about 18 seconds of fuel, I think it is there. And then put Ariel Bernardi in the car for the first time, back in the car after the opening 2 stints of the race. So I don't know if that was to steal a cricket term, night watchman there for 5 laps, or if there was some other problem. I know for the rare occasion I might be in the company of some people who understand.
Yes, yeah, we are all cricketing nations, that's for sure. Amazing collection of commentators from Mumbai, from Brisbane, Australia, and although I'm English, commentating from France. So that is a truly international commentary group, somehow being controlled by Brazil, would you believe? It's just, every so often it baffles me, the technology. Of course, all these drivers also sending signals to each other from around the world so that they can see where each other is on the track, so we can see them, so we can choose which camera and car to follow, so we can then talk about them and send you the pictures, all in the matter of split seconds. It's just mental.
And people will still complain about it, but fair enough.
Yeah, that's why there is a slight delay between myself and Brisbane. It's just the very smallest of delay, but it's okay. It's understandable. Biela Racing Team Euronics 2 into the pits. that's either a very late stop or that's another stop. That seems very strange. Inertia Sim Racing from the lead. Now, this is crucial. From the lead of the race, Iro Tuminen taking over the 902 car. Where is he in comparison to Williams? They were locked together, remember? Just separated by a couple of tenths of a second. Williams, I think, have got ahead. So I think there's going to be a change in 991.
Interesting then. So the Williams team getting the upper hand in this case, and just look at the gap that they've built out right here. And so here is the Inertia Racing team on your screens on the right hand side, but no, from the looks of things, Williams do have the upper hand in this case. So they've just slowly dipped into that, and here they are, then reaping the rewards here.
Yep, pace, the amount of time in the pits was exactly the same. So that was just pace advantage from Moreno over those laps, and literally what we would call the undercut. Now, of course, what we do have is, we do know that Inertia have got 3 or 4 laps in hand over that last pit stop, so they don't have to spend as much time fueling up when we go to the pit stop in, well, I suppose for them it could be as much as an hour and 15 minutes time, so only 30 minutes before the end of the race. So interesting strategies playing out, not a huge amount of battling on track in the 991 category, but people playing different strategies. Now, 46 Biela Racing Team Euronics 2, this is what happened. PT4 car ahead from P6. He's quite a long way back into Tamburello. Oh, GT3 car loses it. Oh, dearie me.
Whack with the double C.
Pow. That is that is Biela dead. That for sure. There is no way from that returning.
I shouldn't be laughing at this case, but goodness me, it's almost comical the way the Porsche can just flip around the Audi at that speed. So here he comes, he loses it all by himself. Biela like, no, don't flip into me. And guess what? He does just that. Amazing.
So, yeah, I mean, there was no returning from that. He was parked on the catch fence as well. So, a bit of a disaster. Just lost the rear end of the car there. So easy to do under braking, especially when you're trying to trail brake. But it's a mess. That's not where you should park.
Well, students, if you're watching and if you want to know what a good triangle looks like with all the angles, that is a good diagram. Just put an Audi R at LMS there. Not much. Not a very cheap way to go about things.
So, Biela Racing Team still on my timing screen saying they're in the pits rather than retired, but they'll have a serious amount of damage to fix from that incident. So I'd be surprised whether we see them out again, but very, very unlucky to have,
and
well,
they'll have
not
to start with cleaning the driver's seat.
Yes, they absolutely would do. That was, gosh, unlucky. Very, very unlucky, and that is what I love about this multi-class type of racing. Unpredictability and moving chicanes, if you like. That was, that if we had a single class of car, that might not necessarily have happened, but it also could have done. It was one of those incidents that could have happened any time, anywhere. Right, top 3 in GT3. 40 seconds separate Alejandro Sanchez and Matteo Ugolotti. Williams now 3.4 back. So Dominic Stabe is closing down Matteo Ugolotti. 2.6 now. So wait for a few moments. We'll go and check on that when it gets a little closer. Top 3 very spread out in the 991 category. Williams ahead of Inertia, ahead of Ori's racing team. John Rodriguez now aboard that car. Burst Esports behind them by 9 seconds. GT4 is well spread out as well. We've got half a minute between Squadra Corsa White and Pure Sim Esports, with Talk Freak Racing slowly making their way up, and they are now sitting in 3rd position, but no real opportunity for changes in the top 3 there. And possible changes in TCR for 2nd position. Pure Sim Esports, Ross McFarlane on the tail of David Perez in MSI Esports TCR. They are very close, with Sim RC now 45 seconds to the good. That has been quite a stint from Jürgen Frank.
That is a long one there by Jürgen Frank. And for as long as I can remember, he's been in that car. So he's certainly putting in the hours in the TCR category right there, Jürgen. Surely, if the result is good enough towards the end, he'll be having a big, big smile on his face. But yeah, right now, SimRC just doing the goods at the very top, 45 seconds ahead of MSI Esports TCR. And yes, MSI Esports will be glad to see a 1 and a 2 in both the different categories. But the way SimRC have driven so far, pretty strong, pretty good performance there.
Absolutely. This is that battle. No, this is not the battle. This is leader in class, Jürgen Franke. And he has TCR cars for company, but it's not somebody who he is directly fighting with. The battle is for second. There it is. David Perez with Ross McFarlane on his tail. Seem to remember these boys swapping positions about 2 hours ago, and as I said at the time, don't compromise your speed too much by fighting it, just sit and wait. And exactly that's what's happened for the rest of the last 2 hours. Ross McFarlane has been just there with David Perez, following him along. Still 6/10 of a second is the gap. And when they finally do their last pit stop and hand over to their third drivers, or maybe hand back to their firsts, then perhaps we might see a change. And that's actually not far away. We owed pit stops from our TCR and GT4 category cars in potentially 7 minutes' time, isn't it?
I was going to say, the pit window for those two classes will open very, very shortly, and we'll see if anyone decides to pit when the window opens. But I think some of the teams like SimRC that have been taking the fuel long are going to try to push deep into that pit window, have a short final stop, and hopefully, if they've been saving fuel all race long, they'll end up with a noticeably maybe 10-15 second shorter final stop, and hope that that is enough to leapfrog them ahead of some of their competitors. Though SimRC have done a good enough job on the track, I think it's some others in the class that might need to worry about that.
Battle for P5. GTL VRT Red versus Inertia. Now, Inertia, this is... why are they so far back? They really have... things have not worked out for them, have they, in this race, in a way that it's working out very well for their teammates. Both similar pit stops, so both have got the tyres, but Inertia now in 7th, so this is battle for it's battle for P5. But they are 13 seconds back from Burst. Anders Dahl has cleared them. And you can again ride on board and watch the steering wheel action. The inputs from Danny Corpy. He's got a GT4 car to pass. That's easy enough done. But Yaroslav Sebula really making that car hustle ahead of him, moving around underneath him. And he's trying to scamper away, you get the feeling, don't you? So David, let's head back down to you. It's time for you to find some more interviews, I think, but you've got a story about 959.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I've looked up and down the drivers available for us to potentially pull in an interview. And they're actually a little thin on the ground, and I tried to get one GT4 team who actually not especially cooperative, but for the 959 in the 991 class. Hey, look, if you're having a bad day and then don't want to tell us about it, then that's fine. But in the 959, recent driver swap there, Cooper Murray turning his first laps behind the wheel in that car. Cooper Murray, Australian, has actually stood on the podium of every single race of the Porsche Pace Carrera Cup Australia this year. Now he graces us in the 24-hour Series Esports.
Oh.
Good fact.
3 pole positions, 3 fastest laps, and 4 podiums.
Oh, we've got iZone off in the barrier. They've been involved in accidents already, trying to find reverse.
And that's not the first Porsche that we've seen in the barrier, have we? But probably the first in that position.
Why did he reset back to the pit? Didn't look like the car was that badly damaged. But either way, iZone Performance Adrian Beza joins Bila Racing Team in the pits. and the 4 cars that we have tired out of the race. MSI versus Sim, continuing. Maybe a sniff of an opportunity for Ross. We know that he's a sensible driver. We know that he's not going to stick his nose in or fight it too hard. Of course, these are kind of, well, they are actually, they are our slowest car, so they're not really worried about overtaking anyone other than their own TCR cars. They're more concerned about the mirrors and what's coming behind them to try and stay out the way and stay out of trouble. So often they get caught up in that kind of thing, and that's the undoing of their races by other people. As we said, we're coming to the end of this, potentially coming to the end of this stint. .4 of a second separates these two to come across the line. You would imagine there would be a bit more of a slipstream effect from these TCR cars along this straight as a GT4 Porsche goes flying by. And there was a little bit of an opportunity. Oh, under brakes a lot more. That Porsche was well early on the brakes. Kind of caught David Perez off guard there. Had to slam on the anchors pretty quickly. Wasn't really expecting to have to do so. Way onto the grass, Ross McFarlane. And of course, his front wheel starts spinning up, trying to scrabble for traction where there is none.
Now come up to the Tossa corner. Italian for scissors, essentially. Scissor-like corner, pretty tight, pretty twisty. And can't quite make your moves there unless you've got a really good run after Villeneuve, which is not too far behind. And then on to Piratella. Using the AstroTurf, not going too far wide. And just making sure you're very good in this tough section of the Acqua Minerale. And now Rock McFarlane has got the edge here. He's drunk all of the Acqua Minerale and put this to his advantage, because now he's on the tail of the MSI Esports. Coming up for Variante Alta, which is Italian for high. Navigating the chicane. I personally hate this corner, but then again, it's a necessary one for the flow of the circuit. Letting all the 911 cars go past. And this, Ben, could we potentially see something around the outside sometime in this race? When I was commentating here for the Porsche Sport Carrera Cup in these 911 GT3 cars, we did see a couple of drivers be bold enough to go around the outside, but that was in probably desperate circumstances. Do you expect something to happen towards the very end if the battles are too exciting?
I feel like we saw something earlier on in the race where somebody hung it out around the outside, perhaps MSI Esports, hung it out around the outside enough to give them a bit more momentum, so that when they got onto this straight, they actually had more speed and were able to hold on to position going into Tamburello. So I think if you're brave enough and you're compliant enough, it's all about compliance with the other driver. Is the guy going to give you enough space, enough room? And then you can make it work. Maybe not on a TCR car, especially not at the end of their tyre stint. They probably don't have the grip available to them. And one TCR car very much getting out of the way there. It was interesting because it almost felt like David Perez was being held up by the GT4 Porsche. It got past him on the fast bits, but in the slow bits, the TCR car was equal to it. And these TCR cars are not slow. They've got some really good handling characteristics through tighter parts of the track, and it did feel as though he actually could carry more speed through Acqua Minerale than the car ahead. And that was then what compromised him, because he had to come out the throttle and allowed Ross McFarlane to get right onto his tail. This time, though, through here, there is no such traffic, and they can take their racing line. He'll obviously still have to worry about if he is going to pull out. Classic motorway overtaking. Before you pull out, check your mirrors, make sure no one's coming up behind you faster than you're going, especially if you're in a TCR, because there's plenty of opportunities for people to do so.
Yep, slowest category on the grid. Not slowest in the world by any means whatsoever, even though they are front-wheel drive race cars. The kind of speeds that they can pull out on a race car is absolutely astonishing. It just is beyond my understanding how these cars are so fast the way they are. But yeah, that's the thing, right? When they are the slowest category on the entire circuit, it becomes a bit tricky for them to constantly check their mirrors and be aware all the time just to know what's happening. But they've got to do that. That's just in the CV of any endurance racer. And That's why I love the challenge of endurance racing so much. It's not just direct competition and nurturing your car, it's also being 24/7 aware of the traffic. And now, there's only one way here for the Pure Sims car. It is up. The MSI Esports car is defending. Something in Villeneuve, perhaps.
I kind of get the feeling that Ross McFarlane has a bit more pace, you know? He's been very, very careful about where he overtakes, but when he does drop back, he's able to close quite quickly onto the tail of David Perez and maybe sniffs an opportunity into Toza this time. No, not quite. But we're coming to the end of the stint on these tyres, and they probably aren't their best, so it's going to be easy for these boys to make errors, cause problems for each other. Ultimately, if Ross does get past, does he have enough pace to start moving away, or is it okay just to kind of wait, knowing that really they're too far away to challenge Sim RC at the head of the field? Remember, we're looking at the battle for P2 here rather than Jürgen Franke, who is miles up the road in P1. And yeah, so I think maybe it's all going to come down to the last 90 minutes of the race, as we're starting now to see pit stops coming from TCR. We've got Kinetic Racing Velocity into pit lane. They're the first of our TCR cars to pit. No problems at all within the window. It's all about how long you can go now and how much you can minimise the length of that last stop, or this stop, I should say.
Yeah, so here's Kinetic Racing, and this is going to be a very, very painful one for them. They're making their final stop here, and then, 45 seconds stop and hold is what really looks like it's being served right now for that team. They are in the penalty box zone, it would look like, and we've also got McFarlane in the lane, so TCR cars definitely making final stops right now.
Yeah, now that'll be interesting, because when he comes out, he'll have at least one lap on the fresh tyres, and he could easily do an undercut with a good fast opening lap. Of course, the first lap would be on cold tyres, so it wouldn't necessarily be that strong, but depending on the offset between him and the MSI Esports TCR of David Perez, I would be looking, if I was Perez, at making sure I come into the pits this lap, regardless of my strategy, just to try and cover off McFarlane, knowing that they have been locked together for so long.
And speaking of that, McFarlane has made way for David Baker in the 116. I think just about to wrap up service. See precisely where that car comes out.
A couple of GT4 cars, also Pure Esports 416 into the pits. Leopard Esports Black also into pit lane 453, and E-Game Racing, which is one of our cars that is registered with the wrong number. Number 33 it's registered as. It should not be registered as 33. It should be. I had that written down. 401. They didn't like that, so they had a 60-second penalty simply for getting the number wrong. As you can see, 401 on the graphics, but on the windscreen, the computer-generated number is 33.
And that's right at the very tippy top of the penalty sheet, the very first one that came through, and that was when that was before qualifying, before the race, when they arrived at the track with the wrong number. Of course, race control want everyone to have the correct number, not just because for the sake of law and order, but also because we haven't pointed it out, but you may notice each different class of car belongs to a different set of numbers. All of our GT3 cars, the overall class, 2-digit numbers between 1 and 99. All the TCRs are in the 100 numbers, Porsche here are in the 900 numbers, and GT4 is easy to remember because they are all 400s.
Yep,
as
absolutely.
It is in the real 24-hour series, not just the esports. So that is us trying to make sure we follow as the numbering and the rules are for the real-world Creventic series.
And this is, as a championship, this has been run for the last couple of years as the NEO Endurance series, but as the partnership between NEO and 24 Creventic series strengthened across the lockdown period, They have now officially put their weight behind it, including adding Radio Show Limited as a partner, as a broadcast partner, and that is why I'm here. Also strengthening promotion thanks to VCO as well. So really going from strength to strength, and it's kind of a reflection on the how the drivers felt about how professional the championship was run, that it has managed to attract such support from left, right and centre. Many a pit stop right now. Pit lane is very busy. Our leader in TCR is in, RC. Felix Ludding is taking the car over from Jürgen Franke. We're still waiting to see MSI Esports come in. So that is very much a question mark, because we need to see how that plays out when it comes to the end of the race.
This is your TCR leader on the pit lane right now. Felix Ludding behind the wheel. Service going on, drops down off the jacks. That means the tyres are done, and they're still waiting on fuel to get this thing to the end. Minute 22 to go, and in the end that is just 4 seconds shorter than a full tank of fuel. They've probably added about 95% of a tank at that final stop, and their key rivals in MSI Esports TCR are also on the lane, but quite a bit behind them. SimRC look like they're going to rejoin in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, there was no one going to challenge them, were they? I think they were about a minute ahead of everybody else regardless, so they could have sat there and had a picnic and still come out in the lead of the race. The question is, this car. When does this car come out in comparison to David Baker, who's got 2 laps under his belt now in the Pure Sim Esports car? Victor Lobato has taken over the MSI Esports TCR car. A beautiful livery, and off they go. That felt pretty short as a stop. Let's see how it compares once they actually exit pit lane. But yeah, they're going to have a decent advantage. On the right-hand side there is Pure Sim, and David Baker is, getting up to speed, but he's going to be nowhere near. And is that because of a shorter stop? Yes, a massively shorter stop. No, actually not massively shorter. 6 seconds is the difference, but it has allowed MSI Esports to have a healthy advantage for second place going into this final stint. 2 new drivers though. What's the pace difference between Victor Lobato and David Baker come the end of the race? We're pretty much there then for pit stops, I think, with 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining. Just scrolling down to see if anybody still owes us. There's a couple of guys at the very tail of the field, but other than that, all the stops have been done. So we've now got a 80-minute race to the flag, and still there is a very tight battle for second position between Williams Esports Chill Blast, who've been slowly chipping away at Leo Racing Team 12. And now look at the two of them once again locked in. It's been a really super exciting race for Williams Esports Chill Blast. They perhaps will rue the fact that they are not fighting for the lead of the race any longer. The gap now up to nearly 50 seconds, such as Alejandro Sanchez's pace at the head of the field. But Dominic Stabe is within 2, well, it doesn't matter, the gap, you can see it there, less than a tenth of a second. Let's go over to David Haynes in the pits.
So we talked about it. There is the off-track limit, and the teams get a warning at 20 and a penalty at 40. The first team to get the warning for 20 off-tracks was this number 1, Williams Esports Chill Blast. They got that 2 hours 19 minutes into the race, so they'd used up half of the off tracks before the halfway point of the race. They got to be careful, and not necessarily tiptoeing, but they couldn't keep consuming off tracks at that same rate if they're going to avoid a penalty with 1 hour 20 minutes to go. That's something maybe looming over the head for Williams Esports Chill Blast. They've got to be just a little bit more careful than they were in the first half of the race.
Well, and that was Arthur Leoc, wasn't it, who was driving the car in the first 2 hours of the stint. So he was the man that consumed all of those off-tracks, meaning that Martin Christensen had to be super, super careful. Now, of course, Martin was the one that got caught up in incident and ultimately caused the gap to grow. So now, so far, Dominic Stabe has just been clawing down the gap and is nearly halfway through his stint, and at least is now able to see the tail of Matteo Ugolotti as he flashes the lights. Well, no, actually, that was a TCR flashing the lights at Ugolotti, saying that was a bit unfair. And that, I think, was our friend David Baker, who is on his own conquest to chase down Victor Lobato and the 9.6 second gap that's between him and second place. Traffic, though, this time for Leo Racing, and he had to get out the throttle as he went through at Creminerale. Is it really the opportunity for Dominic Stade to get down the inside into Variante Alto? It's just not a place to overtake, but maybe it's just upset the rhythm for Matteo, and the place to overtake would be down into Ravazza. Let's see what happens then as they plunge downhill onto the brakes, locked together. Dominic looks to go to the outside, a bit of flashy lights going into the braking zone, but ultimately there is no space to stick that Audi R8 LMS down the inside anywhere right now.
Here comes the Williams then, using all the slipstream and the draft, heading towards Tamburello. It's a tricky corner to make your move, but Williams Esports simply do not care. Leo was hurt with aero damage, they are losing straight line speed, and Williams have played the trump card. Door-to-door action for second place, and the Williams Esports Chill Blast car are up ahead for now.
Amazing move around the outside of the first part of Tamburello, giving him the inside to the second part. Now they get onto the tail of the MSI TCR car that's second in that category. Remember, we spoke so much and watched so much of their battle over the last half an hour, and Williams now trying to make the difference whilst it counts. Try and get the traffic at a different point in the circuit. Try and create that gap between the two cars. It was a fantastic move, forced to go around the outside. But it was really, as you said, Sunil, the straight line speed of the Leo Racing car is just not there after that contact. And look at that, put a car between the two of them into Acqua Minerale and just continue to have a little bit of advantage as the GT4 car over on the grass on the left-hand side recovers, but recovers safely, unlike the 991 car that we saw earlier on in the race. Now Williams catches traffic at the wrong point, but Leo already quite far behind. And Dominic Stade, I fear, has, well, not I don't fear, but I think has the pace advantage over Matteo Ugolotti. And this is where that Williams is going to stay. There's no chance in anything that he's going to close up 53 seconds to Alejandro Sanchez. But at least Williams back into P2 after so long fighting with Leo Racing Team 12. Still, we've got over an hour remaining. Anything can happen. There's the possibility of catching traffic at the wrong moment. And we'll just have to keep an eye and make sure that everything is calm and collected from Dominic Stade.
Well, obviously that penalty putting Williams Esports behind, not quite giving them the chance to gun for the race win against MSI Esports Blue with Alejandro Sanchez behind the wheel. But nevertheless, they've got to make the best of all that they've got. And right now, it's just the way.
Also, a little battle forming behind this group between Biela Racing Euronics 1 and Marl Racing. They are only 2.5 seconds between each other now, so that's something to watch out for, although we still have a question mark over whether Marl Racing can actually make it to the end without doing another splash and dash, such has been their strategy throughout the race. Traffic now, though, will mean that gap does widen slightly, and Marla Racing managing to clear those two TCR cars without too much of a problem. But where's the Biela car? Oh, he's got past it. No, the Biela car's behind. Sorry, being silly. There is the Biela car flashing the lights. Ultimately, probably passing those TCR cars in a better, safer, more economical place. But certainly Sammy Matti-Trogan using the track quite well. And Marla, as a reminder, our title sponsor for round 2 of the championship when we go to Sebring on the 29th of November. Over the curbs. Lucas Jezat is in the Biela Racing Team Euronics 1. And let's head down to the pits with David Haynes. I think we've got a interview. Yeah, let's talk to Jordan Weeks.
Yeah, indeed. I've managed to grab Jordan Weeks from the 959 HM Engineering Porsche You drove in the opening stint for this car. I have to say it was going pretty well for you guys. Very familiar with seeing the HM Engineering colours on a Porsche. But what's been the big challenges today? Because I'm sure you guys know you could do better than 10th, and we all believe it.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just today it's not going our way. We had a bit of a contact with Burst at the start of the race on the third lap. That's giving us damage on the right rear, so we're suffering top speed.
You've got Cooper Murray in the car right now. He's obviously pretty well familiar with driving the Porsche Cup car. How's he going along?
He's doing alright. He's just managing the damage that we're dealing with right now. Because of the second incident we had with Jeremy, it's bent the steering a little bit.
Well, with all that for round one, there's still a lot of excitement still to go into the championship. Very early days in this one, and you feel like the what was NEO Endurance Series, now 24-hour Series Esports, just keeps ramping up a notch. Now we've added VCO for this year and more real-world links. And what's the feeling for HM Engineering about the direction the series is going?
Oh, we feel that the league's gone in a massive step forward in our view. Definitely one of the leagues that we will stay committed to. I've committed to this league like for God knows how long now, being from Torrent, ACR to HM Engineering.
In the ideal world, what's the strategy like for the 991 class? It seems like pitting relatively often. We've seen quite a few teams going for tyres every single stop. Is that still going to be the hot way to do this?
Well, it highly depends on the tyre wear. So, but this temperature, actually, tyre wear's been pretty bad for us at least, for the HM guys. But yeah, normally you would want to stay out as long as possible, as the car likes to get faster and faster throughout the stint.
And looking at some of the other drivers, some of the other teams in the class, obviously there's some pretty strong ones against, two-car effort from Inertia Sim Racing. Burst Esport have got some very quick drivers and a bit of experience with this car as well. Who are you thinking are going to shape up as your main rivals in races going forward?
So I would have, before the season started, we was pretty much predicting it'll be a very close championship between Williams, Burst, probably ourselves as well, if luck goes our way. But yeah, Inertia as well. They was up there last season with us, so I would think that they will be part of the championship fight.
What about last season? MSI Esports absolutely stomped this category, taking every single win, taking an absolute clean sweep. That driver lineup's gone and moved over to GT3. Does that mean it's fair game, it's open season for everyone in this category now to maybe grab a trophy?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, who wants another Mercedes situation in real F1? Those guys are just dominant. An MSI team, considering that both of their drivers last season was the PESC pro drivers lineup, so yeah, for us, all fair game for us to fight for the championship.
Well, Jordan, thanks for having the time. Best of luck to your team. Shortly we're going to let you get back, coach them to the end of this one, but anyone you'd like to thank from yourself, HM Engineering, and your sponsors?
I've done this again. I've completely forgotten the sponsors, but yeah, I think AMD is on there. Quite a few sponsors in there. Shout out to those guys, and yeah.
I'll help you out. It also says Race Union on the rear wing and BenQ on the front.
Yeah. Shout out to those guys.
Fantastic. Well, okay, a little bit of a moment there for Cooper Murray, but he has very good reaction times for 6 in the morning. And thanks for coming in and chatting with us.
Thank you very much.
Yes, the time zone difference between all these different races is another thing that, of course, we always kind of take for granted, but there are places, people around the world racing at different time zones, having to cope with different situations. And this was what we just saw a few moments ago running on board. It was a slightly wayward GT3 car that on the gravel nearly took out. There we go.
Car
and actually
again.
No, it's not. Is it the car collection?
No?
It's not one of the Leo cars?
Or is it TE?
With the damaged...
Oh,
no,
it's
it's
the
a car collection. Yeah.
So
you
here's-
were correct.
I'll get back in my pit reporter box in a second, but here's the key difference is that the Leo cars are mainly yellow and black. Oh, yeah, that was the problem. Whereas the car collection's got a bit more gold, a bit more metallic to it.
He was actually recovering from quite a long way off the track. He'd been spun in the braking zone into turn one and decided to come onto the track on the apex of the second part of Tamburello. So not the easiest place to return, but they're in 12th position now. They are 10th in the GT3 class. We started with 17 GT3 cars, but plenty have had issues. Glad to say that Biela Racing Team decided to stick it out in the pits after their crash, and they are actually back out onto the circuit, having been propped up against the barriers 15 minutes ago. They spent a lot of time in the pits. Ronin Simsport also spent 15 minutes in the pits with their Mercedes. They're back out onto track as well. Glacier Racing, we haven't really spoken about. Don't know what happened to them, but they are 11th in class in GT3, but way behind even the 991 cars. So Williams Esports leading that category by 18 seconds. The Morenos just had the pace over Tuominen massively, just taking chunks and chunks of time. As we take a quick look at Glacier Racing, Mercedes, but damaged the front end of it. I don't think that's... Other than that, the car doesn't look too bad, but I think it may have been repaired at least once. They've had one extra pit stop over the rest, or over what they should have done. So in 991, 18 seconds between Williams and Inertia. That's very much calmed down in this last stint. Burst Esports up to third. So Burst have now passed Ori's, and who else was above them? I think the other Inertia was above them. Good effort from Anders Dahl, putting in a good stint. Back into GT4. 47 seconds between Squadra Corsa and Pure Sim Esports. With Squadra Corsa also in third, but huge gaps between all those three cars. TCR though, right, Felix Ludding leads 44 seconds over Victor Lobato. 11 seconds between Lobato and Baker. It's stretched a little bit, hasn't it? David Baker not quite with the pace over Victor Lobato. Let's go to... No, I was about to throw to David, but I was going to hand him a hospital pass there. He's got to go and find out about penalties, and then we'll get back to you with 1 hour. We've still got pit stops to come. Go on, David.
Well, I've gone and preempted that pass, and can tell you that the most recent penalty that Race Control have handed down was to the Butler Pell 434 Cayman GT4, and that was for not holding the brakes when they spun and sent the number 46 into a bit of a lean-to against the wall situation there. We pointed it out at the time that, well, the brake lights are very obvious on the back of the Cayman. When they're on, you can tell they're on, and when they're not, you can tell they're not. In that circumstance, the car spun, rejoined onto the circuit. No tail lights evident, and that is unfortunately a penalty. The official note reads car 434 loses control and didn't hold the brakes, hitting car 46, which is a pretty plain and simple description of events.
Yeah, absolutely. Boutler Powell Motorsport. René Boutler, you may well know from the world of sim racing and other esports as well. Team manager, team owner of that real world team that participates in the DNS, as it's known this year. Has the VCO logo on the front of their sim car as well as their real world counterpart. And their aim is to enter the Nürburgring 24 hours with sim racing team only, people who have worked or have run cars in sim racing, drivers from sim racing, the whole crew. should be in the eyes of Renault Butler from the world of sim racing. So they're kind of doing it at the moment. I think they were in a Clio last weekend at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Renault Butler himself driving the car, and there's a nice little story about them. But Renault not brave enough to enter into the iRacing world and participate in this race. So he's got some crack drivers to do it for him. Florian Kruger is aboard that car right now, but they are not having a great time of things. You've just heard a penalty for them, and basically they are running nearly last. Let's say that they're third from last in GT4. Only BS Competition and DRE behind them, and those two have spent hours having issues. So yeah, we're kind of winding down now with 1 hour remaining, looking at the timing screens, trying to figure out where the next battle is going to come from. With Williams now past Leo Racing Team, Somil, where do you spot the next battle to come from?
There's sadly not much going on right here. In the worst of times, even my live timing has just gone blank for a couple of seconds here and there. But the last I remember, there wasn't much going on for the Battle of the Lead in the DCR category. Not much in GT4s, I'm afraid. And GT3, of course, we do expect MSI Esports to maintain that cap, and also Williams Esports to keep this position now that they have. But from the looks of things, you could always get a couple of things in the mid-pack of TCRs. And I'll just be more specific when my live timing shoots back up. Give me a couple of minutes.
That was a hospital pass, and I didn't think it was going to be, but the one that I thought was going to be wasn't, and that was. Watching Frozen Speed Full Send Racing, Lars Baal in that car, just ahead of Squadra Corsa TCR. Omar, I have to say that car of Omar Chama has really descended the timing screens. And why is that actually? Have they had an extra pit stop? No, their last pit stop was only 19 seconds. Something weird going on my timing screen. But Omar Chama, I'm sure that Squadra Corsa TCR were further up.
Yeah.
And they just don't have the pace. So down there now in 7th position. And in fact, did we just see a change whilst I was reading the timing screen? Quite possible.
So the timing screen has popped back up, and apart from this battle, there seems to be a grand total of none within a second. Sadly.
Yeah.
But we do have BL Racing Team Euronics #1, just eking away at the gap that Mahler Racing Team have developed for P #4. Sammy Matty Trogan behind the wheel of that car, and that just makes me raise a question about how long has Sammy Matty Trogan been at the back of the wheel of that Mahler Racing car? I mean, for as long as I can remember, and I'm not pretty sure. I think they're just in the pits, interestingly enough, at the very same time. But I hope they remember the 70% rule.
Yeah, I think that Alex Arana did the middle two stints of that race, and Sammy Matty Trojan's done the first two and the last two. What concerns me more is that they've still come into the pits just before the hour mark, and so I'm hoping that they've got some extra little reserve of fuel in that car to get them to the end. Otherwise they're going to have a unceremoniously and embarrassing splash and dash before they finish the race, which, considering where they're sitting fighting for P4, would be hugely disappointing, because Alex Arana did a great middle stint to get them back into contention and back into a really good spot for fighting, and Sammy Matatrogan's been solid, managed to get himself up into P4. But if they have to make a splash and dash, he's going to have to. I suppose he could save one lap of fuel. He could. He's just going to have to be really, really careful, lifting and coasting where possible. And he's not going to be able to fight hard if Biela Racing put pressure on him at the end.
And the thing with Imola is you're constantly shooting up from one corner into the other one, and cornering speeds, of course. You do have a slight kind of case of lifting off. Let's say here at the Acqua Minerali section, you can just lift off on the entry and still not lose a lot of time. But that's a lot of time in relation that I'm talking about in this case. On the whole, on the bigger picture, you still will be losing a lot. And when you come to the critical stage of the race, like we are right now, you just want to avoid all sorts of time losing at all. And speaking of which, Go Team Racing are also making progress. We saw them have a couple of incidents early on, I think an hour ago or something, But here they are then, back for P number 7. They could have been higher, but you've got to make the best of whatever you've got, I guess.
Let's go down to David.
Well, a little replay there on BMW, so come back to me in a minute.
I threw to you at exactly the wrong time there. Oh no! Oh no! Marcus Etchihorn is going to have some serious explaining to do. I was wondering why we were really watching that, because it was a really unceremonious spin, but he's driven into the path of another GT4 car, and yes, that has very much binned him into pit lane. So that's a shame. Leopard, a real world, very strong real world team, and very strong in the sim world as well. What was the car that hit him? Was that...
It was the Pure Sims GT4 Porsche Cayman.
Oh wow! Well, hang on, that's the car that sits P2 then in category.
Not the TCR one,
it is.
the GT4 one. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it's P2. It was 55 seconds behind the leader, and that's going to be big damage on the front of the 416.
Oh,
Ian Gano-Renault part in that car. They've got a minute ahead of Talk Freak Racing, so maybe can do a pit stop and get out and still not lose position. But blimey, what a crash!
I desperately hope he hasn't got VR.
Oh god, that'd be horrific.
That would be another driver's seat in need of some cleaning. But where I was going earlier, and this was from a couple laps ago with the Marla Racing. Too many names floating around through my head there. Right, okay, so when they came out of the pit stop with 61 minutes still to go, all of my calculations and programs were saying that there was 34 laps to go. You remember Maniti were capable, with a slightly broken rear wing even, of doing 35 laps into a stint. So if they knew that that's what they needed to do for Marla, I'm sure 34 laps on a full tank entirely possible as they go wheel to wheel with Biela, and Biela cuts Tamburello.
Yeah, that's an interesting line, isn't it? We're still waiting. Oh, no, they've just come out of the pits, I think. So that was...
Yeah, 4 position right there.
Yeah, coming out the pits here. Cold tyres. No, not cold tyres. Second stint on the tyres. And look to the left-hand side. Here comes Marla down the inside. And he didn't really try, did he? I mean, ultimately he's lost quite a lot of time, so it wasn't necessarily the good choice. But that was Lucas yesterday. I suppose at the end of the day, they were P4 and P5 before anyway. But yeah, it just went a bit too hot.
Yeah, I think they still could have perhaps braked a bit harder and kept the line. They would have lost less time on the whole, and maybe not just have got the incident point for heading outside the track, but well, what's happened has happened, I guess.
So, got pit stops still happening. Leader in the pits, coming into the pits about a minute ahead of Williams Esports, who are also in pit lane. Maniti are the one that are off sequence, if you remember. So Maniti are going to inherit the race lead if you're looking at the timing screens, because they are off sequence to the rest. This is the last stop. So those that are pitting later will have a shorter stop than those pitting on the hour, and unless they did their shorter pit stop last time, but I didn't really see that. I'm also curious to see if anyone rolls the dice and goes single stint on tyres. In fact, Inertia Racing Mega Auto, I think, have done exactly that. So they're going to bolt a new set of tyres on and see what they can do in the last stint. I think if I was Alejandro Sanchez in the MSI Esports, I'd give myself an easier job of things and do the same thing. But actually, he has, I think, just headed out of the pits with a very fast pit stop. 1 minute and 12 seconds. So they've done a really good job there. And again, we have to look at the 991 cars, who won't probably be pitting until the next 10 laps or so. But all the strategies now shake out right now. And then we have just the racing left. We don't have to worry too much about the maths. Moreno Soraka has had an absolutely stonking stint. He has taken 21 seconds out of SimRacing EuroRC.com. Eero Tuminen in that car, and it just has been astonishing, the pace. Lasse back was solid. Daniel Lafuente was involved in action, but wow, this has been fast.
Talk about that early on. Moreno Sirica, proper ace behind the wheel of any sim racing car for that matter. When you pair him up with this 911 GT3 Cup car, and you've got a combination for the ages. It's really fun to see drives like this one. Endurance racing, largely a team sport where you see everyone collectively put the effort, but a drive like that just sticks out. I'm not going to say like a sore thumb, because a sore thumb looks bad, but this one just sticks out as if it's got glitter and glimmer all over it.
Yeah, absolutely. There have been a couple of standout performances today. This is definitely one of them across our 56 car field that we started with. We're now down to 51 cars, iZone retiring out of the race, but some of them have had hefty accidents, long pit stops, and stayed with us, including DRE that are in 51st position, SERIES Esports in 50th, and BS Competition in 49th spot. Don't forget also the Biela racing car that spent 15 minutes in the pits after that multiple roll. And we've got another car from the GT4 category in Leopard that will have a long stop after being upside down for a while down in Aqua Minerale. Waiting for pit stops from this car, but I think we're probably 10 minutes away knowing what has been done before. Aura's racing team, third position in the Cup class, has now pitted. So they have a pretty long stop to do in comparison to their rivals. David Haynes in pit lane, I think, is going to grab a word with the 4-1, and that is Hell Racers. Oh, yes, they've been there for a while. Over to you, David.
Actually, they were there. I told them to come back in 20 minutes, and Wilhelm Weiberg has done exactly that. He's from Hell Racers. They're currently 4th in GT4, best I can tell. Now, I want to ask you something, because this is one of the classes, GT4, where you have an option of which manufacturer to go with. And I think it's very clear in GT4 that the BMW and the Porsche, quite different cars to drive, even if they end up being a similar speed. So there's a bit of a tail-out moment there for your co-driver, Philip Johansson. What led you guys to settle on the Porsche Cayman GT4, and what about it is made it your choice?
Yeah, so we had actually, what do you call it? Yeah, we were going to drive the BMW. So when we were applying for the league, we did it with a BMW. But basically the day before pre-qualifying, we said that why don't we give the Cayman a chance, just to compare the two. And we both kind of liked the driving style of the Cayman more. It wasn't that big of a difference in speed for us, but we felt much more at home in the Cayman. It drives a bit more like the GT cars that we normally drive, the GT3s and GTEs, while the BMW has, I don't know, for me it's a much more sort of different driving style that takes more getting used to. And well, Philip drives some GT4, me myself, I'm fairly new to the GT4, so for me it felt better to drive something that is more similar to the other cars I drive, basically, so less learning curve.
And very often we talk about one of the big differences being front engine versus mid engine, but I find personally one of the biggest differences is the gearbox, isn't it?
That might be true. I actually find, like, for me the biggest difference is in turn-in, where the BMW needs so much more trail braking turning in, and if you kind of mess that up, it punishes you quite a bit, while the Cayman kind of, you know, it turns quite nice. And it's more forgiving, I feel, when you mess something slightly up, while the BMW can punish you several tenths just for not getting the trail braking exactly correct on the spot. But then we have, I mean, in this race we've been behind the BMW for quite a few laps, and it's really hard to overtake it. It's so fast on the straights. So we really have to fight getting past the BMWs.
You're going to lodge a submission asking for the BOP to take yet more power away from them?
Nah, I don't know. I mean, it's fun that the cars are different, and when we go to other tracks it will probably play out differently. Here the main straight is such a good overtaking spot normally, but we just can't, like, even though we're just behind it at the last turn, we just see it sail away, even though we're right behind it. So it's really hard to find the overtaking spot on this track. But I mean, coming to other tracks, the Porsche might be playing you might get more out of the Porsche in the curves and have other overtaking spots. So I mean, I can't complain of the BOP, and we made the car choice knowing what the BOPs would be, mostly at least. So yeah.
So what's been the biggest challenge for you guys today? Has it been traffic? Has it been avoiding penalties? Has it been back calculating the strategy? What's been giving you the grey hairs today?
We were talking just before I went here that, like, I guess you shouldn't say that with almost an hour to go, but it has been a pretty smooth race for us so far. We have seen that lots of the other GT4s have had struggles and ended up in the race control room, and we have sort of sailed through without not too many hiccups. But I would say that, I mean, the traffic is what plays the biggest role. We have had really great 911s. They have been really respectful so far. GT3s, almost everyone really respectful with some exceptions. But I mean, overall, given how many cars are on track and how many different classes we drive, it's been a great multi-class experience so far.
Best of luck with the remaining 48 minutes of race 1 of this championship. We look forward to seeing you for the future races. They're also going to be very, very exciting. Anyone you'd like to thank on your way out?
Yeah, thank you. It's been a great coverage so far, what I've seen. So thank you very much for doing that. Thank you for the team and to our sponsor Tershine for giving our cars a nice gloss.
Thank you for your kind words as well. It's all Ben and Sumil. I just interrupt with tidbits.
Thank you.
Pretty valuable.
Best livery. Useful tidbits. I'm happy with a useful tip. Best livery on the race, I think, for Hell Races. That's a cool livery that car looks like. Now we switch the attention to the battle for P4, held at the moment by Marla, with Biela closing them in and a huge amount of traffic through Villeneuve to contend with. TCR cars and GT4 cars there, and Biela trying to force the issue to go around the outside. All kinds of flashing going on. I'm not quite sure why that TCR car is flashing or who he's flashing. Maybe perhaps in disagreement for how aggressive that the Marla cars had to be.
Well, perhaps just because he can.
Yeah. Well, why not? He's bored, so he's just flashing. Now, we've had some pit stops starting to filter through from the 991 class. Williams Esports BenQ already have pitted. It took them 1 minute and 8 seconds to do the stop, but we haven't really seen many other cars pit, and we certainly still haven't seen either of the inertia cars pit. So very interesting to see how long they go, and therefore how much time they make up by not having to stop for so long and refuel so much. Aura Racing Team and Burst Esports, they've both made their stops, so now they're kind of out of position. Burst did a 1:35 through the lane, whereas Aura did 1:11. So did Burst do tyres on that last stop, David? Would that make sense?
Did Burst in the 911 do tyres on their last stop? I would say yes, they did. Whereas we're getting towards the end here where it's not a full stint to get to the end. It's more like 2/3 of a tank of fuel. So that's why we saw Williams Esports BenQ take fuel only, no tyres. And it wasn't even a full tank of fuel. It was about 2/3. So yeah, that is a little bit of a surprise from Burst, seeing as it was not that long ago. But hey, now they can push hard to the end if that's what they need to do.
Yeah, well, Ori's Racing Team was P3 before the stops. So this effectively, if it all shakes out correctly, would be the battle for P3 as we switch our attention back to the GT3 cars. So a battle for 4th position, Marla and Biela Racing, Euronics. And also in the mix of things is the Go Team Racing. So much coverage for Go Team, and that rather crazy-looking livery. They have to go into the pits. They still owe us a pit stop, as do both inertia cars and the YMCA 999. So we are not quite done yet with the 991 pit stops as we go on board with Lucas Jezat and try and find a way past the Mile Racing Team car of Sami Matti-Trogan that presumably is needing to save fuel. It's having to lift and coast to get to the end of the race, knowing that he's been pitting before the hour mark and every single stint. I know that we can do the numbers. David was already telling us that some cars have been able to do up to 35 laps, so it is potentially possible in an Audi. Is it potentially possible in a Mala Racing Team car with that setup, with that driver? Let's see. But this all could be for nothing in the end, this fight, if they need to go into the pits with 1 minute to go.
I think they will be doing the numbers early on. They will be doing the estimates and finding out when they should actually come in, if they should come in. I mean, it's all a payoff towards the end, isn't it? It's all about having to choose whether or not you want to just lose time every single lap or just lose one big chunk of time by going in the pits and coming out fresher. Again, if you go in the pits, you won't be coming out with fresher tyres, it'll just be fuel. So there's no guarantee that it'll be faster after you're done with that. But while we discuss the Mala Racing Team and the potential strategy on hand, there is something really big. And that something really big comes with a car really small. It's number 426, Punterino.
Blimey, he's embedded himself into the barrier. That's ad hoc gaming, helped by a Mercedes. Yeah, that was a hefty accident. He's going to have to get towed back to the pits because he's not been able to extract himself from that barrier easily.
And it's a real shame, isn't it? Because the ad hoc gaming team, I don't think they were doing anything mischievous. They just got hit in the back and
didn't do anything wrong at all. Perhaps didn't have the acceleration that the Mercedes was expecting, but ultimately they got contact, well, in the middle of the straight. Here he goes down the inside. Ugolotti has sent it and made it happen, and of course he made it happen into Ravazza, because that's the place where Sami Matti-Trogan has to get off the throttle the most to save the fuel, to make the numbers. Now he's in good place because he can sit in that slipstream, and that will also save him fuel. So all is not lost here. If he can save the fuel over the next 30 minutes, he could then re-attack at the end of the race, as long as he can stay with the Biela car.
easier said than done, of course. While you are fuel saving, you are essentially losing a whole heap of time. But if you're Team Mala Racing, you need to do that. You have to make sure you meet your numbers eventually, because you don't want to be running out of fuel on the very final lap, if anything. But they are still doing a decent job, Ben, so far. They're still staying at that slipstream range, so perhaps they can just run on half throttle or 3/4 throttle and just end up saving all that fuel eventually.
Well, exactly. I think that would be a very, very sensible thing to do, but as long as they can guarantee that they can get back the track position come the end of the race. And, you know, this is such a difficult track to overtake. We've already just heard it from one of our interviews, and it's no guarantee, is it, that you can do it. That certainly was an easy pass. It wasn't fought. There was no defence going on, so Sami Matti-Trogan knew it was coming, and presumably is relatively happy right now about sitting behind. So let's kind of know that that's there and come and check on it in about 20 minutes time to see whether he's made the numbers. Perhaps we can find Alex Arana and get him on the interview to find out exactly what the thought process is going on there for P4 in the race. Leo Racing Team 12 in third position, and then Dominic Stabe in second, and Alejandro Sanchez is our leader. I said that was Ugolotti diving down the inside, didn't I? I got it completely wrong. So whoever's making the highlights, don't clip that bit up because that was rubbish. But yeah, Ugolotti's 10 seconds up the road from this battle. Wonder whether Lucas thinks that perhaps he could close up that gap by the end of the race. I don't know.
Lucas Yestat pitted 2 laps later than Sami Matti-Trogan and the Mala car there, so they've got no concerns about fuel whatsoever. the tyre life between all of these battling cars is pretty similar, so it's going to come down to who's looked after them well, because fuel I'm not sure is much of a concern going on here for him, and the tyre life is very similar across everyone.
991 leader is into the pits. Eero Tuominen is going to potentially probably hand back the lead to the Williams Esports BenQ car, but it doesn't have to do such a long stop as Williams because it saves so much more fuel, although Williams cross the line now, and yes, Inertia do drop back into second position. The gap is smaller, it is only 7.5 seconds. It was up to 20 seconds before the pit stops, and it was 10 seconds less in the pits for Tuominen. But ultimately, I don't think that he's got the pace to match Moreno, and I think Williams therefore have got that one in the bag as we continue to watch the battle for fourth position in GT3. Everybody therefore has made their pit stops in the 991 category. There's still a great battle for third position between Burst Esports and Ori's racing team. We've checked in a couple of times with them. Here they are once again, and in fact Inertia is there as well. Look, you can see Danny Corpy in the tail of shot, so it's 3 cars for third spot as we ride on board with Anders Dahl. He goes to the outside, he's got damage to the front end of that car, and so that car's not necessarily at full health, but Ori's doesn't look particularly happy either, and he goes loose and long out on the exit of Ravazza. That's going to give the opportunity here to Anders Dahl to try and find a way past in Burst Esports and provide a double slipstream also to Danny Corpy in the Inertia Sim Racing Imprimo.fi. And nothing changes going into Tamburello, but there's still plenty of opportunities here. Great little battle going on for third position in class. Ahead is Inertia Sim Racing EuroRC.com and Williams Esports. Side by side. But the circuit goes left and then right all the way round the outside. Contact between the two. That was inevitably going to happen, going around the outside, and now Inertia tries to go around the outside as well.
This just had to
There's
happen.
still an overlap. There's still an overlap, and there's a TCR car in the way. Inertia backs out of it, kind of blocked in there. But all is not over. Ori's holding on to third, Inertia fourth. But Burst down 3-4 seconds after that half spin.
And drama all around in the 911 GT3 Cup category. We take a look at this replay once again. Door-to-door action as you would expect. And they touch. And all of a sudden the 911 cars, just a gentle touch right there. And it spins around.
The lightest of touches to spin the rear end around. Just brake traction, especially as he was off on the AstroTurf as well. Now some work to do for Anders Dahl. I don't really know if there's any way you can place blame on that one. It just seemed like a racing incident to side by side, and ultimately he was ahead, wasn't he? But the car inside just drifted a little wide. Let's see what the stewards say. They're still hard at work with 35 minutes remaining of this race, and now Danny Corpy in the slipstream of John Rodriguez. Maybe an opportunity going into Tamburello. Is there an overlap? There isn't. There's also a GT4 car ahead that they're going to have to worry about. They're not actually going to probably clear that before Villeneuve, but a little slide from Rodriguez, and that's enough to allow Inertia down the inside, and into Villeneuve takes the position.
Good, smart stuff right there. Picking his opportunity and going down there just when he had to. The tosser corner just kills off the momentum in that space, so it allows the 900 car to keep his position up there. There are a few spots coming up. Can we see something into Aquaminadali Hill? Can we see something a bit of tailor with the car behind getting closer? Maybe, maybe not. Perhaps the over-under coming into perspective, Ben.
Yeah, and of course, whilst they do this is allowing Anders Dahl to gain that lost ground. He's already made up a second over from the moment where he spun, and you can see the 3 cars are going to be soon back together again, especially if they catch this BMW at the wrong moment, which they will in the braking zone into Variante Alta, and also having to take to the escape road, which will be cutting of the track. So that is going to allow Ori's up a position. Yes. No, sorry. Uri drops the position. Round the outside goes Burst. They're side by side. And it hasn't quite worked out. I think John Rodriguez got a slowdown for cutting the track there.
The iRacing police are always up there. Look at the 911 car having to swerve away from the GT3. Big impact on the main stretch. An unusual place to see the car crash, but that's just what happened. Traffic having a significant impact. And that's a steering column not broken, but completely battered for the 977.
Oh, John Rodriguez driving a crabbing car now. Love to see what happened again there, because that was the lightest of contacts once again as we go to the replay. Let's see what happens. So this is the first bit, just lost his braking zone. It looked to me though here he was under slowdown conditions, and then side by side into Ravazza. He was back up to speed, Rodriguez, so was able to fight off the attention of Anders Dahl. Then the BS Competition GT4 is there. There's absolutely nothing between them, and just the lightest of touches from Dahl on Rodriguez, and that sent him into the barrier. Probably a bit naughty, but I'd love to see that from on board, like a bumper cam. Here we go.
There was a GT4 as well.
Yeah, the lightest of overlaps, and there, that's not netcode. That's not netcode at all.
Ouch. That was... it probably was the deftest of touches in the world, but at the speed at which they were travelling, and these 911 GT3 Cup cars can do some speed, it just was amplified, and that was high-speed impact. Here we go then, Ben, we finally got the onboard. So he gets a good run out of Ravazza at last. Perhaps a bit too early is when he gets behind. The GT4 nudges, and off he goes, beyond the shot.
That's a tricky one for the stewards. Really, probably should have come out the throttle there, especially expecting there to be a gap that would open up around the GT4 car. So Rodriguez is in the pits. I don't think he even drove it all the way round. I think he'd got a tow. So Auro's racing team now in pit lane, and right here is the bumper view, and this is from the BMW, isn't it? Ahead.
Yeah.
So they're getting very, very close to the BMW, getting closer, getting closer, getting closer, getting closer. Oh, it's the lightest of touches, as you say. Probably didn't even realise that there was contact between them. Would have felt it. But ultimately, potentially too much of a risk taken there by Anders Dahl. And all of that has allowed Danny Corpi to happily inherit third position. So inertia now, second and third. And that is the Burst Esports car. And I didn't think that looked particularly straight either, as we now go back to Biela Racing and Mull Racing. Now, is Sami Matti-Trogan lining up a pass here? Or is he just happy to sit in the slipstream? He's happy to sit in the slipstream. As we thought, this is his fuel-saving strategy right here.
He has to keep on doing that. Remember, he has to meet the numbers towards the end. And as dull and boring as it may sound, you've got to finish the race to win it in the end. And to score the kind of points that Mahler Racing Team want from P number 5. And they are quite serious points, by the way. They just have to save on eventually. The one-stop way to get ahead. And they will be scoring at this stage 11 points in the championship. And when you consider the leader gets 25, that's not bad, is it?
A reminder that the leader is Alejandro Sanchez, 1 minute and 7 seconds now ahead of Dominic Stave in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and they are 13 seconds ahead of Leo Racing Team 12 with Matteo Ugolotti at the wheel right now. He has an 11-second advantage over this battle. This is the closest battle on track right now in the GT3 class. There's a battle for the outskirts of the 991 category as well. Burst Esports actually have caught up pretty quickly onto the tail of inertia, so that's going to be a continuing battle to watch if there's no penalties, and David will be scouring the penalty Google sheet to make sure that everything is being read as it should be. And further down, as we said, big gaps in the TCR category and also in the GT3 category. 907 and 959. and that is for 6th position in the 991 category. And that is HM Engineering, Cooper Murray, upper position.
Good driving.
He kind of needs to do that as well, because the YMCA Esports machine and Marco Keller was closing in on them, so they kind of needed to get a bit of a wriggle on, to be fair, and that's what they have done. Now, temperature, presumably, David Haynes, is dropping. We are starting, as you said, to come into the dusk of the evening in Imola, and does that mean that the temperature has dropped from the high of 31 that we saw earlier on?
Yes, indeed it has, to a bitterly cold 27.8 degrees Celsius. So no huge changes at this point, but it is trending downwards, which is going to help some of those teams that, particularly I'm thinking some 991 class teams, who had been single stinting their tyres all the way until the end here, where they're trying to do like a 1.5 stint on those tyres. The slightly cooler temperatures is going to be helping the teams for whom that was a little bit borderline. And another piece of news I can give you about Aurus and Burst: each team has gone and protested the other.
Well, you would, wouldn't you?
Spider-Man pointing meme.
Yeah, absolutely. So interesting to see how that plays out. It looks like there's going to be a change of position there, because Burst is right onto the tail of Inertia again. So be interesting to flick to that, as Marla has just lost a little bit of ground on Bila on this particular lap. Probably not now benefiting from the slipstream being about a second behind, but let's see. Meanwhile, as I say, let's flick back to that battle for 3rd position in 991. It is the kind of most interesting one on track. There they are. Let's see if Anders Dahl can make a clean pass this time. Closes in under brakes on Danny Corpy, who's happily inherited 3rd position. And whilst they are a minute and 25 back from their teammate, we'll be happy with 3rd after maybe not going the way it should be. Right, slipstream working very, very well, but TCR car in the way. Ooh, tried to slip to make it 3 wide. That was a brave move. And ultimately, Anders Dahl just turns in, and the rear just was not compliant there. And he's going to get a slow down for that, I would have thought. So Inertia come back past, the brakes flash on, and that is him trying to comply to the slow down that he's given for skipping across the gravel. But that was brave. That was really, really brave. The car looks a bit second-hand, to be fair, but actually both of them do. And you could see from a mile off that TCR car was there, and he just... I don't know. I think I would have probably backed out of that one. But by the time he'd managed to make the gap, he just was carrying a bit too much speed through there.
Yep, and thankfully let the other car go past, and no protests in that particular case. But yeah, learning a bit of rallycross in that case. Anders Dahl heading towards the gravel trap at Amburello. Of course, the track changing quite a bit in the last couple of decades. Lots of safety changes being added. Of course, when you come to Imola, it's hard not to mention the dark days of 1994, but at least they've made the track far safer. Not the sausage curbs though, because Burst Esports, Anders Dahl having to do a bit of a Ken block in that case as they hopped around over the sausage curbs. Well, if anything, that could have been the worst moment of the day for him.
It's quite interesting that you talk about the updates they've done to the track to make it safer. Actually, when you compare what was there in 1994 to what we have now, the gravel traps have only really slightly increased because the limitations, the whole of this part of the circuit on the right hand side runs along a river, and therefore there is absolutely nowhere for them to make any more space. The barriers have been moved back a little bit, as much as they can do, but ultimately this is no Silverstone. You know, it's not miles and miles of concrete runoff, and really there's not a huge amount more they can do to give it more runoff. And in fact, they have eliminated one of the chicanes which used to be right at the end of the lap. You used to throw yourself over a chicane. The bikes have a new one, but the cars don't have one at all, meaning that the approach to Tamburello is even faster than it was back in the day. Side by side still, Anders Dahl, he needs to get past cleanly. He needs to prove that he can get past cleanly, because he's not really done that the last couple of overtakes that he's approached. Oh, around the outside, Oh, but track limits presumably a 1x at least there.
Found a bit to the outside then. He goes to Aqua Minerale yet again, having to run wide of the corner. It's not really working out well right there for him, constantly abusing the track limits and definitely getting the incident points up there. iRacing ruthless in terms of adding penalty points. And it's one question that I had for you, Ben, because you've covered far more real-life motorsport than I have, at least. What kind of impact does it really have with cars constantly bumping over the curbs for 6 long hours, as we see back again in this replay? The underfloor must be completely dead, wouldn't it?
Well, for starters, you definitely wouldn't do that for your Porsche. I mean, the engineers would not allow you to do that. The way that you throw a car over a curb in sim racing is one of the things that the real-world drivers really struggle to adapt to, because you can be so much more aggressive in the sim world than you are allowed to be in the virtual world. Take, for example, the Ford chicane. That's somewhere where in the sim world you just chuck your LMP2 car. It doesn't hurt your backside, for starters, when you do it in the sim world, unless you've got a motion rig. But in the real world, it hurts your bottom because your bum is on the floor and the floor is hitting the deck or the curb, and it does bend the suspension. It does put huge stress through the car, and so you simply just don't do it. Oh, big old drift there, trying to go around the outside. One of the things you see out of these cars that you don't see in the GT3 category because of the lack of traction control and ABS. And he's definitely experimenting, isn't he, Anders Dahl, as to where he can try and find the opportunity to get past. Clearly the faster driver, but it's not just about a lap speed, it is also about racecraft. And you've got to say Danny Corpi is just putting himself in the right position all the time. What I'm curious about is where the traffic, because these guys haven't really caught much traffic at all, although now at Variante Alta they do. And look at that beautiful replay. Let's go down to David Haynes, because he has a news on Anders Dahl.
Yeah, exactly. This is a fantastic battle to watch over third place on track, but unfortunately for Anders Dahl, even if he gets it done, he's not going to stand on the podium, because for the contact we saw at this part of the track a couple laps ago with Oris Racing, the 911 has been given a 10-second time penalty, because there's no more pit stops left. That 10 seconds is going to be added post-race. You need to get in front and get 10 seconds down the road to put Burst Esports on the podium today.
Oh, he keeps catching traffic in the wrong moment. Second time where a TCR car has been where he wants to be. I believe he can get past, David. I think he can do it. I think he can stretch that advantage. He's so much faster. He just doesn't seem to have the racecraft to be able to get past. And Danny Corpi, I don't know how he's going to hold on for another 20 minutes defending the way he is. Is there anyone that can catch them? No. Okay, so they've got a huge safety margin over the next car in 5th position. And again, tries to go round the outside at Tosa. It's just not a place. It's just not something you do. He needs to try and do a switchback. He needs to force the car to the other competitor to go deep and then switch back. We're hearing also time penalty for 977. So that is Oris Racing, but they're still in the pits, so that doesn't really matter so much. Now we've got side by side. Now into Aqua Minerale side by side, but again, wrong side of the car. Really needs to start turning on his brain and working out where he needs to put that car, how he's going to force the other driver to move himself away from the racing line. No point going around the outside here, dude. No point. Oh, he's going to try and prove me wrong. Oh, I think didn't. Nearly proved me wrong, but ultimately should have lined himself up and then forced the issue into Ravazza, not run side by side through Alta.
And the exit of Ravazza is going to be critical, because now 2 corners, 2 right-handers, and it is a long run towards Tamburello, which is going to be his place. So the 900 is definitely going to block the inside. A TCR car making the action slightly trickier for him now. Where does the Burst Esports car go? Inside, outside? From the looks of things, he is going to go to the outside. This should be fun. Not getting the draft, but still does not discourage him. Nose to tail action once again as we go past Tamburello. Now, Villeneuve is the place to be.
Yeah, and this time there is just about space to go down the inside, but it's going to be worth nothing because the outside, that becomes the outside line. You really, he's putting on huge pressure, that is for sure, and at the moment it is being absorbed, but ultimately the pressure is one thing. Making a clean pass and scampering off and making a 10-second gap so that he can be in third place is way more important, and I just feel like his approach right now with the pressure is not quite right. I mean, he's also chewing those rear tyres up like something rotten. He's leaving black 11s out of all these different corners as he tries to get on the throttle a bit early. And yeah, just not quite working out for him. Maybe this GT3 battle that's approaching will help him out just a little bit.
But just reminds me of those old Gran Turismo storylines, doesn't it? Where you've got a challenge. Last 20 minutes of the race, you've got a car up ahead. You've got 10-second penalty. Go and get the job done. It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and you've also got really bad tyres because you've been overusing them and they're overheated. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's happening here. Update on the TCR battle that we were watching for. What was that? That wasn't it? It's second in TCR that we were watching. Yes, it was. It was Pure Sim Esports versus TCR MSI. 23 seconds now. David Baker not being able to keep up with Victor Lobato. Back to Tamburello again, covering the inside line, quite early defending the inside line, able to get back into the racing line and therefore able to carry the momentum. Better momentum this time though from Anders Dahl, goes to the outside. Now I think the outside is a better place to be. If you can go round the outside into the first part, you'll have the inside for the second part. I think that's the better way round. Or maybe he's intelligent. Maybe he'll use the GT3 car to kind of mine a gap. Let's see. Did seem to let him through quite nicely there, didn't he? Now up the hill. Actually, straight line speed of that GT3 car, not that good. You've got the Boot the Pal GT4 car to clear as well. Actually, this time getting out of the way. Get out of the way! Oh, God. Why is he holding the inside line? I suppose if he'd backed off too much, he might have scared the GT3 car, but blimey. And there is a gap now, very much so, between the two cars. They were locked together, but having let that GT3 car through, it's not quite as close. Let's see how Danny Corpy deals with a GT3 car. It's still behind, going into Vatsa. This is where the Porsche is better. Ooh, bit of a lunge from the GT3. So now that's really compromised Corpy, and he's going to be compromised all the way down the straight. This could be the opportunity for Anders Dahl. Let's see what he does. Slipstream not the best, both cars looking a bit worse for wear, so probably neither operating at their maximum speed. And of course, Corpy does have a bit of a slipstream from the GT3 car. No, a lot of a slipstream, and that definitely helped him. What we got ahead? Is that a TCR car ahead? No, it's a... yes, it is a TCR car ahead, so that's also perhaps something to play with. There'll all be thoughts going on in Anders Dahl's head. Different ways. Oh, I just caught him at the wrong time. It's been split now, the battle. Under power, the Porsche should easily be able to pass. It does. And turns in, bravely turns in. There was a TCR car on the inside, but he knew he'd clear it. And now, what do you do next, Sunil?
What do you do next? Well, you just try to be as close as possible towards the Piratella Acqua Minerale and then the Alta section. Perhaps get something done at Piratella. Not Piratella, Rivazza, that is. That's only if you're daring enough, though. It's not the most certain of places to make a move. But if there's one thing I can vouch for, it's that moves have been made around the outside of Piratella, and they have been stuck together, even though the other car behind will get the draft. So it's not impossible there for the 911 car. They certainly have the penalty, so that's weighing them down. Not literally, but figuratively in this case. Lining up a move, heading past the TCR. It's a tricky section, this. Turning, braking, avoiding the cars nearby. And then the interesting thing is, there is a GT3 car, the Racecraft Esports machine, right there behind, just to interrupt this party. So when it goes past, which should ideally after Tamburello, it has the potential to disrupt this battle here.
Yeah, absolutely, but absolutely no straight line speed. And GT3 goes in down the inside under the brakes, so that was a sensible move from Anders Dahl. I feel like that was an intelligent move. Can that GT3 car disrupt the inertia car? Not through the first part of Villeneuve. And maybe into Tosa. Maybe this is the opportunity. Maybe he can open the door into Tosa. Yes. This is the opportunity now, Anders. Get your foot down. Get the overlap. Oh, God. Not quite enough. Not quite close enough. And, of course, now the GT3 car not that fast along the straights. But still, go on to the inside now. This is the plains. This is the opportunity. Side by side through Piratella. Yes. Now he needs to get the overlap. He needs to make this work. He needs to make sure there's no contact going into Aqua Minerale. And it just he's on the wrong side. But that was the best opportunity, and now he's got to run also coming out of Aqua Minerale, and huge defence right on the inside line from Danny Corpi. And God, getting involved. I know we've only had 5 hours and 50 minutes, but it's still a sprint race, isn't it? And now another GT3 car. One of the Euronics machines trying to find a way through, and Anders can do the same. Allow the GT3 car to mine the hole, file through, stick on the bumper, but ultimately now he probably doesn't have enough time to make that 10-second gap that he needs.
Now this is where the fun really begins. Tell you what, Ben, there's a battle even bigger than this going on at the top of the 911 field. It's the Williams Esports BenQ team, Moreno Sirica behind the wheel of that car, fighting hard against Inertia Sim Racing. That is at the top of this pile. Now that is something that we must have a look, because the gap was getting to under half a tenth of a second, so maybe we can have a close look at that one side by side. Look at this, the Inertia car getting a bit leery towards the exit. So Williams have now opened up the gap just a little bit. Now what, 10 to 30 odd seconds ago it was a completely different scenario. But now here we go then. This is the chance for the 911 car using the Biela Racing Team Euronics car to get something done. They're on the outside, so the Biela car will get the move done heading to Piratella, as they naturally should. What do we do then? What does the 911 do? Does he force the mistake pass? Does he wait? Rather follow. Past.
He needs to follow the GT3 car. This is the right side for the first time in so many laps. He's on the inside to Aqua Minerale. He's got the overlap. Turns in. Oh, that's so brave from Danny Corpi. He hangs it out around the outside. But for the first time, Anders Dahl actually had the inside line for once and still didn't quite make it stick. God, they're asking so much of the tyres as well right now with only 11 minutes remaining. I think there was a bit of a mistake, by the way, from 902. That's why we saw the gap get so close and then extend to 1.9. But keep an eye on that one, because I think in the last 5 minutes it could go back to being tight again. 902 has much fresher tyres as well.
Exactly.
I didn't say much fresher tyres. They're about 7-8 laps fresher, but some teams are clearly going through them. Yeah, it's about, 10-15 minutes there. Some teams are clearly going through the tyres very quickly on their Porsche Cup cars here. Like, for example, Burst, who seem to be sliding everywhere, even though they put those tyres on at the last stop.
Yeah, so the lap times are 47s between these guys, whereas they're able to do 45s at the head of the field. 1.6 seconds separates our leading battle as we keep our attention on this absolutely epic battle for third position. But now a GT4 car in between the two of them. That's just going to cost a couple of corners. Anders Dahl, what does he do next? Is there much traffic ahead? Where are all the TCR cars? Why are they not overtaking those? They tend to be... and I suppose nobody's really in big clumps anymore. That's kind of the issue for these guys. That's what they really, really need. And Danny Corpi catching TCR in Piratella. Now, is he going to go which side? He's going to go to the left side, but more momentum once again from Anders. But Anders needs the inside line here. There's no point trying to go around the outside. And even the inside didn't work for him last time. Up the hill, gets better traction, better drive, gets a little overlap, but you can't overtake through Variante Alta, so backs off it and kind of just applies the pressure, and nearly he just wants to line him up to get a better exit through here, so that when they go into the braking zone of Ravazza, that's the nail of the coffin. That's where you really need to do it, and he is close enough, I think. but again, look, covering the inside line. Danny Corpy is holding on like a champion here.
Yeah, Danny Corpy holding on like a young kid holding on to the fingers of his mother. Just not letting pass, but that could change. Anders Dahl going on the aggressive, on the diffuser of the Porsche, and he pulls out wide right now on the main stretch. He won't get the slipstream, crucially. It has to be done by himself, so he naturally comes back in and settles behind. Yet again, not close enough to make the move, so he'll have to use the momentum he gets from this corner, the Tamburello corner, to line something up. And Villeneuve, will he emulate the man after who the corner is named after? Not yet, not this time.
No, but there's a TCR car ahead into Tosa, and there's a GT4 car just ahead of that. They both dive to the inside of the TCR car. Has the TCR car complied? He has, but I think there was a little scare from Danny Corpy. Not quite sure where that orange machine was going. Again, now, line astern up the hill. Got the GT4 car to clear on the right hand. Oh, the GT4 car makes it difficult for Corpy. Maybe more momentum again from Anders Dahl, but again Corpy covers the inside line into Aqua Minerale. Oh, dearie me, it's so tight. 1.6 seconds at the head of this particular class, and look, the braking. I think there was a car off there.
XVR.
One of the 991's XVR was off, and so Corpy got into the brakes to slow himself down so he didn't go into the tail of that car recovering from the grass. That allowed Anders Dahl to get onto the bumper. Now, this has been a really good run. Surely. He's hugging that white line on the inside. And just, again, he's not quite brave enough or strong enough in the braking zone either. Entertaining stuff with just 7 minutes remaining of this 6 hours of Imola, the first round of the 24H Series Esports, with VCO and RSL, and again picking up the slipstream and heading towards the braking zone at Tamburello. And again the overlap, but I just don't think he's got the grip any longer to go side by side, especially around the outside there. He tried it, and Danny Corpy gave him the room, but Anders Dahl couldn't make that one stick.
Yeah, he just could not make that one stick. And Danny Corpy, full credits to him. I mean, if I could, I would doff my hat to him, the way he's driving so defensively right now. Remember, folks, the 911 Burst Esports car does have a penalty on their back. But now, Marla Racing Team, Ben, they're striking. We expected this at some point. This is the point. 7 minutes to go, and Marla Racing Team have said that's enough fuel saving. We couldn't be bothered about that anymore. Now is the time to gun for it, and now is the time to actually go and do just that. Bring it on then. All the drama in different classes. Endurance racing at its finest. As dust settles in at Imola, the fun just begins.
I can't believe that we've still got so many battles for so many different positions after 5 hours and 55 minutes worth of racing. There's a little gap now developing. I know that was a slower car. Anders Dahl again has the pace advantage going down to Ravazza, but ultimately we've seen many times he's not quite strong enough on the brakes. He's going to try and go around the outside here though. Has he got the grip to be able to do so? A lock up of the inside left wheel. The GT3 car goes for a wild ride behind them, and again wrong side of the track for Anders Dahl, but much better on the brakes that time. That front left locking up, and again he's got a good slipstream. He's got no traffic to really play around with here, so it is just a clean fight, and he'll try again to go round the outside, presumably like he's tried a couple of times before. This time there's an overlap. Has he got the inside line? Yes, he has in the second part of Tamburello, but he's got to have to go around the outside here, and now he's going to have to go around the outside the first part of Villeneuve. Side by side for P3 in the 991 class, and finally Anders Dahl has managed to do it after 25 minutes, and now he's got to skedaddle, get rid and get away from that inertia car, because remember, he's made the track position. He now needs a 10-second buffer in 5 minutes worth of racing. That is a tough ask.
Do up those old Gran Turismo challenges. This is what it all comes down to towards the end. 6 long hours worth of effort. Can Anders Dahl seal it with a kiss and end up securing P number 3? Let's focus back on that battle for the GT3. Then Biela Racing Team Euronics is still trying to attack up that car. Is still defending, I beg your pardon, from the Mile Racing Team. And while the 911 car has to gain 5 seconds per lap to make sure that they get that, over here things are far more simple. The one who puts their nose ahead of the finish line gets that position in. And it's not just any position we're talking about here. It's the battle for 4th place. He's got to go for the jugular with that move, Sami Matti Trojan. He's been fuel saving like an absolute beast right here. Can he do the unthinkable and pass Biela? Even when we thought that the Mile Racing Team would actually run out of fuel.
And we've got the battle for the lead in the 991 class as well. Williams having to defend from inertia with TCR traffic as well. This is the other inertia car. This is the 902 car that suddenly has got a turn of pace and tries to go around the outside but gets squeezed over the gravel and has to bail out of that one. There was no space and the elbows really came out from Moreno Siraka there on the right hand side of your screen, and that is for the lead, and they do have Williams between them, so that is the GT3 car that is second overall right now, trying to clear past the Williams 991. So that's a nice little picture for the photo album for the two Williams cars. A little connection issue going on for the 991 car, which has better speed up the hill, but has to get on the brakes earlier, knowing that the GT3 car is better through the corners. On the left-hand side of the screen, Biela with a little bit of an advantage now over Mahler. Something has occurred, just traffic, I think, falling in the wrong part of the circuit, and Sami Matti Trojan's got some work to do. David Haynes has been working on the maths for Burst Esports. Needs to take 5 seconds a lap out of inertia to be able to hold on to that third position because of his time penalty. It's pretty hard. We've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. MSI Esports Blue lead by 1 minute and 20 seconds over Williams Esports Chill Blast, our champions from last year and winners here last time out. Leo Racing having a quiet third position. And then the battle on our left of screen between Biela Racing Euronics 1 and Mahler Racing Team. Then for 991, it's the battle on the right of screen. Williams holding off for the moment Eero Tuominen, who's had a really good second stint. And I think the tyres are done on that Williams car, and Moreno just holding on for dear life. There's going to be an overlap here, and he's going to try again to go around the outside of the first part of Tamburello. Didn't work last time, and he kind of bails out of it this time. And look who they're catching. They're catching the other inertia car as well. So could the 900 play its role in this little battle? You wouldn't put it past them, would you? Get on the radio to your teammates.
I mean, you say that, but I can see who's on the radio to whom, and they're not. They're just in their individual cars. Here we go.
Here we go.
Okay, overlap and done. On acceleration, the tyres are done for Williams Esports. They don't have the grip, they don't have the acceleration, they do have the bravery under brakes down to Piratala, and desperately not trying to make sure they don't have any contact. Tuominen goes very, very wide, but ultimately I just think that the Ben Q car has no more tyres left. Moreno was so fast in his first stint, he just took too much out of them, and from a 20-second advantage after the first stint, it's down to nothing, and Inertia put themselves back up ahead. So, gosh, what a day for Williams. At some points in this race, it's looked like they were dominating two classes, and now it looks like two P2s.
But it's not over yet for Moreno Siraka. He's pulled in an absolute god stint in this particular one, but he can still use the traffic, getting ever so close to the DCR ones. There's the big chance we've seen moves being made here at Tamburello, which is coming up, but not with that sort of a gap with the slipstream. It just seems like the Williams Esports BenQ car has run out of that grip with the tyres, and that's the reason why the Inertia Sim Racing car is just commanding at the very top. Full props to them though. It just felt like they were just going to get 2 and 3 and then perhaps just get B number 2, but that doesn't matter for now.
Over the line, MSI Esports Blue, Alejandro Sanchez has done 4 hours of driving and he flashes the lights to take victory here at Imola for the first round of the 24 Series Esports Championship, beating Williams Esports Chill Blast by 1 minute and 20 seconds. In fact, they haven't even come across the line yet. Alejandro Sanchez doing the lion's share of the work in that car, sharing it with Alex Arana. Sorry, not Alex Arana. I'm completely lying. He shared it with... get the right piece of paper. Alejandro Sanchez and Mark Perez, of course, in that car in the middle half of the race, doing 2 stints in the middle. And thank you to the graphics for showing me whilst I was looking at my piece of paper. Here is the GT4 category, and they coming towards the line now with Squadra Corsa White, Sasha Gourlay over the line. And they've had an even bigger dominant victory because they've beaten Pure Esports Sims by 90 seconds. It's been a huge dominant performance in the BMW in the GT4 category. And that is Emmanuel Petri and Sasha Gourlay doing the final couple of stints in that car. In the 991 category, here comes Inertia Esports. Eero Tuominen, last lap move, and he takes the checkered flag to beat Williams Esports by 0.9 of a second. With Burst Esports, let's see when they cross the line, because at the moment in class they are 3rd position, but the gap to Inertia is what counts, and I think it was only 7 seconds at the line, and so Burst will go behind Inertia, meaning Inertia will be 1st and 3rd. TCR category over the line, Sim RC, Felix Ludding with a commanding victory there of 45 seconds over Victor Lobato in MSI Esports TCR. Pretty good day for MSI Esports. And Pure Sim Esports fading at the end with David Baker aboard that car to take 3rd position in TCR. There is the MSI, the leader, and the TCR machine just ahead of it. Quite sure how many cars we've got over the line, but Burst Esports have taken the checkered flag, and Inertia do get that P3. Whoa, well, I didn't really expect it to be quite so mental and exciting all the way to the flag, Sunil. That was quite a race.
That was quite a race indeed. I mean, I remember the mirror on 4 hours in, I was thinking, man, this is just becoming a slog. But as soon as we got to the mark where it said 90 minutes to go, that's when a fire lit up under these guys, and they just started to produce the battles that we were all waiting for. There it is then, the celebratory burnout by the MSI Esports team. They deserve it. What a drive it was in the end. A calm head is what you need in a case like this one. And now it's time to take off all the sense of calmness and celebrate. What a race.
Not quite so spectacular in a front-wheel drive TCR car, a burnout or a donut. It's I've seen a reverse donut in a TCR car. That's pretty spectacular.
Well, they can get on 3 wheels, can't they?
And that too, yeah. They can get on 3 wheels and lock one of the rears, which is pretty cool. But that sets a very exciting and interesting precedent, doesn't it? MSI very much have the pace over Williams Esports Chill Blast. Look at the gap in the end between the two of them. It just faded away for Williams. Leo Racing Team, the Italians there in 3rd position on the podium. Biela Racing Team coming from nowhere to 4th by the end. Marla Racing ultimately having to save the fuel and not being able to make that last lap pass that they wanted to. And then Manatee Racing in 6th. Lots of different teams, but the same class of car. The best Mercedes was the Inertia Sim Mega Auto team in 8th position. Ultimately, I think all the Mercedes having issues throughout the 6 hours of racing. Car Collection in 10th position. They had their fair share of issues, and then the rest below, Glacier Racing, Ronin Sim Sport, all with problems, and a couple of retirees at the tail of the field, including that first retiree, which was Red Camel Esports at the head of the field, being pushed into the barriers. In the 991 category then, Inertia taking victory from Williams on the last lap. 1.1 was the gap by the end. Burst provisionally in 3rd position, but that will change. Inertia will inherit that 3rd position. Burst dropped to 4th, HM Engineering 5th, GTL VRT in 6th. YMCA featured heavily at many parts of the race, but dropped to 6th by the end. Go Team in 8th position. And then we go down to some of the teams we didn't see so much of, like Atlantis Racing Team, for instance. Ori's Racing Team, sadly, down 21 laps by the end after that contact and issues with Anders Dahl at the end. GT4, plenty of Porsches, but it was BMW who took victory. Squadra Corsa taking the victory over a lap ahead of Pure Sim Esports, with Torque Freak Racing in third. Hell Races managing a pretty strong fourth spot, and then the second BMW of Squadra Corsa Black in fifth position. Team Vikings in sixth. SRN in seventh position. E-Game Racing in eighth. Boot de Pal Motorsport had their fair share of strife. Then Ad Hoc we saw in the barriers in 10th position, and the rest also with some serious issues, including BS Competition there in 11th, and the other BMWs as well. And finally in TCR, it was SimRC taking victory by over a lap to MSI Esports. Pure Sim Esports fading in the end, with HM Engineering in fourth, Impulse Racing fifth, Frozen Speed in 6th position, Kinetic 7th, Squadra Corsa 8th, T3 in 9th, Team Mad in 10th, and those still running, 11th for Tennessee Fitzreese Motorsport. Simsa and Huskeveld had themselves, well, they ate some barriers at points, didn't they? So then, let's head down to the winner's circle. David Haynes will be conducting the winners' interviews with, firstly, our winning GT3 car, MSI Esports, and Alejandro Sanchez.
Welcome, Alejandro. Congratulations. Great win right out of the box. You guys were successful in the 991 class last season. Looks like the same driver lineup has come over to the GT3, and so far the success has translated.
Yeah, hello. We're pretty happy with the result from today. We didn't know what was going to happen after the second stint, where we had that incident and I lost like 12 seconds. But after all, we had a constant pace, and yeah, we put clean laps. Didn't take too many risks with the traffic, and it paid off in the end.
Stewards are firm but fair and always vigilant in this championship. Being clean seems to pay off just as much as being very, very quick or clever on the strategy. Behind the wheel, amongst all the traffic, 4 classes this season, how was that?
It was pretty intense, because instead of 3 classes we had 4 this year, and yeah, basically every lap you found yourself overtaking a slower car, and yeah, it was fun because it was more of a balance between risk and speed, but yeah, it was really interesting and fun.
And of course, GT3, one of 2 categories where you get to pick your choice of manufacturer, of model. It seems like the Audi is very, very popular. Was that a simple choice for you guys?
Yeah, it was. We didn't really have time to try the other cars. We have driven the R8 in other championships, so we kind of know how it works. So it was a pretty easy choice for us. Even if it gets bopped, the majority of the field has the same car, so we are on the same situation.
Well, from a clean sweep last season, a great start this season, anyone you want to thank, any final words, anything you need to get out on the broadcast?
Yeah, big shout out to MSI Sports, Theo Martin, and yeah, that's it. And all my teammates, the TCR teammates, they did a very good race. I think they finished P2, and the other car had less luck, but I'm sure it will come back even stronger next season. Well, I mean, the next round.
Thanks so much, Alejandro, from MSI Esports.
Well, next up, let's bring in the winner of the 991 category. We have Eero Toivonen from the Inertia Sim Racing team, and Eero, what a victory! That got really close towards the end, didn't it?
Yeah, that got really close towards the end. Did not expect that, leaving the pits the last time.
What was the feeling like? Because initially we saw Williams do quite a good job. The pendulum was swinging between both your team and Williams time and again, but eventually I think it was towards the very end where he just had to reach down deep and get the win. So what did it feel like?
Well, obviously feels really great. Going to the last stint, I was not very confident that I could be challenging for the win. But the stint before, I had been taking it pretty easy, saving fuel and tires. So as soon as I realized we were a bit closer than we expected after the pit, and I was feeling really confident with the car, I just started pushing. And it brought us a great result.
And Eero, how difficult is it to navigate through traffic? Because the 911 GT3 Cup car, I mean, last season we didn't have GT4s, now you have another category to lap out. Did that chew out your tires a lot more?
Actually, I think it helped with the tire management as well as fuel saving, but it sure was chaotic at times. It was, the GT3 is not going as fast in a straight line, and yeah, it was sometimes a mess, but luckily we came out without any damage really from traffic.
Absolutely. And Eero, just before I let you go, is there anyone you'd like to thank? Any teammates, sponsors? That was an epic drive in the end.
Yeah, I'd like to thank EuroRC.com. You can use the offer code Inertia for a discount, and thanks to Mega Auto and Imprimo for helping us out here. And yeah, thanks for my team. Really good day and good preparation for this weekend. All in all, really good.
Once again, thank you so much, Eero. Many congratulations and all the best for the next round.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you guys for making this possible.
That, folks, was Eero Torminen, the winner of the 911 GT3 Cup category.
Well, then we'll move along to the next category in the championship, because our winner in GT4, it was SRC Squadra Corsa White. Sasha Gorla was part of that team, driving the BMW. A little bit of bop against you, but it looks like it made the competition pretty close and pretty fair in GT4. Sasha, are you there? Well, unfortunately, I'm not at this point able to get a word from our GT4 winner, SRC Squadra Corsa White, in their BMW GT4. Their M4 was our winners. Quite a difficult challenge for them. I'm going to give you one last shot here, Sasha. Is there any chance we can get a word from you? Fortunately, it doesn't seem possible, so I'll skip on down to our next podium procedure, where I'm pretty confident Jürgen Frank is someone we're going to be able to get a word from. Jürgen, have I got you?
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening and good morning to you. Winners in TCR for SimRC. As always with TCR, super close racing early on. A lot of pack racing, draft racing. It seems like whoever wins these endurance races in the TCR is just who can be clever with the tyre life and the fuel consumption.
Yeah, that's true, because at the start we had a group of 4 cars with Pure Sims, Quadra Corse, MSI, and so on, and I could manage at the start to get to P2 immediately to overtake the Pure Sims car, which was very important, and I immediately closed the gap to Alessandro Bachilega, and so I could save fuel behind him the whole stint, and then we had a shorter pit stop, and so we were in front.
Now, Imola's not so notorious for track limits compared to some other circuits, but still, for a 6-hour race, 20 off tracks before a warning, another 20 before a penalty. Was that ever a concern for you guys? Did you need to rein in the aggression at any points, or smooth sailing?
At the end it was smooth sailing, but in the practice I had some concerns because I had much more off tracks than allowed, but as usual on the race day you can keep it pretty clean.
where... Well, it feels like the NEO Endurance Series, now 24-hour Series Esports, has been around a long, long time. And for you guys at SimRC, that feeling must be true as well, because you're one of very, very few teams that I believe has participated every year since the induction. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We started with the Ford GT2. And for me, this is now the 5th season. I started 2016 with the Aston Martin GT1. And... we are always happy to compete in this series.
And of course there's been many changes to the lineup of the classes of cars. You mentioned there was GT1, GT2 cars, prototypes. Now we follow the same as the 24-hour series with GT3, Porsche Cup, etc. But what are the changes in the direction of the championship meant for you?
Yeah, I mean, I like it pretty much because now we have 2 big different series, like the Sports Car Open, which is more like the WEC, and now we have this, which is just like the real 24-hour series.
Well, I'm going to say congratulations once again to you guys at SimRC, to you, Jürgen Frank, your teammates, including Felix Ludding. You guys show up, and more often than not, seems like you win something in this championship. So we're looking forward to seeing you again next round at Sebring. Who do you need to thank?
Yeah, thanks to iRacing and my teammate Felix Ludding. Also to our spotter today, Dustin Hickman, which helped with the fuel and spotting. And the whole team, and of course you guys, which did a great broadcast. And I'm looking forward to the next race.
Thank you so much for putting on a good show on the racetrack, and also being a good sport, coming and making the time to speak with us and adding to the broadcast of this great championship. Now I throw it back to Sumil Arora and Ben Constanduris.
Yeah, thank you very much, David. Great to hear from some of our drivers. And yeah, what a race. What a start to the season. What a start to a new era for NEO Endurance. So many partners involved. VCO, a huge presenting partner. Thanks also to RSL Studio, to RaceSpot for providing the pictures, and for providing you guys. David, it's been a really, really entertaining 6 hours.
Yeah, well, I've definitely thoroughly enjoyed it. I've been a long-time fan of this championship, originally with some aspirations to maybe drive in it. Hey, that didn't eventuate, but, you know, have been on the broadcast now for a couple of seasons, learning a lot about the teams, the drivers, the great competition we have. And when you get the best of the best in sim racing, when they race against each other round after round, they get to know each other, they have some respect, and a lot of the respect on track and between the competitors, it is also grounded in how firm but fair the stewards are. So a lot of credit has to go to our stewards, has to go to Neil Heckens and NEO Endurance for the great work they do, laying down the backbone of this series.
Yes, Emil, this really is the premier professional endurance series now, and certainly seems to be recognised in that way.
100%. In the real world, it may be probably one of the top GT3 and in fact sports car endurance racing series in the world, but in the sim racing one, it's definitely right up there. You've got your Porsche Esports Super Cups and whatnot, but when it comes to long endurance races, you know, VCO gets the job done. And now that they've teamed up with the 24-hour esports series, it's created somewhat of a mega championship of sorts, where all the best of the best virtual drivers are around, and can't be more fun to commentate on something like that. I just had a gala time right here, and 6 hours, honestly, it just passed by like anything. It was amazing, and the best part is, we've got a whole lot more of this coming.
Racing all the way to the final lap in our various classes. 4 different classes, 4 different winners over 6 hours of racing. The next race, November 29th, that'll be the Marla 6 hours of Sebring. Same time though during the day, a kickoff at 3 o'clock Central European time, finishing at 9 o'clock, and wherever that is for you, do the conversions. Thank you very, very much to David Haynes and Sumil Arora for expertise and commentary. My name has been Ben Constanduris for RSL and VCO, and until next time, we say goodbye.